Let's full screen you since you were behaving weirdly yesterday. Wait, last time, not yesterday. Alright, is everything up and working, everything functioning? I believe so. Guess maybe the lighting isn't quite doing exactly what I wanted it to. But it's working fine enough, that's okay. Welcome to the Void, everyone. My name is Liliana, also known as the Transferian Thing. I'm going to open up because I almost forgot this myself. Don't forget to take your meds if you have meds you need to take. And if you haven't eaten or had water in the last, couple hours, take care of that. We are going to be doing more Pesterquest because you all seemed to really enjoy that last time, and I had lots of fun with that as well. There doesn't seem to be any there doesn't seem to be any sense of actual real progression. So I don't think I need to load. I'm just going to go in and, do the next one. We've already gone through John, Rose, Dave, and Jade. And also, of course, my girl, Vriska, my patron troll. So I'm just gonna keep on going down the line here. So next up we have Carcat. Oh no. Am I deciding right now this is what his voice is gonna sound like? Apparently so. That's gonna be annoying and hard on my voice. But I've apparently made this character decision. Confident that your new friends are safely sleeping off a rowdy night full of snacks, video games, and taxidermy, you return your thoughts to dreams. Jade's dreams, that fascinating, shining place that feels familiar the way a dream does. Prospect feels like a place you should be right now. You've got a brand new zap sense and hasn't failed you so far. It's allowed you to befriend several emotionally volatile teens in precarious home situations. These powers won't let you down. So you zap to the dream world. Turns out you can fly here. Rad! You drift around it a little bit, admiring the glittering towers, waving lazily to all the various dream NPCs, until you come upon a dome with an open window. Inside, a troll boy with nubby horns and a silly outfit lays curled up in his dream bed, sleeping soundly. He looks so peaceful. You imagine this is a very peaceful troll boy. Perhaps it would strike you as strange that you immediately know that you immediately know what this alien's race is, but nah, you don't have time for that. Abruptly, the boy vanishes. Oh shit! You follow him without hesitation. Zap! Luckily, your powers seem oriented to specific people rather than places. You figure it's because this is a character-driven narrative. You find yourselves in a dim respite block. There's a bookshelf and a desk and clothes hung up on pegs along the wall. Inside a bed, there's a tub of green goo. God, what even voice did I decide? What? What? Oh god. No. What was it? It was funky. What the fuck? A gravelly voice tinged with mania crashes over you in a furious wave. You reel back from the onslaught. Every evening I wake up to another glorious night of the universe applying its globes directly to my face in the most hilarious and juvenile way possible. I'm used to this, okay? I'm not saying this is anything new, but this is just next fucking level. Your eyes finally adjust to see the same troll boy from the dream world. He appears to have fallen asleep at his husk top. Some crumbs are stuck to his face where he is pressed through the desk. He's got a zodiac symbol on his shirt. Whichever one is a sideways 69. Heh, nice. And man, he is angry. Like, way angrier than a normal person. I say in this crumbling excuse of a hive, rig this place with early warning system. And what's my reward? A deformed blue blood teleporting into my respite block like a fucking... You zap out of there because, damn, you don't know what kind of early warning system he has, but whatever predators it's meant to keep away, all you have to do is shout at them. You appear on a nearby hill about 100 yards away from the hive. From the outside, it's large and leaning with square windows and an unnecessary number of balconies. Although who are you to say what's necessary? Maybe this dude really likes balconies. He could probably use the fresh air. A couple of similarly large and lopsided hives scatter across the skyline. Hives. You're not sure how you know they're called that, but it feels right. Maybe because of the organic insectile architecture, like they were grown instead of built. You clearly aren't on Earth anymore. The sky is black and the bushes are purple, and there are two moons. Neither of them is your gold moon, though. You think maybe you should be freaked out by the strange alien land, but nah. You're a seasoned friend venturer by now. Besides, you like it here. It's comfortable. It's a pretty good hill. You sit here for a while thinking about this hill and this universe and your place in it until the sun starts to crest over the distant horizon. Hey, idiot! The troll boy's leaning out his front door. You're sitting on the ground waiting for sunrise. So you're either a jade blood or a moron. And I know the only jade blood who lives outside the caverns, and she's a lot better looking than you. So what the hell? Who are you? You're not a troll. There's a substantial gap of grassy hill between the two of you, but you can hear him just fine. He has a talent for projection. You stand up and brush the dirt off your ass. He seems a little bit. He seems a bit less angry now. Zap right over. I don't want to get roasted alive. No, thank you. I don't like Earth Sun, much less Troll Sun. Gosh darn it. No point in wasting daylight, or moonlight, whatever. So you just zap on over there. Holy fuck. A flash of gray and a gleam of metal. Bright, shocking pain opens up in the middle of you. The boy stares eyes round, yellow and shocked. Your laugh comes out wet. Why are you laughing? You don't know what else to do. You press a hand to the wound in your stomach, trying to hold the blood in with sheer willpower. You tell him you're just trying to save a little time. What? The boy stares down at the weapon in his hand, a viciously hooked blade that he pulled seemingly out of nowhere. A scythe? No, a sickle. Is this kid a communist? Do communists actually use sickles? Or are they just sickle-themed? There's so many communist facts you don't know. The boy continues to stare at his sickle, then he stares at your fingers. He looks back and forth. His sickle, your fingers. His sickle, your fingers. Or more accurately, the blood on his sickle and your fingers. He's gaping at the crimson splashes like he's never seen blood before. His mouth moves, but none comes out. He's hunched over himself like he's the one who's been gutted. You aren't sure what he does after that, because suddenly you're on your back and all you can see is the sky. Oh no! Game over. Carcat, you killed me! Amazing. Phenomenal. I thought it was if I took my time, it would... I assumed that if I took my time, the sun would kill me. Okay, so... Zoop, take my sweet time. You walk leisurely down the hill. The heat from the rising sun washes over your back and you speed up. That's not as bad news, you just know it. You start down the hill, light bleeds further across the horizon, and your pace gets a little less leisurely. The troll boy crosses his arms. His shoulders are rounded and slouched like he spends a lot of his time making himself smaller. His black painted claws are bitten down. You wave a little awkward hello. He rolls his eyes and grabs you by the arm, grip surprisingly strong. He tugs you underneath the shadow overhang of a balcony. Okay, asshole. What were you doing watching me in my dream like some hornless, cast-posing pervert? I can't even retreat into unconsciousness anymore, is that it? I wouldn't even slide to the nascent relief of death without an alien stalking me. The one way my friends put you up to this was a Sulix. Everybody's favorite pastime. Make Carcat's life even more of a constant, effervescent shit show. You tell him, Carcat, that's not like that. You don't know anybody named Sulix, and that you didn't mean to be creepy. You just found him, liked how he looked, and decided to follow him home. Carcat's thick eyebrows creep upward. Okay, you know how that sounds, but you really don't want it to be weird. You did it for friendship. You crave it, like a mineral. Wow, that dated this game. Like a mineral. Motherfucker, that meme is so old at this point. That date. My heart. It is being caused pain. Wow. Very normal, Mr. Magic. Oh, but you are magic. Okay, maybe not you specifically, you don't want to brag, but you can do some pretty magic stuff. Carcat looks incredibly dubious, even more so than Rosehead, who you might have described as politely incredulous. You consider explaining him to all that wild stuff that Jay told you about games, destiny, and such things, but you really can't imagine what any of this has to do with a grumpy alien boy. What are the chances? You can tell him you can prove it. You can bring him to visit one of his friends. You were so awesome at bringing friends together. You could visit Sulix, was it? Carcat makes a noise like a tea kettle being punched. Hell no. That nook biter would self-immolate if I interrupted his coding. I wonder if that's a euphemism. Maybe Carcat just likes scare quotes. I don't have the energy to grub sit his freaky, deformed bulges today. Okay, then where does he want to go? Does he have any more friends? I wouldn't call him a friend exactly. More like an endless burden I've been cursed with by the slithering eldritch gods of the outer reaches. If I don't occasionally check up on him, he'd space out so far he'd hit hard vacuum. How do we do this? You're actually not quite sure, but you don't want to backpedal and suggest to this cool, angry troll boy that you don't know what you're doing. Do I just... His hands kind of hover near yours. Hold on. You could hold hands, but you don't want it to be too forward. You would also just hold him under the armpits. You think holding me under the armpits is less weird than holding front stumps? Yeah, sorta. Carcat puts an awkward hand on your elbow. Then he frowns and pushes up your sleeve, laying 3 fingers across your bare arm. You good, dude? Yeah, sorry. You're just kind of warm. Thank you. You tell Carcat that he's very warm, too. Let's just get this over with. Try to aim for just outside his hive. His list isn't around, and he's usually too stoned to even notice how the roof came down. But I don't want to startle him. Cool, here goes. No, not Gamzee. I really hope it's not Gamzee. I don't like Gamzee at all. You zap some more pitch black and immediately blunder right into Carcat. Oh my god. Could you keep it together for a single fucking glance nugget? You aren't in Karkat's hive anymore. You appear to be in the void. Cool! The what? Let go of me! You tell Karkat that he's actually the one still holding on to you. He makes an angry noise through his nostrils and releases you from his clammy grasp. He moves away from you and collides with what sounds like about 17 mops all banging into each other and clattering into the ground. God! Fucking! Something smashes. Slurry! Guzzling! Sharp little noises like marbles over hardwood. What even is that? Jesus fucking Christ. I have never felt such immediate visceral fear in my life. The light finally pops on above you. You appear to be in an alien broom closet with like alien cleaning supplies, you guess. One of the bottles is just has Clen written on it in permanent marker. You ask Karkat if he meant to transport the two of you into a closet. The bucket rattles as he kicks it. He yelps and jumps backward onto your foot. What the fuck? Makara, you bottom-feeding asshole. Your personal habits are almost as disgusting as your pan-rotting purple words. Why is your paling equipment mixed in with your scrub pulls? Did you figure nobody would notice? Surprise, Nooksucker, I noticed. What in the hell? Karkat breaks off, and after a moment you realize why. Heavy footsteps shovel closer. Someone has heard the absolute rumpus tantrum that Karkat's kicking up. Oh hey, hold up, my brother. I'm hearing something in the scrub cubby. Some squeak beast what's got itself all trapped. The door opens a creak. Karkat grabs your arm again. Oh fuck. A shadow looms on the wall, wild hair and tall horns. Oh fuck me. Karkat squeezes your arm so hard it hurts. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. The door opens a little wider and you feel wetness on your arm where Karkat's claws have drawn blood. The door creaks and you panic. Yeah! Thank fuck! God, I don't like Gamzee. I don't like Gamzee at all. You both crash down to the floor together in Karkat's respite block. Karkat's little horns jab you in the side. What the fuck was that for? Why did you do that? Because Karkat was freaking the fuck out and you were worried the two of you were in danger and there was some menacing asshole saying creepy stuff outside the closet door? That's a complete mischaracterization of the scenario and I'm totally disgusted you could even bring it up. It's not a mischaracterization. He was totally losing it. Look, he was clinging onto you so hard he even drew blood. Show him your clawed up arm. Karkat's reaction is immediate and overblown, which you are beginning to gather isn't out of character for him. He starts vigorously examining himself. He appears to be checking for injuries. No, you insist. He's not the one bleeding. You are. He's so covered up in jeans and sweater that you'd have no idea how he'd even get cut in the first place. Wait, this is your blood? Yeah, what's the big deal? Besides the fact that he totally just scratched the shit out of you, you're willing to let it slide though, for friendship reasons! If you think this might be the way he greets people, it's almost kind of fucked up. Maybe you should just leave? Wait, what? Now you're just going to zap the fuck out of here like nothing happened? You can't get out there. It's safe. Never people like. Parker pulls himself wearily to his feet. He's still looking at you like you're a bomb that might go off if he steps wrong. Slowly he extends his own palm and drags a claw across it. Crimson blood beads up from the surface. It isn't safe for people like us. Clearly something is happening here. It's probably really deep and affecting moment. But you're just not sure what you're supposed to do. You bleed, he bleeds, both of you bleed. Sweet, blood friends. You can fuck with that. How did you get a Cerulean's hoodie? Did you bag yourself a high-blood Moirail? Now that you've established that the two of you do indeed both have blood, Karkat appears to have warmed up to you a lot. He even offers you something called grub juice, which you're pretty sure is just Coke, except not as sweet. It's almost a little salty. You take a tiny plate, sips, and pour it into a dead plant as soon as Karkat turns his back. Tell him that you're not actually sure where you got the sweatshirt. You were just wearing it when you woke up? You don't even remember where that was. You just know you're standing in front of John's house and you were wearing this hoodie. And you knew it was important, but not why it's important. Possibly because it keeps you from being naked. You didn't realize that it belonged to a cerulean, whatever that is. Karkat is looking at you like you aren't making much sense, which is fair because you aren't really making much sense. So you're a mutant blood alien with amnesia that can also teleport. Oh yeah, and you can also time travel too. Don't push it. Karkat sits down at his desk and the spacebar on his keyboard. We could probably figure out whose cast side that is. Well, not us specifically, unless you've got some incredibly unlikely and well-honed husk-top skills. You've got no husk-top skills, honed or otherwise. Yeah, I'm not fucking surprised. Here, just give me a second. Don't break any of my shit. Take a glance around the room, keeping your arms behind your back so as to make absolutely sure you don't break any of his shit. His room is surprisingly tiny for someone as scattered as Karkat, mostly just weapons and movie posters. It also the air someone who doesn't plan to live in one place for very long. It feels temporary. Karkat is typing furiously with his mouth pulled into a little frown. That's his default, it appears. Every so often, though, he'll throw glances at the cuts on your arm. He's really hung up about your blood. Good news, Captor. Tonight is your lucky night. Finally, you get a chance to put your money where your dribbling, snaggle-tooth flap is. I need you to do something for me. Okay, if this is more whining about the team leaders, I don't want to hear about it. You just don't have the qualities necessary for that sort of scenario. And if you're just here to start some sort of slap fight for wrigglers, you could probably just go fuck yourself. Because I've got actual work I need to do tonight. Hahaha, oh my god, who gives a fuck about a game a radiant dug out of a hole in the ground? And what actual work? Like, I even believe that for a second. You mean the actual work of touching yourself while sobbing into your raccoon? Yeah, it's hilarious, but can we skip the foreplay for just once in our lives? All that's going to happen is you saying something you regret and then cry typing over whether or not we're still friends. Okay, first of all, fuck you. I don't have time for any of your pathetic burns dunking on me into a carton of weak sauce. There's actual real serious shit going down. And you check something in the Imperial database for me. Cast records. And I want you to do it without asking me why I need it. Deal? Wait, what the fuck, KK? Absolutely no deal. If you didn't even try to make a deal, you just told me to do something incredibly illegal and dangerous. Why didn't you cast records? Do you think your ancestors are bullshit? Ancestors are bullshit. Take nitrate nonsense for kids who hate themselves and want to experience a connection to something better than they are. Face the facts, Bulge reads. There's no way any of us are descended from anybody that matters. Then why the hell do you want me to risk getting cold for records if it's a bunch of bullshit that doesn't matter? I might have a death wish, but I'm not suicidal. So either tell me to crawl up your nook and lay eggs in there, or let me get back to work. Okay, fine. I'm only telling you because you're friends and I trust you. There's this person in my hive. Person? Yeah, they aren't a troll, and they aren't a drone either. I figure they're an alien. They've got a cerulean inside and they're trying to figure out where it came from. Wait, they're not a troll, but they're a cerulean? Sorry, KK, I'm trying to wrap my pan around this, but I'm pretty sure you're fucking with me. Oh my god, could you just run this? Give me a second. Okay, nobody's had the sign or cast name in a while. Ask your new alien frame if they knew the name Adilov. Hey, do you know... Oh, what the fuck? You stood back from where you've been reading over Karkat's shoulder. You just couldn't resist. He was getting so heated and mad banging on the keyboard, making weird little growly noises. You think you can just... Karkat was absolutely silent. He's rigid. If he'd been a cat, his hair would have been standing straight up. You ask him what's wrong, and he shushes you so loudly you almost fall over from shock. You strain, and in the distance you think you hear a strange, staticky whirring. Suddenly, Karkat explodes in motion, grabbing your arms and pulling you out of his respite, walking down the stairs. In the living room, he tugs a thick black blanket from off the couch and pulls up the rug on the center of the room. Beneath it is a trapdoor. What the hell is... Be quiet. His movements are quick and panicky, but also methodical. His jaw is set and his eyes are hard as he unbolts the trapdoor, gives it a hard yank to loosen, and props it open. Beneath it is a rectangular pit in the foundation of the house on the sides and shape of the shallow grave. This isn't the first time you've done this. You doubted even the 10th. The of our Karkat struck you is a little bit ridiculous, but now there's something fierce burning in him, something angry and distilled. The sound comes in again closer this time, and you see a hulking shadow out the window, huge and menacing and armored. Karkat yanks you down to the pit with him and wraps the two of you in a blanket. Then he closes the trapdoor when you're plunged into darkness so absolute that it's like you've stopped existing. What the hell is going on? Drone. Karkat's face is squished against your shoulders. The fear in his voice shudders you to your bones. It's just routine check. We should be fine down here. My Lussus dug this. It hides the temperature. Temperature? Of me. Of us. Of our mutation. You don't understand, but that doesn't stop you from being afraid. Impossibly heavy footsteps land on the floor above you. Karkat trembles. God, you have to do something. I mean, if we flee, is it we flee via teleport? Or is it that we flee during, like, we run out? Because fleeing via teleport sounds like a wise idea. Fleeing via otherwise sounds like a trash idea. So you're a pretty tolerant kind of dude. You're generally down for whatever. But laying in a shallow grave while a troll boy digs his dumpy little horns into your ribs and a mechanical monster stomps around upstairs, that's kind of a lot even for you. So you really do the only thing a responsible friend can. You get your friend the fuck out of Dodge. Thank fuck. Oh no! It was really fun. It was really cool of Jane to have us all over. It felt like a birthday present, kinda. Especially since all our other presents got lost in the mail. Actually, the only one that didn't get lost was a little monster poster my dad got me. He gave it to me a week early, almost like he knew that something weird was gonna happen with the rest of my gifts. Sure, yeah, I'm happy for you, dude. Cool that your dad got you unbelievably crappy shit to you before it got thrown into the literal garbage where it frankly belongs. Why are you wasting any part of our valuable word counting babbling about your fucking little monster poster? Who actually cares? I don't know, I just figured some people might want to know about it. Whack. Oh hey. Dave and John are propped up on the futon, gaming the way only bros can game, i.e. with several bags of chips and a mostly empty 2-liter Mountain Dew on the couch between them. Yeah, dog, saving room for Jesus and snacks. Oh, hey, Mr. Mailman! You wave hello and try to catch your breath. You're a little unbalanced from the brutal shift between being buried alive to a chill Texas day with just a couple of guys being dudes. Wait, how did they even get back from Jade's? Oh, right, yeah. Turns out her dog can teleport. Wild, right? Who knew? I don't think Beck can time travel, though. So don't worry, you aren't going to be out of a job or anything. I'm probably going to ask you to send me back to my place before my dad realizes I've been gone this long. I don't think he'd call the cops on you, but I just want to be on the safe side. By the way, who the fuck is that? And is he like... Okay. Oh yeah, Car Cat. He's currently curled up on the ground with a blanket still wrapped around him. He's breathing very heavily and sort of clutching at the carpet. Feeling out to make sure he's cool, while telling Dave and Planet that he's an alien... Dave and John that he's an alien from another planet. He figured you'd bring him here since she got a little too hot back on the alien land. Oh. Dope, I guess. Hey, dude. Wait. He's an alien? Like, a real alien? Yeah, John, Jesus Christ, look, he's got a little horns. Yeah, I can see that, but come on, aliens? Oh, so this is where you draw the line. Our friend living alone on a magic island with nothing but her magical dog and taxidermy grandpa who she stuffed herself. Is it where you draw it? A teleporting fake mailman in a hoodie who just wants to be bros isn't where you draw it. I guess you have a point. All that stuff just feels so normal now. So I guess in theory you could bring us to visit this alien planet. Maybe. Not that that's the thing I actually want to do with the place. It's probably stank as fuck. You'd never catch me in space. Space ain't the place. Oh damn, write that down. You'll have a good straight of freestyle any day of the week, but this isn't Dave's route, so you return to your focus back too. Oh holy fuck, where does he go? Oh yeah, little dude just scurried out the door. Probably shouldn't have mentioned that. God damn it. You just brought Carcat back to Earth and you've already lost him. Some friend you are. You zap down to the ground floor of the apartment building. Nothing. You zap to the stairwell and look up. Nothing. No little alien boy with a blanket. Shit. Damn it. Remembering the time you met Dave, you zap up to the roof. You find Carcat standing silhouetted against the turgid Texas sky. Shimmers of heat haze making him look strangely artificial. He's shading his hand and staring up at the sun. Hey dude, don't do that. You're gonna hurt yourself. Oh wow, thanks so much for the advice. I'm way too stupid to not know to look directly into a burning ball of fire. The pain is intense and searing, but I'm just a dumb fucking animal. By the way, this sun is pathetic. Well, this is another planet and another sun. Yes, thank you. He drops his hand and turns his back to you. There's still cobwebs in his hair from the crawl space. Is this where you're from? You think so? Maybe. You don't remember very much about yourself. You seem to know much more about Earth than you do about Alternia. You don't remember very much about that place at all, except that it's called Alternia, apparently. This all feels... I don't know. Ah, tea. Tea is yummy. Wrong. We're just really fucking weird. You zapped in, dragged me out of my hive to an alien planet where the sun isn't hot enough to burn. Well, it's definitely hot enough to burn. It just takes a little longer. Shut up, I wasn't finished. Before you shut up, Saul's telling me about this game that one of his friends found where we all supposed to play together and, I don't know, some stuff would have happened? I don't know why it feels like that matters. I just feel... it's hard to describe. Flattened out. Yeah, I feel you. You and Cargat both jump. Dave has ninja'd up the stairs and leaned casually against the brick wall. Shit, how long has he been standing there? And where's John? Oh, he just disappeared. Wait, what? Yeah, it's weird. This swirling void wormhole just opened up the TV and sucked him right in. What? Well, I'm fucking with you. John's in the bathroom. But I had you there for a second, didn't I? Absolutely sound like something could happen given these past couple of days. Oh yeah, hilarious. He sure got you. Also, you're pretty sure the scene moved up here so you could talk to Carcat without Dave coming in and making all of this about him again. Dave adjusts his shades. Man, that is an extremely weird thing to say. But yeah, horny dude. I mean, guy with horns. Are you talking to me? We were all supposed to play a game too. Together as a group or some shit. Right, Jay told you about the game. A game that's supposed to change everything. It's that sort of shit that makes me get this feeling you know more about what's going on than you're telling us. You don't, you swear you don't. You have no idea why any of this is happening or maybe not happening. There's some stuff you seem to know, but not until you absolutely have to. You're just not sure what's very important why you brought Carcat here. Why? How the fuck do I have anything to do with these hornless freaks? Standing right here, bro, my god. But yeah, that's a pretty good point now that I think about it. You said it's important for you to bring him here, like here specifically, to my apartment. Yeah. Why? You aren't sure. You just have this intense feeling that it's apparent that the two of them are friends. Alright. Weird, but alright. Ray dude, you ever play any Tony Hawk? Adorable. Adorable. Phenomenal. That's so fucking cute. Alright. Next route. Who are you? They're not in order, so it's kind of throwing me. Oh, that's Kanaya, I'm pretty sure. You're learning more about yourself every day. For example, while you already knew that friendship was everything, you are now realizing that staying with your friends is not a priority. At least that must be right, because you're leaving friends and starting over again. Why would you be doing this? Probably a deep-held value of some kind. That makes sense. Anyway, you're ready to meet more friends, and the only place you've seen new people recently has been on Jade's Dream Planet. Use that one over there. This time something seems different. Gosh darn it, I hate that fact. It seems to be a different part of the day than before, and the overhead clouds that previously served as a fluffy ambient backdrop are now alive with images. Meteor striking a dark world, a planet covered in sugar mountains dotted with goofy giant teapots, a young gray-skinned alien girl running around catching frogs. These must be the clouds Jade was referencing. The ones that she said could never be wrong. Well, you can take guidance from them too. You've trusted in more dubious things than the clouds. You zoned in on that frog girl with the short haircut and the red skirt. Time for the zappy thing. It's always night on Troll Planet, but at least when folks are out and about, it's not usually this dark. You confidently head out to start exploring your surroundings and immediately run into a wall face first. Okay, you're getting your bearings now. You've ended up in some kind of closet. You refrain from making a hackneyed joke about it. They probably don't even have that cultural metaphor. As the noise you've made elicited an answering yelp of surprise in the room outside. You hear footsteps approaching and then someone yanks the door open. I was right! Hi! Hello. What the fuck? Opening the door has allowed a beam of bright sunlight to fall upon your face. You feel instinctively that the light is something to avoid. You hold your face to shield your face, then remember that your hands are also made of skin and whimper. The heat is doing its best to fry you, like a vampire in a movie. You're sure that idle thought will not end up having any relevance to this troll girl story whatsoever. What are you? Did you just wander in here, or like... What? Something like that, you tell her. Cringing away from the light, you get the feeling that this girl's not going to fall for the old mailman gambit. Mail troll? You tell her that you know one of her other friends. Who? Wait... The car cat? Yes! I knew it. He makes friends with all kinds. Well, I obviously can't kick you out right now. You don't seem to be able to handle the sun. So I guess you better stick around until at least nighttime. You could easily zap to nighttime, but this is giving you an in, so instead you agree. No problem, you can just hang out in this closet. It's fine, it's a lovely closet. I know we just met, but you are being kind of weird. You hope it's kind of weird that eventually becomes charming. You don't say that though, just think it. You know the barrier between your words and thoughts is ambiguous at best, but for real. Anyway, you have no obligation to skulk around in my wardrobeifying assets chamber. I have a solution. Blowing the shades, maybe? No. Why would I deprive my plants of life-giving sunlight for a fragile-skinned creature I've never met before? It is another solution. A minute later, you're dressed in a floor-length gown of emerald velvet with long sleeves, a high neckline, and a dramatic hood to pull over your head. The dress has nothing for the heat, but it effectively shields you from the sunlight. There you go. All swaddled up like a baby, you joke. The troll just gives you a level look. Clearly you've stumbled on a cultural misalignment. Even though she's the one who hasn't even heard of a baby, she stares at you until you start to feel embarrassed for knowing things that she doesn't know. She's very good at staring contests. What an amazing potential friend. Now, out of the closet, you know now that joke won't land either. You look around the room. It is indeed covered with plants as well as colorful bolts of fabric and half-finished sewing projects. Unlike Rose's knitting disarray, it does not give the impression of someone who's difficulty finishing things. This troll's room gives the impression of someone who enjoys even excels at having multiple irons in hot places. Or at least she thinks she does. She seems to have been on her computer thing when you zapped in because her chat client is flashing insistently. You try to peer at the open window, but she hits a button and makes the projection disappear, a delicate green flush rising to her cheeks. No need to look at that. Guiltily, you remember spying on Rose. When she called you out, you thought for a second that your chance of being a friend were had to run out. Like if there's a universe where you became a friend of one where you didn't, you'd clumsily stumbled into the wrong one. The bad one, if you will. But luckily everything turned out fine. Maybe you can get away with it again. Plus, this troll doesn't even know about your powers yet, not like Rose did. She would have no reason to suspect you. I'm not... Look, I have privacy trauma. I'm not going to spy on her. No, even if you don't get caught, it's just not a good way to begin a friendship. Much fairer to start on even footing. Besides, you already have an in. You asked the troll how she knows a car cat. She looks bored by this conversation starter. Sorry, but I was actually kind of busy when you came in. So I'm not going to consign you to fiery death outside in the light, but I would appreciate some personal time. Sure you say, of course. The troll gives you a suspicious look until you turn away enough that she can be assured of privacy. She goes right back to chatting with her friends. After a while, she gets up and starts working on a dress she's sewing. She keeps getting frustrated, ripping it out and redoing it to get it perfect. She's being rude to you, but she's ignoring you. Or she's not being rude to you, but she's ignoring you. You attempt to engage a few more times, she keeps answering politely. But she just refuses to be pulled into the shenanigans from which a long-lasting friendship could form. After several hours, the sun slips below the horizon, leaves the world in twilight. The troll girl yawns. Well, it should be safe for you to leave now. Goodbye. She nicely but firmly directs you out the door. Polite. Polite goodbye. Shoo shoo. Okay, so... Fast forward. Okay, so apparently spying is the correct option, which makes me feel very shitty. You excuse yourself to the... You don't know what they call it here, the necessaries. You wave your hand in a vaguely embarrassed way and the troll gets it. Out of her sight, you zap back to a few minutes ago, just outside the door to the room you're in now. Wait until you hear the thump of yourself arriving in the closet, and the troll abandoning her desk. Then you quickly zap into the room and read her current chat. Ugh, I hate this. I hate all of this, actually. It just cannot escape my notice that the last 3 times you contacted me was to ask if I finished your address yet. Under these circumstances, I find it trying to believe that you want it for... Oh, I see. Under these circumstances, I find it hard to believe that you... I find it trying to believe that you want it for no particular reason. I wish you would just tell me why it's so important. Of course you do. Fuzzy Fangs always has to have a reason for everything. Maybe I just want a present for my Moirail. Did you ever think of that? Or are you too busy fussing around in your fuss block? Maybe I'm being nice. Did you not think I could be nice sometimes? I know you can be. When you want, sort of. Are we Moirails again now then? Yesterday you said defining our relationship is something only lame dorks would do. Yeah, and my Moirail is a super lame dork. That's you, Fangface. It's just that I can't help but notice that I'm your Moirail again right now, when you want something from me. You notice a lot, don't you? Always noticing something. I bet you wouldn't be shocked. I bet you'd be shocked to know how much you don't see. You don't even know half what I have going on. If I have ever pretended to know what is going on with you, please allow me to apologize for such a gross misinterpretation of my reality. Ugh. Whatever. Can you just tell me if you finished it yet? Hello? Kanaya? The login's there. You zap back before past you is done changing into the dress, then re-enter the room. The troll, Kanaya, is back at her lunchbox computer typing furiously. You have to handle the situation delicately. She can't know you're spying on her, since you've already said that you know Karkat. You hedge your bets on all of them sharing the same friend group. You ask her carefully if she happens to know your other friend as well. Arachnid's group? The little green flush darkens Kanaya's cheeks again. She bites her lips, showing one kinda adorable fang. Kanaya's very cute. Yes, I know her. Why? You're sure that helping Kanaya figure out her situation with this girl is the key to earning her friendship. A big, juicy interpersonal conflict to solve has been dangled in front of you, and nothing makes friends more reliably. But then again, you don't really know anything about this other troll. You don't even know her name, just her handle. Can you really be of use to Kanaya, especially when your knowledge of the girl is based on a foundation of lies? Is this the right way to go? Offer to help her with AG. I'm saving. I don't want to have to skip things again. Oh wait, did I accidentally? Fuck. Wait. How do I scroll? Oh, I have to use the thing. Okay. You gesture wildly. You and this girl, whose name who you do totally know, go way back. In fact, if Kanaya wants some help figuring out things with her, you can definitely help. You're an observant person, this part is true. And you want to help her. This too. Kanaya thinks this over, looking skeptical. What could you do to help? She's just impossible. Everyone knows that already. I'm not breaking new ground about Vriska here. Vriska! That must be her name! Despite Kanaya's outward frustration, you will keep sensing some kind of guilty affection here. You don't even know what a Moirail is. How could you? You've never heard that word before, but it conjures a feeling inside you. A vague sense of warmth and comfort, and for some reason, a dark room and the smell of popcorn. Anyway, it's clearly some kind of intimate relationship, and Kanaya's feelings are all wrapped up in it. You know what to do in this kind of situation. You need to tell Vriska how she feels. Expect Kanaya to burst this off. She hasn't exactly been Miss Emotional Openness so far, and she looks like she's about to, but then she wavers. To your surprise, she lets out a heavy sigh, her shoulders slumping. What would be the point? She's not even into the relationship we have now. There's no way she'd want to take it in a more crimson direction. Oh! Wait, was this a thing that happened before and I just missed it? Clearly, these feelings have worn her down so much her spiky defenses have weakened. You don't want to cheer on someone's vulnerabilities, but well, it's hard to forge a friendship without them. You ask if she's sure about that. Well, no. I can't even tell if she's sincere. She makes serious things into jokes and jokes into big dramas. I thought she started calling me her Moirail as a joke. But she told everyone else about it too. She didn't even ask me what I wanted. And now I don't know how to talk to her about it. Every conversation we have gets so antagonistic. But I'm not interested in that quadrant with her. Sometimes it feels like our relationship is just an aggregation of shallow and insincere hostilities. Despite the unfamiliar alien words, this teen romantic flailing is common among all species. You nod sympathetically, but you point out Kanaya isn't happy now. But what she have to lose if she pressed the issue? Kanaya gives you that even scathing gaze again. And what is your personal interest in my quadrants? Carcat's friend. Whoops, you pushed it too far. All your recent successes have made you cocky. You revert to barefaced honesty and tell her that you want to get to know her better. I have plenty of friends already, and I don't even like some of them. But I will think about your unsolicited and unwelcome advice. Advice from a stranger whose presence you are tolerating solely to not be responsible for the death of an innocent is well known to be the best kind of advice. That was a mouthful. That's about the best you can ask for. You shut up and sit quietly while Kanaya goes back to her activities, sewing and tending to her plants with a big chainsaw she seems to have pulled out of nowhere. Finally, she huffs a sigh and throws the chainsaw down on the floor. It disappears again, but a little gold tube rolls away from where it landed. Kanaya stalks back to her magic computer lunchbox. She's emanating such a determined air that you don't dare to address her. Maybe she's forgotten about you. If so, it's to your advantage, because Kanaya's setup projects her window in a very visible way, and she didn't tell you to not look this time. Grim Auxiliatrix became trolling our Arachnid's grip. You know how you basically refuse to be straightforward with me? You know how you and I use this metaphor with full consciousness of its on-the-nose nature? Always weave a web of intricate emotional misdirection and basically act in the most infuriating way possible? What? Slow down. What are you talking about? Why did you start calling me your Moirail? Was it because you actually had those feelings for me? Or did it suit your purpose somehow? What if I started calling you my mate spirit? Would that make it a reality? Is that just how it works? You just say things and assume they'll happen like you said instead of talking about it with the other person involved? That time I meant you in an abstract and general sense, not specifically you. Wait, are you saying you want to be mate spirits? You know I'm one of the few of us who still likes you. You know what? Everyone wonders why I still talk to you at all, and sometimes I do too. After everything you've done, I think in this situation the evidence for strong concupiscent feelings on my part is compelling. I do not think of our so-called moral allegiance as satisfying enough to account for my continued attachment to you. Any outside observer could perceive as much. Wow. I think there's a confession somewhere buried under all that insulting language. You know what, meanie fangs? Let's do it. Let's be mate spirits. Do not mock me. I'm not. Jeez, do you see how unfair you're being? Vriska, be more straightforward. Vriska, talk clearly about your feelings. Define our relationship. Then when I do it, this is what I get. Let's flip red. Why not? Wait, really? Yeah. Can I? Oh, look at that happy face! Oh, look at that! Oh. I really hope this doesn't come to hurt Kanaya. I like Kanaya a lot. Vriska, I love you. Do not hurt Kanaya. Please, I beg of you. I also just realized Kanaya and Vriska have the same weird little hook horn thing. Right? I mean, not the exact same one. Wait. Fuck, I don't have my cosplay nearby. Kanaya slams the lunchbox shut and turns to you. Listen, I have to go somewhere. You can let yourself out, right? Do not steal anything from me. You open your mouth about to suggest you can teleport her where she needs to go, but she rushes past you down the stairs. Then she's gone. Dang, you've been getting really good mileage out of being the person to unite distant friends. Lousy, goddamn, stupid, independent action. You get the feeling knowing her wouldn't go over well either. Or you get the feeling following her wouldn't go over well either. Kanaya probably needs some privacy right now. A lesser friendship aspirant might give up at this point, but your unique skills have honed in on one thing. This relationship is happening because of your advice. Surely once things settle down, Kanaya will remember this and return to you, ready to embrace you and rain down thanks and praise for your good works. You're not about to wait around here. You're not about to wait around for it here. You just have had a couple of days. No Kanaya. Nothing in the room indicates Kanaya's even been back here yet. You try a couple more days. Still no Kanaya. You zap again. Now you're a week out, and the brown edges on some of these leaves suggest Kanaya's been at her new girlfriend's house this entire time. You're about to give up when you hear a door slam downstairs. Oh no, baby! Oh. Kanaya storms up the winding staircase, stopping dead when she sees you. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh great, just what I need. Someone I don't know here in a delicate emotional time to witness my compromised state. Whenever I'm on the precipice of a romantic disaster, I always think to myself, I wish a deformed stranger was in my house refusing to leave. Just to bear witness to my inelegant suffering. Okay, wow, that was harsh. You're beginning to think your strategy is not going to pan out. Never one to be deterred easily, you cautiously ask her if she wants to talk about it. She puts her face in her hands. You know what? You are probably the only person who thought this was remotely a good idea, and therefore probably the only one I can complain to. Everyone else saw this coming, I'm sure. As outcomes go, this one was not particularly stealthy. She looks up, she doesn't look angry anymore, just upset. Oh no. I do not know why I thought that becoming my mate's Brit, she would somehow start acting differently than the way she is always. Relationships are hard. Relationships are hard, nobody understands. Well, no. I mean, they are a very common form of social interaction. I think most people, especially past the age where their genetic contribution is legally required, understand, or face certain calling. Okay, never mind that. You were trying to work your thing out and it clearly didn't work. So things didn't work out with Vriska? You could say that. At first it was everything I wanted. She's right, you know. She can be nice sometimes. But then she just started ordering me around. Like I had to do what she said just because I was her mate's Brit. Maybe the reason she agreed in the first place was because she wanted that leverage. You know she's upset, but she isn't getting visibly emotional. Instead, as she talks, her eyes narrow and her voice grows icy with anger. She grows very still, her muscles held taut. And she kept trying to use me to get back in with our friends, who ostensibly dropped her already. Like Karkat and Terezi. Although I can't believe I still have any cash with them after so obviously taking leave of my senses enough to date her. Even Terezi wasn't stupid enough for that. It felt like she just wanted me to like her so she could exploit me. Maybe because she doesn't have enough other friends, so she had to get the most out of me. Her voice is trembling with anger now. Geez, that's rough. Honestly sounds like Kanaya dodged a bullet. When you first saw that Kanaya had a crush on this girl, you kind of assumed that someone as composed and rational as Kanaya would be drawn to someone who would compliment her well. But you've just watched her walk into a train wreck. Well, encouraged her to. It's probably good she broke up with Vriska. I didn't. Oh. Well? But you're right. She's typing so hard her keyboard breaks. She walks over to her Huscom and throws the top open so violently nearly breaks. She opens the window and starts typing. Her claws hit the key so hard that one of them pops off and flies to the ground. You know, Vriska, I didn't just want to date you. I wanted you to feel the same things I felt and treat me like a mate's Brit. And whatever this is, it isn't what I wanted. Excuse me? What are you saying? But Kanaya slams the screen down and turns away, then puts her hand over her face and bursts into tears. Oh, baby! Oh, sweetheart! You can't help but feel a little awkward. There? Kanaya glares at you. You know this is your fault, right? I do not think you have shown yourself to be competent enough in this arena to try to fix things now. Can you please just leave me alone? Yeah, you're not going to be able to turn this around. Leaving probably is the best thing you can do for Kanaya now. You nod sadly and zap the fuck out of there. Oh, no, baby! Oh, Kanaya! Oh, sweetheart! Oh, baby! Okay. Shit. I do unfortunately think I am going to have to, like, use the skip function because I apparently saved just after the one choice. Rather than saving at the choice like I had intended to. So this time we'll back off. No reason you say, just curious. Kanaya gives you a suspicious look. Okay. Well, I'm kind of in the middle of something. You can just while away the time until it gets dark. Sure. You watch her for a few minutes while she catches up her conversation, then starts working on things around her room. But having seen what you've seen, you're determined to find some way to help her. If you can't fix her interpersonal problems, maybe you can figure something else out she'd enjoy. Filled with an investigative spirit, you start to gather evidence. Snoop. You start to snoop. Spying got you this far. Spying is great. Not really at all, actually. You arrive through Kanaya's bookshelf. She has a number of sewing pattern books, which you assume must have some whimsically gruesome twist congruent with the interest of with the rest of the world building on this planet, but probably just look like sewing pattern books. God, I don't know why I'm tripping up so much reading these. Quite possibly a greater need for more hydration. There's one thing on the shelf in your own language. It's not a book, but a stack of printed out pages bound together in a distinctly homemade way. It says, Suburb, Beta Walkthrough at the top, and is covered with familiar, erudite prose. You're pretty sure that the events described in this document never happened in the timeline you're currently making, but whatever source Kanaya got this from is not bound strictly to one timeline. There are a number of books featuring shining white figures, mostly women, with prominent fangs and variously colored blood dripping from their cool and elegant mouths. They're all dressed in an explosion of brightly colored fabrics. The other sparkle strikes you as deeply, strangely familiar. You must be thinking of vampires. There's no reason you would know anything about whatever the rainbow blood imbibing troll equivalent is. Most of these covers feature a swooning troll of varying genders, clearly about to have their throats torn out sexily. Many of the rainbow vampires are being menaced by brave heroes, all wielding chainsaws. Blood bzzz, makes you look up. You can help but notice that Kanai is tending to her topiaries with a large chainsaw of her own. Okay, putting all this together. The bright colors around her house, the choice of weapon, the love of sunlight, Kanai's heart's desires clearly to date a sexy vampire. Maybe that's what AG is. You wonder if you can make this happen for her. Maybe on this planet it's not just a fantasy. You clear your throat to get Kanai's attention, and then casually wonder aloud if Alterni has any kind of non-living creatures. Oh. You mean the undead? Yes, the undead. Where might one find the undead? It is not difficult. It's not? They tromp past my hive in their hordes every day. Slavering and so on. Trying to get in sometimes. It's all coming together. This must be the root of Kanai's fascination. Start to form a plan. For the next few hours, keep an eye trained on the window. Sure enough, within an hour, a group of strange shambling creatures lurches into view. You yell and point out the window, drawing Kanai's attention, and then zap yourself out there in front of the horde. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Now that you're close up, you can see that these guys aren't exactly the debonair creatures of the night from Kanai's book covers. They're more like zombies. Big, slow, stumbling things, half of them falling apart. Still, needs must, you're going to net one of them for Kanaya. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I have great fear. You stand your ground as they lurch towards you, trying to select the most alluring. Ah! Look at her and her chainsaw. Her wonderful Aridin cutting in half chainsaw. Suddenly, Kanai is at your side, out of breath from running. She's wielding her chainsaw. Are you actually bereft of sense? You don't fight the undead. This is suicidal. You weren't trying to fight them, but there's no time to explain that because they attack you anyway. The great monstrous arm backhands you to the ground, and the monstrous claw tears through your ground and into your shoulder, lifting you by it. The creature opens a mouth full of more teeth than you thought could fit inside there. Then you're falling, you hit the ground and roll, dirt grinding into the wounds on your arm. The top half of the creature lands next to you, twitching slightly. Kanai's chainsaw gleams with its black blood. She twirls and bisects another undead thing, but then a third bear hugs her from behind and lifts her, its maw opening wide. You scramble to your feet and throw yourself at Kanai, grabbing her kicking leg and squeezing your eyes shut to concentrate. You zap. Please don't let the monster have come with you. You open your eyes. The monster did not come with you. Only its arms did. Kanai shakes herself a little bit, free from their disembodied embrace. Blood pools on her carpet. She does something to get rid of her chainsaw, and suddenly she's holding a tube of lipstick, which she opens. She slicks a fresh coat of black onto her lips. You slowly catch your breath. You're about to offer an apology, but something makes you pause. Kanai is staring at the pools of blood. She cautiously, guiltily, leans down and swipes a finger in the mess. Then she brings it to her mouth and delicately licks. She makes a face and spits the blood out. Then she looks up at you, flushing emerald with embarrassment. Oh, you think you made a mistake. Kanaya doesn't want to date a vampire. She wants to be a vampire. Pretend you do not see that. You smile cautiously. It's okay, you tell her. You're embarrassed yourself by your foolish actions. Yes. Why did you do that? Also, how did you teleport? We'll be coming back to that one, do not mistake me. But I can't understand why anyone would run straight into a horde of undead. You look down. Well, it just when you said undead, you were picturing something else. Another kind of creature that wasn't dead, and now, or that was dead, and now isn't, and is a little more appealing. Understanding dawns. Oh, I see. Well, that's understandable. Vampires are just so cool. They're so cool and hot, and it would make sense for anyone to want to be one. I don't know what a vampire is, but I believe that we are on the same page. Maybe I misjudged you. Perhaps you have greater intelligence and finer taste than I originally inferred. Maybe, you say, and you bet anyone with taste would find Kanai's daring, unconventional aesthetic intriguing. Even someone like the tentacle therapist? Kanaya freezes. How do you... No, did you just... I mean, who is that? I mean, she clears her throat uncomfortably. Whoever that is, I hope you're alright. And also, well, she looks embarrassed again. Thank you for saying so. You nod, wondering if you should say more. But you should keep that friend's secrets, just like you were going to keep Kanaya's vampire fantasy a secret. Because that's what friends do. They're such dorks. I love them. I love them so much. Wrong button. Oh, come on now, Steam controller. Behave. Fine, I'll do Gamzee. First things first, you deliver Carcat into the arms of a giant white crab, which strikes you as a totally normal and safe thing to do. Wait, hold on. Why are we back at Carcat? Wait, hold on. Okay, no, I'm not. Okay, I'm not. Okay, no, I'm not. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. It is in order. I just okay. Okay. Confused, but okay. First things first, you deliver Carcat into the arms of a giant white crab, which strikes you as a totally normal and safe thing to do. You're really beginning to get the hang of the Zap situation. For instance, you're not capable of utilizing it without unleashing a lengthy exposition on the values of interpersonal relationships. You can just go. Lucky too, since when you dropped Carcat off his place, he did not look in the mood for philosophy. Or crawling into bed sleeping for a week. You don't blame him. Dave and John are nice kids, but they do require a high level of buy-in to talk to. Since you have a memory like a steel friendship trap, you recall there's another possible bro in the area. What had Carcat called that kid that he lost his shit at the thought of meeting? Macarena? Macaroni? I am filled with such existential dread. You zap to Macaroni's house. This time you aim for this yard, not the broom closet, and you find yourself outside a huge sandstone castle at the edge of a dark, sprawling ocean. You'd have said it was abandoned if not for the lights on inside the window. Standing at the tide line is some sort of Halloween decoration. A scarecrow made entirely of sticks and hair and a pair of oversized gray sweatpants. Wait, they probably don't even have Halloween there. It's already spooky enough every day. A nocturnal world can't even fuck with a night holiday. The scarecrow throws a rock into the surf, winding up his long, thin arms as a whole production, although the motion is surprisingly fluid. You edge closer now, wanting to alarm him, but needing to move the plot along at a reasonable clip. You clear your throat. The boy scarecrow does the laziest double take you've ever seen. It's like he's on half speed. Motherfucker, are you lost? That's a little forward. Not that you aren't hip to all the choicest trends that the kids are on. You have absolutely no problem with some random teen just swearing at you out of the blue. It's absolutely fine. In fact, you love it. Makara, that's what his name was. You ever look at the ocean? You know, really get your eye stalks going on it. Well, yeah, you're doing that right now, actually, since the ocean is right in front of you, and that's very hard not to see at least the corner of your eye. Oh, dang. Felt for sure you were someone's little lost lusus on account of you being white all over. Not my old goat for sure. That old bastard's never once showed his ugly skull to share a pie. Dad creeps in on the beach, taking an automatic step back. The water looks normal and Makara is up to his shins in the surf, but you still don't trust like that. You can teleport, but that doesn't mean you want your toes burned off by alien saltwater or whatever the fuck. What about you, stranger? You ever get down on a hot, warm plate of gooey mess? Hi, motherfucker. I got one in the oven. Oh, how silly of you. You love pie. You love it so much more than any of the weird shit you thought he was talking about. He grins in, oh god, horror. Horror opens a pit in your stomach as his skin cracks. Before you realize it's makeup, he's got face paint on. You guess it's kind of like a clown thing going on? It tracks. The big pants, the crazy hair, etc. It's actually kind of fucking weird, but really not as weird as it should be. Like everything since you began this rollicking friendship romp, this new information feels like remembering rather than learning. But right now, all you really care about learning or remembering is that sweet pie the kid mentioned. Oh no! Oh no! Hell yeah! You got your pan all where it's supposed to be. In your sack. Gamzee. Come again? Gamzee. Bless you. My name, motherfucker. For a second, the kid's vacant eyes... For a second, the kid's vacant stare sharpens. His gray eyes are looking down a long, empty corridor. Or for just the briefest moment you think you see something lurking at the end of it. Something angry. And then it's gone. The purples are terrifying. I don't even know how to describe them. They are just terrifying. They're like... From everything I have seen, purples are all like if Grog Strongjaw was permanently in a rage, and the only thing that knocks them out of rage is getting absolutely high as hell off of weird slime shit. Gamzee brings you inside his hive, which is lopsided and shakes when the wind blows. Whoever designed it definitely got their architecture degree online. It also smells a lot like weed. You take a step into the living room. Honk! Oh, Jesus Christ. There are like 40 little honk horns strewn across the floor, in a pattern that makes it absolutely inevitable that you step on most of them on the way to the couch. You give up after a few seconds of careful hopping and just honk your way across the room. It's a goose party up in here. Oh yeah, brother, make that music. Sometimes it all just gets too much to contain, you know what I'm saying? Gamzee sticks his head around the door to what he assumes must be the kitchen. He's got flour on his nose. You thought he said the pie was already in the oven. What's he using flour for? The music builds up, don't it? It's like a miracle. Like a little ball of snot what's all caught up in your sock sphincters. You actually have no idea what he's talking about, and you're pretty sure that's not your fault. A bunch of clattering and banging interrupts your thoughts. Dear God, what is he doing in there? How hard is he baking? Then you realize it isn't coming from the kitchen. It's coming from a different door, a closet door. What even is that? Oh fuck. Oh fuck, it's you and Carcat. You must have time traveled it without even meaning to when you zapped here. Damn it, you thought you were getting the hang of this. But how do you respond to this absolutely unforeseen turn of events? Well, I know what happened in the timeline that we actually went through. So, I'm gonna open the door, because I'm curious. You spring up to answer the door, because that's what any good guest would do while their host is busy fighting a pie. You honk your way over, making more music on the way. Miracles or whatever. You wonder what you're going to see when you see yourself. You'll probably be pretty surprised. Up close, the door's kind of warm? Not temperature-wise, more in an existential way. A narrative weight hangs upon this door. And when you touch it, tingling heat shoots up your fingers. Oh no. Oh no. Man, this door's great. You don't want anything more than to open this door. Shit, you love this door. Just doors in general, actually. Fucking amazing. You love to open them and be in one place, and then walk through and be in another. You twist the handle. You are forcibly returned to the start screen. Yeah, I kind of expected that. I expected some sort of weird paradox anomaly thing to go on. Figuring this is the best way to prevent a paradox, you wait until the racket gets low enough to alert your host. What? Hate that! Hate that whispered miracle. That was just like whispered in my ear. What's all that? You shrug and you open your eyes real wide to show just how innocent you are. This is a total mystery that absolutely needs solving. Oh, hold up, my brother. I'm hearing something in the scrub cubby. Some squeak beast what's got itself all trapped. The noise in the closet door breaks off just as Gamzee throws open the door. Yep, same place as before. Other you and Carcat must be shouting at each other back in his hive. Well, he'll be doing most of the shouting. It really is a mess in there. Shit. Yeah, little monster skittered off. Yeah, weird. You have no idea where they went. You're totally sure that there's not a friend of his who flipped out on the sheer sound of his voice. That would be ridiculous. Oh, no doubt. You're glad you agreed about that. But speaking of which, you mentioned that you're a friend in common. Carcat? Small? Shouty? Gamzee cracks into such a wide grin that you're almost surprised his face doesn't turn inside out. Yeah, there's my best fucking friend. As close as two wrigglers that slithered out of the mother grub's frumpy ass together. We got a rap on. Rap? Like actual rap? Carcat doesn't really strike me as the rapping type. Not so much as you'd notice, but I know he's got that music inside him somewhere. All wrapped up under his skin, just waiting for a real motherfucking brother to rip it out. Ah, that's incredibly romantic, but absolutely the creepiest shit you've ever heard. Ah, hell yeah. An ungodly amount of steam issues from the kitchen, like someone baking in a cartoon. Whatever it is smells amazing, sugary with just a hint of sharpness to it. Did Gamzee say what kind of pie he's making? Miracle pie, sister. Miracle pie. Oh nice, miracle flavor. Sounds nice and not at all like it might burn the roof off of your mouth. God, Sopper Slime. Turns out, if I wear my headset the wrong way, I get incredible headaches from my hair being trapped underneath it. I'm trying to make do, and find out how to not have that happen. It could also be stress. Who knows? Gamzee emerges from the kitchen, the sweet smell getting stronger as he comes closer. He isn't carrying any plates or forks or whatever, so I guess you're just going to eat with your hands? Look down at your grubby little paws. When was the last time you watched these silly things? You are disgusting. But then you get a look at the pie and realize that germs are not going to be the least of your concerns. It's thick and gelatinous and green, neon green, poison control green, like a clip art of something toxic. You are absolutely sure that whatever that pie is made of, humans are not meant to eat it. Probably not trolls either. I'm saving, because I have a feeling I'm going to get a choice to eat the pie or not. My predictions. If I eat the pie, you get high as hell, and you and Gamzee kind of vibe. Also, you might die. If you don't eat the pie, Gamzee kills you. There's not a great... Purples are hard to predict. Also, Gamzee kills one of my favorite trolls in the actual comic, so I don't like him, okay? So, sorry, I got a message. I gotta make sure it's not an emergency. It's probably not. It's probably a very cute person messaging me, but I need to make sure it's not an emergency, because I have anxiety. Huh. I was not incorrect. It was a cute person messaging me. However, not what I was expecting. Gamzee sits down next to you, stretching out his long, skinny legs on the coffee table, knocking over a stack of comics and a couple empty Faygo bottles. Yikes, this does not make you feel any better about his ability to make good nutritional choices. You ask Gamzee as politely as you are able what kind of pie it is. Oh, dang, brother. Oh, I need to actually... This typing quirk, I swear. Oh, dang, brother. A Nutri-mercenary never gives away his secret ingredient. All you need to know is this. The good shit. You want to see the miracles the way I see them? I know you do. I can hear it in your voice. I can see it in your sea stalks. This is the shit that's gonna put you all the way up over the top. Gamzee gives you that one look. You know the one. When your friend tells you that they got some deliriously dang shit that they're just aching to share with you. That's a real thing that happens. It is absolutely drugs. This is a drug pie. I'm so nervous. Don't do... Any kids watching this, don't do drugs. Like, weed doesn't fuck you up if you're an adult. It will do bad shit to your brain otherwise. Dare to resist drugs and alcohol. You take a deep breath and prepare to stand up to peer pressure. You tell Gamzee that you think he'll pass on the pie. Oh, for real? No one's ever turned down a bite before. Oh no. Oh no. Terror. Terror in my veins. Really? How many people has he offered it to? Gamzee grins. Well, motherfucker, you got me there. No fear, brother. No fear. You gotta be all doing what you're feeling. No way I'm about to harsh a brother's flow when it comes to all their personal preferences or whatever. Oh, thank God. He isn't gonna think you're uncool for not doing his drug pie. You can't exactly recall where you picked up the idea that Alternian drugs are not a good idea, but you're pretty sure it's right. Maybe just a good general rule of thumb. Avoid alien-controlled substances, or possibly all alien substances. Maybe it would be bad for you even if it wasn't drug pie. Your internal anatomy is still a mystery to you. Actually, Gamzee is taking this all so well you feel emboldened to go further. Push a little harder. Man, you are really getting brazen with this after-school special shit. Oh no. Oh no! You suggest that Gamzee that maybe, just maybe, he shouldn't eat the pie either. He raises both eyebrows and gives you a slow blink, looking from the pie to you and back again. He looks absolutely flabbergasted at the idea. Oh no, is this where I die? Hasn't anybody ever mentioned to him that he should be careful of what he eats? Not even Carcat? Carcat absolutely seemed like the kind of guy who wants to micromanage his friends' lives. Might said a thing or two. Once or maybe 2 times. Does Gamzee ever think about following his good friend's advice? Gamzee freezes with one long-fingered hand reaching for the pie. You can practically see the gears turning in his head. You catch another flicker of that flat, affectless menace behind his eyes. Then he splits to another big, sloppy grin. Fuck it. Oh god, I'm so fucking terrified! Fuck this! Gamesy raises eerily to his feet like he's a marionette on strings, almost without bending his knees. Picking up the pie, he shovels across the rumpus block and opens the window. He makes eye contact as he makes and holds eye contact as he throws the pie out the window. Oh, okay, well, it's one way to get rid of it. But what about the pie plate? Or where that came from. Anything I want, I just enter into the computer and it appears outside the hive a couple hours later. Fucking miracles, man. Or maybe just same day delivery? Is there a troll Amazon? Gamsey lets out a creaky laugh. It makes you just a little nervous and you can't quite pinpoint why. Slow down, brother. You're talking all the deep motherfucking heresies today. Turning down a perfectly good pie, what could have got us well and truly seeing glories? What's the Messiah's put up on this planet? Don't take away my miracles, too. Terror. Oh god, it's not changing. You just keep me that expression. Okay, hi. Here in terror. Well, you didn't make him throw the pie out the window. You just made a suggestion. He didn't have to listen to you. No, you got the right of it. We'll do it your way. You never know, the old goat might come home for once. And he never likes it when I fly high on pie. Well, if he's sure... Gamsey looks at you from across the room, silhouetted against the window like a black spot on the moon. You think you may have made a mistake. You're not exactly sure why. Just something in the back of your head is shouting at you. Maybe you'll check just to be sure. I am terrified of progressing. This is like the Homestuck version of that Sesame Street book, Monster at the End of This Book, which had me terrified as a child. So when Gamsey looks back into the kitchen, maybe to throw more shit passive-aggressively out a window, you zap forward just a little while, a couple of days. The house is quiet. Looks mostly the same. When you listen, though, you hear a steady thump, thump, thump. If you didn't know better, you might say of someone banging something against the drywall. For instance, their head. I feel actually suddenly compelled to check the warnings for this chapter. Are we gonna watch him murder somebody? It's Gamsey, and he's sober, so I wouldn't be surprised. Blood, gore, death, parental neglect, drug use. Okay, pretty normal for trolls. Nothing too bad, hopefully. The sound rattles through the stone of the hive and builds along the scaffolding of your body. With mounting dread, you zap forward a few days. The hive is a wreck. It wasn't exactly a showroom before, but now there are 3 times as many honkhorns and Faygo bottles overflow off the table. The couch bleeds, stuffing from 3 long gouges. The TV is shattered and every mirror in the house is broken. Every shiny surface is slashed past recognition. It's almost like someone didn't want to see themselves. Gamsey? Oh god, what happened? You zap to Karkat's hive. He knows Gamsey. He'll be able to tell you. Oh god. Red everywhere. Inside Karkat's bedroom walls, the floor even arcing up to the ceiling. Karkat's red blood. You never got a chance to talk to him about it. Your stomach curls in on itself and you fall forward onto your knees, retching onto the carpet. You haven't had any of the pie, so nothing comes up. Kanaya's room is in far greater disarray. She looks like she's put up more of a fight than Karkat had. There are great gouts of jade blood over the bolts of cloth on the drafted table, but it's joined by deep splashes of royal purple. Kanaya's Homestuck glows sickly in the dim room. A smiley face with a round clown nose is painted in blood on the screen. Beneath it, an instant message flashes. Fussy fangs? What the fuck? You can't ignore me forever, Miriam. I doubt you could even do it for one night. The cursor flashes. Green and purple oozes on the keys. Still wet. Oh god, he's gone for AG2. You have to do something. You appear in a tall stone room. You've never been here before. Maybe you have. Maybe you've already made good friends with the people. It really depends on which option you chose at the beginning of the volume. God, why did you think that? Why isn't your brain working? What the fuck's wrong with you? Why do you feel like you know all this, but not? Like you watched it all happen to somebody else? From this to hear Telltale Honk, please don't force me to watch him do this to Nepeta again. Ice shoots up your spine. That is the most cursed noise you've ever heard in your life. Jesus fuck, you're gonna have nightmares filled with brass instrumentation, provided you don't die immediately. Don't see Olive. I don't see Olive yet. Oh. Hey there, motherfucker. You're late. Oh, hey, Gamzee. You sure look totally fucked up. Green and crimson paint his shirt. Splashed up his arms to the elbows. It's like fucking Christmas up in here. Three deep purple gouges intersect his face, still bleeding freshly. Freely. Wait. No. No. Shit, dude, you should have kept doing your drugs if this was the alternative. Talk about an overreaction. Overreaction? Isn't no fucking reaction. Little aberrant speck of warm meat. This is the true God's judgment. Came to me, motherfucker. He spoke his words in my ear. He's the only one that's ever bothered to say motherfucking truths to me. Who came to him? Who was speaking truths? Don't worry, you'll see. You'll meet him soon. Honk. 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 Oh god. Yeah. Look. I was not joking, okay? I wasn't joking or being dumb when I was describing why purples are terrifying. This is these are both terrible ideas. You know what? Fuck it. You're magic. You can do whatever you want. You scoop out a big green glowing glob of poison pie. It's so gooey and thick it almost slides right out of your hand. You manage to get a little bit of it into your mouth. Oh. It punches you right in the taste buds. So sweet your teeth aching without any discernible texture. You just scoop that slowly fills your mouth and coats your throat. Wow, this sure is a tactile experience. It doesn't taste bad. Just sort of like you swallowed a sweet big handful of something. Nausea hits you in a wave and every nerve ratchets tight. Yep, this is definitely not meant for whatever kind of creature you are. Your body wants to reject it. You lean over the arm of the couch and prepare to give this volume an additional content warning. But the feeling passes. It not only does it pass, it is accompanied by a rising sweep of euphoria. It shivers up from your stomach and into your brainstem. You let out an unintentional sigh of happiness and settle back down into the couch. Wow, you feel so great right now. Holy shit. I'm not reading that sentence out loud. You wanted to do them all the time. No wonder Gamzee's so intent on getting this pie finished. If you were him and you knew the secret to the wonders of the universe, you would never eat anything else. Ever. A long finger taps on your shoulder. More motherfucker? He offers you the pie plate and you eagerly dig your fingers in. It's getting all over the couch in your face, but you don't care. You just want more of that perfect, contented feeling. Gamzee watched you with dreamy approval. Somehow the two of you end up back in the supply closet. You aren't really sure why. It just felt like a good idea to go in here. Possibly to investigate whatever was making much silly noise just a few minutes ago. Oh, you know what it was. It was you and Carcat. You guys came to visit Gamzee the one time, but Carcat wussed out. You'll try harder next time. Good try, motherfucker. You're not pulling my stem that easy. My nubby little brother hasn't been anywhere near my motherfucking hive. I've tried to get him over here again and again, you know. But he's all got this hate on for face-to-face hangouts. I like you. You got your motherfucking pan blown right the fuck open. You're like me, my sister. You're wide open to the motherfucking miracles. You told Gamzee that he's totally right. You are so ready and open to whatever miracles come along. But no, seriously. Motherfucker. If you want to, the two of you could probably go visit Carcat right now. He's probably sleeping off his trip to an alien planet, but you could wait or just step forward in time a little bit. That's a thing you can do. Oh, for real? Why didn't you say so then, motherfucker? Zap us on out of here. Sure, right away. Anything you want, best friend. Oh no. Teleporting wall blasted. This can't be good. Right away, best friend. Gamzee gives you another one of those wide, messy grins. I can't contain his joy at the thought of being someone's best friend. You totally sympathize. You actually can't remember how to use your magic powers right now. You think it's possible you're a little too high. You don't even remember how you came to be lying on this filthy closet floor, looking up at the filthy closet ceiling. Shouldn't you be trying to keep the place with your cleaning supplies a little, you know, cleaner? No worries, my brother. There isn't any rush. I got my certainty on that one day we're all gonna get together in one big corn pile. My boy Carcat, T-Dog, Equius, That nasty cerulean bitch that's always mad as hell. Everybody. Well, I'll climb up to the clouds together. You don't know what some of these people are, but that's okay. You're confident that they'd all make amazing friends, and you can't wait to climb up onto the sky with them. What will you do once you get up there? We ride that dark carnival all the way to paradise, my brother. The dark carnival? That sounds familiar somehow. I feel like you've heard of it before. Oh, I should hope so, motherfucker. Anybody what's got any kind of head for religious dogma has all heard of this shit. I knew you were a real one. Oh yeah, for sure, you are the realist, but like, imagine you weren't as real as you could be. What would you tell some dumb asshole who had no idea what games he was talking about? Dark carnival's where the path leads to, my brother. Back in the old days, the righteous got their blood poured out when their time came. All that purple painting the ringmaster's circle. But nowadays, it's more like a metaphor and shit. When a motherfucker dies, his soul's all ruptured up from his corpse meat, right? And that soul's got to all up and go somewhere, don't it? It's not about to just float around untethered. So it rides on up to the carnival where it gets all right and properly judged. See whether it's been a good bitch or a naughty motherfucker. Anyway, that's how the miracles work. Right. Good, that sounds amazing. You really hope Gamzee gets there one day. Something jagged slams up against the haze of drugged contentment. Feel it like a booming knock on the inside of your consciousness. You remember a face. Gamzee's face. No, not quite. It's a face with makeup, but it's younger, kinder, more vulnerable. You remember this is a friend. You remember you had friends. You remember a clown. With a monumental effort, you force yourself into a sitting position. Gamzee still splayed out on the floor, totally gone. You had to figure this out for a split second. You had it. You shake your head, trying to clear it. You stagger up. Gamzee makes a sleepy noise and rolls onto his side. Stagger back into the living room. Oh. I just realized there's olive and yellow and orange and red and brown stains on the walls. That is very likely blood. You stagger back into the living room, feeling your way across the wall until you find an ablution trap. You locate the sink and splash some water on your face, trying to focus enough to concentrate, but not enough to lose this thread. Somehow you know if you were to become too aware of yourself, you're going to completely forget everything again. It's almost like someone wants you to forget. Forget all your friends and your past adventures. You close your eyes and picture that friendly clown face. A name drifts across your mind, almost close enough to snatch. The one who owned the thing. Zap. Whoa! All of your other trips through the narrative have been instantaneous. 1 second you're in a place, then the next you're in another. This time the air feels warm and gelatinous, like trying to run while waist deep in water. The drug pie could just be... Did it change? I think it did. I think it got less pixelated. The drug pie could be fucking with your powers, but you know in the core of you that isn't right. You are where you aren't supposed to be, and something here knows you're trespassing. Something here is awake, and it sees you. Your body goes through a series of shivers, not unlike when you first tasted the pie. Some distant layer of you knows that whatever you're experiencing is wrong, not meant to be seen by anyone, as if somehow you got a glimpse of the subatomic level. Your vision stretched out a long, empty corridor, and at the other end is, T-posing to assert dominance. You slingshot back to Gamzee's vibe, hitting the floor with what feels like every inch of your body. God, how can you fall on your ass and your head at the same time? How is that legal? Even worse, you pivot sobered up much faster than you have any right to. The highs broken like a fever and you're sweating through your trendy-colored shirt. You turned. Gamzee somehow moved himself to the couch while you were doing whatever it was. Trying to throw yourself into the part of the narrative that you don't have permission to see. You look significantly less stoned than before. Where'd you go, motherfucker? Oh, you just tried to pop in to visit someone. Someone you thought you remembered from your past, and it went wrong. Somehow you're trying to just get the image of a T-posing figure, which is absolutely absurd. Yeah, that's some deep nonsense right there. Some righteous fucking noise. Yeah, you guess so. Probably just the drugs, though. Gamzee looks at you through slitted, hazing eyes, and you realize that trying to explain anything to him when he's in the state isn't going to do any good. Just a fever dream. That's probably exactly what it was. Shit, maybe this is what the kids refer to as a bad trip. Is this what Gamzee does? Just sit in his hive all day and gets high? Well, it's a perfectly respectable way to deal with a hell place like Alternia, but God, it makes you sad. All these kids you've met so far make you so incredibly sad. There, now you went and bummed yourself out. You're exhausted. You really aren't above doing the least amount of work for the highest possible. You really aren't above doing the least amount of work for the highest possible reward here. You shrug and tell him that you probably experienced was a miracle. Gamzee's beatific smile makes it all the better. Victory? Question mark? Oh no. Okay, we did already Vriska. God. Aqueous, please be YouTube appropriate. I beg of you. I know you have a weird hard-on for the Weird Horseman. Please be YouTube appropriate. It's a clear, cool night and you're wandering around trying to decide whose hive you should crash out before the sun comes up. It's nice having so many options, places to stay. You've cultivated a decent community for yourself and there's an ember of pride in your belly about it. So you find yourself feeling a bit aimless. The last couple friends you made are pretty intense. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but you're vibing at the chiller frequency right now. There's still a while till it gets dangerously light out, so you sort of pop around seeing what feels right. It's kind of fun testing out the boundaries of your powers. You've used it to find friends, but you're really not sure how far it goes. You think a tree and you don't know how your magic brain decides which tree to choose, but fuck if you aren't sitting on an extremely high branch a second later. You try it again with whatever concept comes to mind. You try again. Garden. Cave. Mall. And it all works. You don't remember even having seen any of these specific places, but you feel a strange prickly affinity for each of them, each time your feet touch the ground. Those are all pretty generic locational nouns, though. You wonder if it works for things that are more abstract. Quickly, before you talk yourself out of the naivety of it, you think home. It still takes you a minute to open your eyes after you feel all your guts all back in the right place. Because what if you wake up in a room that feels like yours, or worse, and infinitely more likely, what if you don't? You breathe in deep and immediately cough wretchedly. You open your watery eyes, clinging to the hope that you maybe come from a land of dusty comforts where you always just breathe in layers of dust and it's fine. It's not fine. You've landed inside one of the spindliest, most precarious hunks of metal that has ever been bolted onto the east side of a cliff. Looks like some ancient outpost, not homey at all. Of course that wouldn't work, it was stupid to try it. Defeat is bitter in your mouth. There's a twisty part of you that wants to curl up on this particular piece of floor and take a nap. You can't work out how much of that urges you just wanting to give in, or just in case you don't surrender to it. Maybe you'll come back another time and sift through all the shit in the shelves, but for now you're not sure how structurally sound this thing is, and you can't take any more disappointment. So you try one more time to pop up somewhere you haven't been before. What was that one guy's name that Gamzee mentioned? Oh yeah, Aqueous. Maybe he's chill. No, he is not. Aqueous is the least chill troll. Well, you'll see soon. Aqueous is awkward and weird. He's not scary like Gamzee is. You think his name's that way, imagining yourself leaving an edgy, despondent swirl of dust in your wake. Hi, Aqueous. God. Yep, these sure are images that we're viewing. Your magical zap calibration maybe isn't as off as you thought, because you pop in down Aqueous as close as it is possible to get to the dude without landing directly on top of him. The astonishing unchillness of the situation is imminently apparent. He is mid-jump, mid-yell, mid-sweat, and mid-swing of an outlandishly beefy arm down towards you. You free his frame like an anime protagonist analyzing the choices mid-battle. In your drawn-out split second of an observational window, you realize he's not aiming at you, but in the direction of whatever nosy worrying thing you happen to plop down in front of. Fuck? As soon as he sees you, his eyebrows shoot up above his busted-ass sunglasses, and his yell strangles itself into a panic. His arm shudders, though he's trying to, and failing to alter its glorious faceward trajectory. Oh, right! You really do not want to get your face punched off, so you scream and zap just outside the high arched door on the far side of the room. You hear a deep, meaty thunk, followed by a groan, then a sharp metallic crunch. The whirring stops. Oh my god, is he dead? Is the other thing dead? Should you go check on him? You skid away from the door and then back to it, unsure what to do. Oh, Jesus. Sorry. I just suddenly have 6 notifications? I need to ensure nothing's falling apart. Ah, okay. Everything's fine. Someone just being very cute and sending me lots of small messages. Lovely. Genuinely lovely. If you see this and that was you, it's fine. You're very cute. Was that? No. It can't have been. Oh, wait, no. God, what even should his voice be? What was that? No, it can't have been. Hello, show yourself this instant. Ah, fuck, he does not sound happy. His words are just a little garbled too, like some teeth just got knocked out by whoever's ass he was just kicking. You weigh your options. I guess be brave? Oh no. Oh man. You know the game's seal of approval is maybe not the most credible, but this guy must be an okay dude. It would definitely be your fault if he was hurting there. You should at least check on him, explain yourself. You can zap away if it comes down to it. You do the polite thing this time and knock. He opens the door fast, just like he was on the other side. Like he was just on the other side of it. You both jump. He collects himself and glares at you, arms crossed against his heaving chest. Rivulets of blood and sweat run together and pool into the divot above his weird alien clavicle. And a low menacing sound rumbles through him. You can feel it in your teeth. Holy shit, he's terrifying. Explain yourself immediately. You think he might shit your pants on the spot, but he gives you a quick up and down and rearranges his expression into a sort of forced smile. He doesn't really feel any more welcoming, but with the blood dripping down his chin. But the fact that he's trying to is maybe a good sign. You hold in your fear shit, just in case. Or perhaps come in and take a seat. He steps aside to beckon you through the door, then sort of freezes. Unless you should be the one attracting me, in case it would behavior to make that promptly apparent. I cannot work out how exactly to address you when you don't wear a cat symbol, and you 100k look like that, which I'm either very sorry for or quite cross about, depending on where the truth lies. Either way, I'm beginning to perspire about it. Throw out with it right now. Man, he's really struggling. The anger you felt radiating off him before is still there, but that doesn't seem to quite be all what's driving him. It's like there are two competing forces inside of him, one that wants to yell at you and one that wants to get yelled at by you. You might conceptualize these forces as fierce animals warring in glorious, unwavering balances. Horses, perhaps? Anyway, he'll workshop that metaphor later. You tell him that you know you look weird, but you promise you're cool. You know a friend of his. At the mention of Gamzee, the corner of his lip curls into something complicated, so he just changed course real fast just in case. And Karkat. Does he know Karkat? What a guy. He eyes you warily. Or you think he probably does. With his eyes hidden behind his shades, you can't be sure, but he's still very still. Sweat and blood are still just fucking running down his face, and he's still not even acknowledging it. You laugh nervously. You both continue to stand there waiting for the other to make a move. It would be super helpful if there was someone assertive around. Luckily, some kind of cow centaur man walks. His Lussus, you assume, breaks the awkward doorway stalemate by silently trotting up and handing Equius a desperately needed towel. He then offers you both some frosty glasses of milk. Something deep inside you feels a swell of warm recognition for the ritualistic moment of a friend's parent bringing you snacks, so you down that thick shit in one go. The Lussus's mustache flutters in appreciation, and after a nod between him and Equius, he lives as quietly as he came. I see you're an aficionado of the sweetest of nectars. This speaks to the likelihood of your nobility, which is reassuring. I may have been able to overlook the circumstances of our meeting then. You can provide strong evidence, of course. Tell me, are you also a hoofbeast art enthusiast? He beckons you inside the room, and as you follow, you tell him you're not really sure what that means, but probably. You're a fan of a lot of... Oh. Haha, okay, so that's what that means. Yeah, you know, whatever. You feel like you learned once that anything can be art if it feels right. So art can definitely be the, well-muscled horseman on the walls of this here living space. Equius rumbles in agreement and gestures towards a chair. It's one of those cool red and black gamer-themed chairs with embedded speakers. There's a lot of that kind of decorating motif in here, which is a little at odds with the high ceilings and engraved doorways and general blue blood high money architecture. Oh yeah, haha, and there are broken bows and robot parts all over the goddamn fucking place. Not a neat little statue connected to the robot parts to create whole robots, just an absolute wasteland of obliterated robo-corpses, like they all were torn limb from limb and then just screwed it off towards the wall. A fair few of them were spattered in blood too. Right, it looks almost black, but the fresh stuff on the fists of the one in pieces at your feet is bright indigo. On the one hand, it is absolutely relieved to see that it's all metal and not flesh body parts scattered around the floor. But you know, it's still not fucked up looking. Your smile probably has too many teeth and it seems normal, but Equius returns it in kind and leans what he probably thinks is casually against the edge of his desk. It creaks under his weight. Jesus, he could just end you in half a second, couldn't he? You're not wrong, narrator! You claim you have mutual acquaintances, so demonstrate it. He nods towards the screen on his desktop where he has Trolling open. Oh fuck, okay. You guess we can just click on someone and ask them to prove it. He seems to know both Karkat and Gamzee. Between the two, you know he's most likely to be online and ready to pester and be pestered at all time. So you click a screen name and start typing. Hey Karkat, I hope you're having a good day. I just have a quick favor to ask you. Wait, what? Oh, also, I miss you. What the fuck? What happened to you? Where's your horrifying quirk? How am I supposed to saddle up for some truly nauseating conversation if I don't have a not veiled at all bold reference greeting me at the beginning of every one of your excruciating messages? Are you sick? Like, in a new way? Oh right, Jesus, you're logged in as Equius. You fool ass. Or your fool ass started typing like you had your own account for some reason. You blame it on nerves and get clarifying. Oh, haha, sorry, this is your new friend. After I dropped you off yesterday, I wandered around for a while, and now I'm hanging out with Equius. I'm using his computer. Oh, that pusher almost fucking gave up on the spot. I don't think you trust me. Can you vouch for me? Hold on, let me just bask in the concept of the two of you hanging out. This is a mental masterpiece, a tableau of awkward fucking splendor. I legitimately do not even know what sort of short-circuiting must be happening in this brain to try and make sense of you. Please don't tell me a single fucking thing about it later. Okay, whew, I'm done now. Is he watching? Equius leans over your shoulder and tucks his hair behind his ear so it doesn't get in the way of his typing. It's a bow and arrow. Any resemblance otherwise is only a pleasant coincidence. And yes, I'm watching. Okay, whatever. Listen up, you milk-logged chum squelcher. This little guy right here, the one you're probably dripping sweat all over, that's one of the realest friends you will ever hope to make. Sure, they'll send your life creating horrendously off course, but it'll absolutely be worth it for the level of dedication they bring to the table. Don't even bother with the blood color horseshit with this one, since they're the only one of their species. Just roll with it for once in your wretched life. Don't fuck this one up, Zahak. They're an abomination. They wouldn't know what a boundary was if it took up residence to their grease chute. The you two have those things in common, so in that case, that's a good thing. Equius inhales sharply, and you wonder what Karkat meant by that. About Equius, you mean? Sure. You're an unexplicable thing, neither Earthling nor Altarnian, but with the weird, itchy memories about having lived on both planets. But it didn't seem out of the normal range of fucked up things, considering troll standards. In fact, how about this? This is sufficient. Goodbye. He minimizes the window and steps back, somehow sweatier than he was before. He taps his towel gingerly to his forehead. Pardon me. So, now we've been properly introduced. Okay then, you definitely thought he was going to be more thorough than that. He does seem a little shaken up, so maybe you could just be thankful for the conversation. Cut short before you could really dig in too deep about your learning and get judgmental about it. I do not know how the standard method of communication with your species. You will take the lead here, and it will surely become clear how I should proceed. Yes, that sounds extremely feasible. You will now begin the friendship process. I command it. Equius, I love you, my guy. You're reading as things, and it's very funny, actually. You're way more Actually, I like you way more now than I did when I read the comic back in, you know, the ancient past of forgotten aeons. Also, that bow on the wall looks like a Monster Hunter bow. Just saying. Oh, sure, you got this. How exactly do you got this? Yeah. Oh, I love both of these. Show off your cool powers. So, we're both freaks, huh? Show off my cool powers. Great, you can do that. Making friendships happen is like the one skill you actually have. From what you recall, you have 100% success rate at it, too. So this budding rapport is safe in your hands. Excellent. Woo! You really weren't sure he'd be down for this. It really seemed like he might be coming to kill you when you heard him stomping towards the door earlier. Kill you? I would never. He cut himself off, though, as he didn't intend to admit he didn't have it in him to murder you, and clears his throat. At first, I thought you might be Arthur or Mylissus. It's ridiculous looking back, though. You do share a sort of globular pated resemblance. How did you come to entangle yourself in my brawl, only to immediately escape? Are you abnormally fast? I admit the particular method of being strong had not occurred to me, but I am intrigued. I, too, like to test the limits of physical capability. Oh no, you can just zap places. Kind of like strength, maybe? If you want to find a superpower that way, you show off a bit, since you know Equius likes demonstrations. You tell him all about how you have to do is think of the place or person you want to visit, and pop! Wait. Oh, you go up to the top of the pile of robot parts, and then back in front of him on the floor. It's like that, except for anywhere. I see. This is exceptional. He sort of just starts quaking gently where he stands. He rubs his neck with his towel, but he's not really even sweating any more than he already had. It's as though in his excitement he forgot to sweat, and just dabbed by force of habit. Is that a thing? Why are you even noticing this shit? Is it possible around to bring along a Palian rider? What, like, is that buddy with you? In answer, you extend an elbow for him to grab. His whole body is vibrating by this point. He reaches his hand out, but stops just before he touches you, like you might shock him. It's okay, it won't hurt, you say. His fingers twitch just above your elbow, and his mouth purses in distrust. You're not sure exactly what he's worried about, since you're extremely undangerous, but you let him have a moment to work through whatever he's nervous about. He takes a steadying breath. It's a little unsettling to see his face relax, even briefly, into the soft, calm lines. Flipped palm up, his hand slowly cradles your forearm from below. He nods, a sharp, determined movement, and he starts telling you what to do again. You will take me with you. Her name is Nepeta. Do you acquire any other information where that'll be sufficient? That ought to do it. You haven't heard of her, and you don't think You don't think, but you feel an immediate surge of excitement about this little John. You're probably mostly just the friendship they're stalking, but you can't help but feel like this connection is supposed to be made, like it's something that matters. You zap away. I want to see my favorite girl! The pleasant little cosmic slip and slide feeling when you zap around is jolted, like you've been yanked off the ride with official your guts. You laid back exactly where you started. That did not work. Did you mislead me? No, this should work. You're not even high this time. As impressive as the strength of your powers is, perhaps you need to apply more attention to the more intricate details involved. She's an olive blood, very short and shamefully unkempt. This information will help. You hope so. He's starting to look pretty tense, even with the fond lilt in his voice when he talks about his messy friend. You give it another whirl when you feel it, that same weighty glare on the back of your neck telling you that you don't belong. Fuck, you got zap blocked again. You will try again. Each word is ground out one at a time between his clenched teeth. Blood trickles through the cracks in his bite and out the corners of his lips. You really don't think it's going to work, but Equus looks like he's a second away from losing his shit, so reluctantly you comply. Quit fucking trying to skip ahead. It's not going to work. As you hurtle through space-time towards Equus' floor, you start to wonder if this is just going to be what happens when you try and make friends. You accept this truth into your heart as your face accepts the impending wood planks. Equus lands on his feet a little ways from you, his hands balled in a fist, bellowing with impotent rage. He's not even saying words, just unleashing an agonized guttural wail. He punches an already dead robo-torso leaning against the bookshelf. In punctuation, he kicks a decapitated head, which explodes in a shower of bolts and sparks. As the dust clears, you see him dutifully wiping himself down with a towel, breathing hard. He seems to have worked out his anger because he walks with a purposeful glance, as though he learned it in Cotillion, and sits next to where you're still sort of laying on the floor. You're both silent for a beat. Equus tugs at a lock of his hair, anxiously wrapping around his fingers, hands fall to his lap. I apologize for that display. The disappointment emotion is not my favorite. I feel better now, however. Moirail is very far away, so our paths have never been able to cross. Whatever force blocking us seems to wield significant narrative power, so I'll respect its whims as above mine in status. For now. You know, it happens. You're no stranger to the ups and downs of friendship. The trick is to know when to keep trying and when to fall back, no matter how futile it feels or how alone you feel. Morale is impressive considering your circumstances. It's probably mostly a compliment. You're not really sure. Your circumstances definitely feel like they could be worse. You are very sure of yourself. How do you manage this when you are the only one of your kind? Without a society to tell you how to act or feel, how do you know if you're living in the correct way? How do you know where you belong? Or if you belong? Fucking ouch! The desire to belong is a yawning wound in your guts, one that never seems to heal. You try not to let this rip too many stitches out of it. You never feel totally secure, you say. There's always fear, always doubt, always pain. But you find people in unlikely places, make a community when and where you can. Shit, you have belongings at what, like 8 people's houses by now? It's not the same as having your own spot, but it's definitely something. You started off on the defensive, but you realize it's true. So really, you figure you're still defining yourself by your relationships with other people, but that can come from a good place, not just a twisted and forced one. You get wanting to know you're coming from something right, that you're doing something right, unlocking your own mentally devised set of achievements for that sweet dopamine rush, but leaning on a fucked up social system for direction and validation doesn't really help him, and definitely isn't helping many others. You don't need that to figure yourself out. His brows furrow, and you can almost hear a couple of the 4,672 rigid barriers in his brain creaking open. It's not just other people, you think. You find your own strength. Oh, sorry. Strength! Is that right? And your own self, too. You've met a lot of people and learned a lot of ways to be, but you're still working on what that means for you. No, it is not right, but I appreciate the attempt. This type of understanding does not come easy to me, but I believe I am following. Pardon me. In my case, I've striven to locate and retool the edge of my own ability. Physical prowess is a relatively typical indigo trait, but I am abnormally strong. I have worked to hone it in an attempt to make sense of myself and why I am like this, bringing in an aberrant trait and defining myself by it. He gestures to the god-awful robot mess and then flexes his hand. The blood is coagulated since you start talking, stares at it. This way of thinking may not have always been a good thing, however. Certain habits are difficult to break. Though there are loopholes in every rule, I often lose track of which regulations I actually enjoy following and which I just do not know how to disregard. At least with this hobby, all the stakes are under my control with no chance of others getting hurt. Unless they haphazardly zap in between your fight, looking for friendship, that is. His smile is as broken and rigid as it was the first time, but it feels different, backed by the rough warmth of his laugh. Yeah, don't do that again. Next time you'll zap to the front door and Arthur will let you in. Next time, you think, and you smile back. Excellent victory! Okay, now I just feel like maybe Equus is actually autistic, a little, like, troll autistic. Is honestly just the whole, like, it doesn't know how to function, and, like, emotions are a lot hard for him to control and contain. Anyway, on to Terezi. Oh god, what's Terezi's voice? It'll come to me. It's a cool, breezy evening. Violet leaves crunch under your feet as you stroll casually through a dense and inviting forest. Not an environment you're used to on this planet, that's for sure. You should be lapping up the serenity like a thirsty dog at a zen fountain. Instead, you're brooding. So many new friends, all of them a special breed of sad. You don't like seeing sad people, so maybe you've done everything in your power to fix them. Slumber party, matchmaking, throwing a giant spider into a volcano. Smiles, your new friends greet you with all the proof you need that you've been doing good work. And yet, you can't help but wonder if any of this really makes a difference. Especially on Alternia. You've gathered that even if one of these kids avoid being murdered by an insectoid eugenics robot, they'll just wind up conscripted into a lifetime of military service under colonial empire. Which makes it really hard to believe that inducing a few bouts of revelatory catharsis will ultimately help. It's a depressing thought and you're not entirely sure what to do with it, which is why I came out here. Nothing better for the soul than a nature hike, right? Maybe after a nice long walk you'll come out right as, hey, is that a treehouse? What? Ouch? Ouch is right, criminal! Is that what we're doing? Great, more shenanigans. You online say the prospect of making friends with a spooky shark in glaringly red shades isn't appealing, but the criminal doesn't leave a great taste in your mouth. When you try to move, well, you don't, because you're tied to a chair. Strike 2 on the bad taste scorecard. Probably shouldn't stick around for strike 3. In a moment of uncharacteristic self-preservation, you close your eyes and attempt to zap away. But you can't? Your head hurts and your vision is still kind of hazy, which might imply brain damage on account of your surprise wanking. With your luck, that probably means your superpowers are permanently broken. Typical. Looking up at your captor again, you can't help but think of the specs are a little bit extra. What kind of loser wears big angular sunglasses like that anyway? You could certainly be one to judge if you had the legal authority to do so. A fashionable... Oh, Jesus, Void. Forgot how hard her quirk is to, like, process. A fashionable red dress like that with blood as deliciously red as yours? The hypocrisy on you stinks like a fragrant pus. Gross. Jesus, up with all these aliens and their hang-ups about blood. Hang-ups? Gallows humor is an admirable quality. But such crowd-pleasing theatrics will not spare you from this full weight of the law! God, Terezi, you're such a dork. I adore you. Look at this doofus. I adore her. A bizarre tableau unfolds before you. Stuffed dragons and benches, big angry monsters, empty nooses dangling next to a window. Looks like you just wandered into a courtroom drama. Much to your relief, the kidnapper isn't a shark, and you have to admit the glasses do come together in the ensemble, but is instead a short, stocky troll girl in a short-sleeved turtleneck and a pair of garish red Crocs. The fashion on this one is staggering, especially with the... Is that a sword cane with a dragon's head? It is, because I'm blind and cool. But make no mistake, I don't need eyes to smell how guilty you taste. Wow, is every sentence that tumbles out of this troll's mouth going to be weird and uncomfortable? Yes! But enough from you, cherry cheeks. His honorable tyranny will only tolerate so much banter before holding you in contempt. You might be developing some contempt yourself, if you're being honest. Well, unless you want to be squeezed until your organs burst from your eyes, you'll can the back talk and let the prosecution get to work. Is that being held in contempt means? Fine, you guys will be polite and stop interrupting. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Right, now that we have that preamble out of the way. There's a ding from her computer, and her posture immediately switched from confident to frustrated. Ugh, hold on. She shreds over to her housetop, tapping the bleeding edge of her cane in front of her as she goes, you wonder what kind of miraculous accessibility contraptions exist on this planet that a blind person can just use. Is she licking the monitor? I forgot that's how Terezi reads things. Homestuck is delightfully chaotic and fucked up. I adore it. Unsurprisingly, given how chaotic and fucked up I am. But I adore Homestuck. Also, this is a Homestuck shirt. For anyone who missed part 1 or isn't unfamiliar with Homestuck, this is Jade's shirt. And because, you know, dog girl, I thought this would be a fitting accessory. Is she licking the monitor? Yes, she's licking her filthy fucking computer monitor. She's slathering it up with her teal tinted saliva, going at it like a... Nope, I'm not reading that! Why? Sorry, give me a second. No problem, you said, not like you're going anywhere. Okay, she's distracted. Now would be a great time to go somewhere. Your powers still seem to be on the fritz, but you think the weight of your incredible ass might just shatter the chair if you could get some leverage. Phenomenal. God, phenomenal sentence right there. Oh, I just realized something, I think, maybe. Anyway, get some leverage. You lean forward onto your feet, take a deep breath, and hop backwards as hard as you can. It worked! You scramble up out of the broken chair as your captor turns towards you. What the fuck? You try to run, but the rope still around your legs has other plans as you trip, try to catch your weight, fail, and sort of let the momentum of your vaudevillian's tumble carry you across the room. You slam into your captor and send both you flying out the window. Oh, this is way higher up than you thought. You grab onto her and pray for dear life. Hey, you're not falling, that's a relief. You congratulate your agile friend on her quick reflexes in grabbing hold of... Oh no. You've heard of a hung jury, but this is just ridiculous. Ooh! I'm just gonna go ahead and reload. I don't want to see the outcome of that. Ooh, the prosecution rests in peace. Oh god! No! Jesus Christ. God, fucking, what's it called? Chekhov's noose? Void and stars. Wait it out. Besides, it's best to wait this out. The sworn noose are a bit worrying, but with the plush toys and chalk drawings, it strikes you that this is probably the closest thing Alternia has to a tea party. Which would be adorable if it weren't so depressing. Playing along seems like a prime friend-making activity. Besides, whoever got hurt in the court of law? Well, you've clearly never been in the court of law, my friend. After a few brusque keystrokes, she strolls back to her place in the center of the room. Not a word and a half. Not a word and a half a sweep, but now she won't shut up. That's what she's talking about. Just some dumb angry girl who needs to leave me alone until this beat death of the universe. Who even cares anyway? Not me, that's who. Where were we? Crimes? Crimes! You're here today to face the highest justice under my authority as Premier, League-affiliated alleged slash leader in training of His Honorable Tyranny's Court. It is with said authority that I accuse you of the most grievous crimes against the Empire of her imperial condescension. Uh-oh. What crime would that possibly be? Breaking and entering? Doping with the clown? You guess you could technically nail you down as accomplice to murder, but... The crime of... existing! What? You're waiting for the other shoe to drop, but the damn thing just seems to be stuck up there. What did she say about being in training? I'm beginning to wonder if this is, what did she call it? Solicitor? Prosecutioner? Public Dexter Petist. You're beginning to wonder if this murder lawyer actually knows what the hell she's talking about. You think I'm making this up? Do I really look like some kind of girl who just randomly commit unprompted, unjustified murder on a whim? Look, you met some weird fucking trolls on this planet. They all seem to have pretty laissez-faire attitudes about murder, so... No, you know what? Fine, if you're going to be a pathetic, snot-nosed little wriggler about it, I'll just recite the whole fucking law verbatim. Article 5, Section 11 of Paragraph 68 of the second law, new codes about Alternian justice. Jurispenance describes your crimes as being heavy but possessing the capacity to be in need of a material resource consumption for the purpose of curtailing biological expiry existing in, around, or through imperial territory. As one of them classifiable sanguination mutants of extrasolar origination, alien, or who plans to commit, has committed, or may possess capacity to commit high crimes and fish demeanors against her imperial condescension. Criminal. Fucking hell, that was a mouthful. Happy now? No, not really. Dang, this girl really knows her stuff. Of course I do! I'm not some fly lunar cycle troll slaughter consultant. I'm a fucking professional. Clearly. How could you question her expertise on the subject of this when it's not technically a crime when there's so many bugs piled up haphazardly? You definitely are existing as an alien after all. And you guess that does by definition make you a criminal. And from the look of that noose, you doubt the punishment something's claims being thrown into the slimer. There's an appeals process, or she springs forward with surprising agility and presses her face right up against yours, sniffing you with an alarming enthusiasm. You're a game of candid appeal. You can't. Huh. Oh, she's talking about. Okay, I understand. Oh, huh. Sorry, Luce. I don't know why the stream's being weird. Thank you. I decided, you know, jade shirt. Look, I figured this would be a very good accessory for the jade shirt, given, you know, dog girl. That's maybe a spoiler for, like, this game in particular, but, like, you know, Homestucks know. Your game of candied apple ignorance may convince the pan-scrambled clown fuckers in this cheap seats, but I smell the deception dripping off of you like a delicious marmalade. You'll have to do better than that if you really want to. She sniffs. 1, 2. She sniffs again. Did Kanai make this dress? Oh, look, and out. Yeah, you say, you and her are great friends. The best, in fact. You think she can message Kanai right now to clear all this up? You know, like a character witness? I witnessed your character plenty, and it is as bland as they come. That's certainly not the worst contemplating word. I may have misjudged you. If you tell anyone I said that I'm going to cut off your arms and use them as finger, paint bulges on your face until you bleed to death. You decide that keeping this pointlessly mundane screen is definitely in your best interest. So does this mean you're free to go? Not so fast. May have implies possibility, not certainty. Maybe Kanai gave you that dress because she likes you, or maybe she pressured you into giving it circumstantially. Maybe you're delightfully clueless and well-intentioned interloper from beyond the stars, or maybe I missed the rest of that word. In case such as these, I find the best course of action is to leave this verdict up to chance. She produces a double-headed coin with one side scratched out, and you immediately know exactly where this is going. The terms are simple. Heads, and I release you from your bonds. Tails, and I release you from being alive. Is she really about to take you out like a gangster who just betrayed the duality-themed mob boss? Before you can request a less Saturday morning cartoon solution, she flips the coin into the air. Well, this is bad. It's bad, and it kind of makes you angry. This doesn't make sense. You didn't do anything, but here you are with a 50-50 chance of getting murked by a jovial gremlin anyway. Does she think this is normal? Your head is clear enough that you could zap away if you really tried, but think about this murder lawyer stuck in your craw. Her devotion to justice is obvious, but it's a twist and brutal justice. Streamlined for violence, painfully efficient, enabling exactly that. If this mock trial is anything to go by, this is the same system that requires insectoid eugenics robots to keep the peace after all. I really hope it does not. I would much appreciate it if it did not have a Phoenix Wright segment, honestly. At the very least, if it does, I hope it's one that I don't have to go hunt for clues. That was fun and cool for Hive Swap. I don't want to do it again. I just want to be cute, do the silly voices, probably thrash the hell out of my throat doing them, but it's fun! Body. Are we good? Airways clear? Clear enough? Clear enough to function? We good to go? Cool? Wonderful. Let's fucking do it. There's so much wrong here, and she doesn't even see it as, like, metaphorically see it. The coin is falling. Every rotation bringing you closer to a fate, regardless of outcome, wouldn't be fair. You decide to think about what should be fair. Just like that, you're sitting next to her with a scream. You snatch your coin out of the air and hurl it in full force out the window. My coin! Sorry, you shout, but she can't expect you to just accept the wings of chance when your life is on the line. Why not? Because that sucks! It's lame and dumb and really cliche. What is she, a comic book villain? Am I supposed to know what that is? You don't know. Troll culture seems to have a lot of really arbitrary similarities to human culture, and it's honestly pretty confusing. But that's beside the point. With a broad sweep of your arm, you gesture to her at the drawing of honorary Tyrannosaurus or whatever, and ask if she thinks her... Ask what he would think of her little son just now. The trial isn't for him. We act like it is, but for everyone knows he's just a big, hangry monster. Huh? Then who? It's for the audience, obviously. By the time you make it to the stand, you're basically dead already. Don't the accused get a chance to defend themselves? Defend? Ha! Only that's how outrageously guilty would ever think to defend themselves in a court of law. Wow, that's fucked up. What's the point of even having a trial, then? Besides the sheer pleasure of watching all the hope slowly drain from someone's eyes as they confront their imminently approaching inevitably gruesome execution? Yeah, besides that. It's a warning to the seditious of what happens when they cross the line. And that line is, existing? Yep. I didn't mean to give Terezi a voice that shatters and shreds my vocal cords, but here we are. The nonchalance of her answer underlines just how upsetting all this is. You remember the lush you said, one particular part sticks out to you. Unclassifiable sanguination. Didn't Carcat try to commiserate with you about having mutant blood or something? You know Carcat too? I keep waiting for him to fuss about team leaders, but now he won't shut up about this thing he calls Dave. Everyone's so worried about the game and now they're just over it suddenly. Yeah, that's my fault. Carcat probably would have a nuclear connection if he knew you were about to say this, but you ask her if she's aware of his blood color. No, my guy! Oh no! Fuck! Oh, thank Void. I was so worried that we were just about to out Carcat. Fuck, that'd have been bad. Of course I'm aware of it. What do you think I am, blind? Trezzy, I want you to take a moment to appreciate the irony of the sentence that you just said. Yes. Carcat's a mutant, right? If you remember correctly, that makes him guilty of the same crime you are. Her expression turns sour, and you can tell this is something she spent a lot of time trying not to think about. You figure she avoided similarly executing you because you're friends with her friends, so she probably avoid killing Carcat as well. And that's a good thing. Great, in fact. You cannot stress how awesome that is. But that doesn't strike her as a bit hypocritical, making exceptions for her friends. You think that everyone who dies a quarter gets cold in their own serves the gut just because she doesn't know them personally?
It doesn't matter what I think. That's just how things are. It sucks, but it would be a lot worse to be killed for saying so. Isn't who would protect Carcat? Who would protect? I can't help everyone, Cheery Cheeks. I can barely help my friends. Maybe if I stick to it long enough, I can change things from the inside. That's the best any of us can hope for.
I guess that doesn't sound like the worst plan. In fact, it kind of reminds you of who? You feel sadness well up in your heart, so fast and heavy it knocks you over into her without meaning to. Zap! Your vision is swimming, voices echo in your head, but you can't make them out. You look around, something is observing you, watching you. Now maliciously listening, not yet, just observing you from a curious distance. Nothing you can do anything about it while you're clutching your head and trying to put your memories together. You've been circling around all familiar feelings since you left Earth, drawn towards like a singularity, but the closer you get, the less it makes sense.
What the fuck just happened? Did you just kill me just now? Is this troll hell?
Troll hell? Do trolls not have an actual name for... Wait, she's here too?
Here seems like an ambitious description. It's more like an ambiguous nexus of metaphysical realities.
That's an awfully specific description. Has she been here before?
No, but I've tasted places like it in my dreams.
Great, even more shenanigans. You look around and try to get your bearings, but nothing seems to be in focus. It's all the resolution sometimes too bright and too dark to make sense of.
You okay over there, Cherry Cheeks? Your blood smells really loud right now.
You wouldn't know how to react to that even if you weren't having a memory-induced thought seizure. The pieces are too far apart, you can't put them together, but you remember, friends? This memory hits you. Sudden flashes of joy, violence, smiling faces, crying faces, bodies, plans, hope that the world can be made into a better place.
What the fuck are you mumbling about? If you've fried your think pen, at least let me in on it so I can participate.
You tell her what you can remember, which isn't much. Friends, sadness, dissatisfaction. People who are deeply unhappy with the state of alternating face violence from all sides, just as your new friends do today. Some of them wanted to change from the inside and remembering and believing they could. But then the sense of a lot of time has passed between now and then. It doesn't seem like alternatives gotten much better. In fact, it may have gotten worse. It seems like whatever it was your friends tried to do, they failed.
Of course they did.
What does she mean by that?
Even in the context of your nonsense time-traveling amnesiac cover story, it's not hard to believe. Compelling idiots have good ideas all the time. That doesn't change the fact that they're idiots. Which is why I'm going to succeed where everyone else is. Their entrails ripped out by the swarm of drones and died like the scrubs they were. I am many things, Cherry Cheeks. An idiot isn't one of them.
She flashes a bright, pointed smile, filled with the confidence you believe with every atom of your body. But you're pretty sure that she's not the first person to make you feel that way. Idiots or not, the friends you used to have were just as sure of themselves as she is now. And what good did it do? Honestly, you doubt what intelligence or competence has much to do with it at all. Think about your drones, you barely avoided Carcat's hive. A very brief exposure to what this plan calls criminal justice system. Whereas violent and unjust things could be on Earth, at least there was some pretext that the system existed to serve the people. Pretext only. Functionally, Moving on! You aren't sure that's a system that anyone can salvage. Her smile melts into a frown and you really should ask what this troll's name is.
Huh? Terezi Pyrope. Pyrope? I really don't know what her name is properly pronounced other than Terezi. Terezi Pyrope. I'm gonna go with that one. What am I doing? I don't fucking know.
Terezi doesn't sound particularly happy as she slumps against a debatably extant wall and slides out into a crouch. Her face is a mask of barely contained emotion.
I can tell that Karki would like you. You're very depressing.
You chuckle and sit down in a respectful distance away from her. You definitely don't mean to be depressing, but you have an knack for digging up drama. The hazard of forging new friendships, you guess.
If Vriska saw us right now, she'd derisively lash herself into an aneurysm.
Pyrope? Pyrope feels weird. It feels unfinished. Terezi knows Vriska?
That's one way to put it. We were practically sisters before she broke the rules and ruined everything. How do you know her?
Oh, you know, played some flarp, killed some kids, felt guilty about it, threw Vriska's mom into a volcano.
Wow, you really have gotten around.
Funky. I've not heard it pronounced out loud before, except for maybe at conventions that were like... Oh, Jesus Christ. My first convention was a decade ago. Anyway, existential terror over.
What's a mom?
She did the question mark face. How do you do that with your face? You think that was just about the saddest thing you ever heard of if you didn't know what a Lussus was?
You killed her, Lussus? So that explains why she's been messaging me. I can't fucking believe it. Sir Cat's figured her shit out just in time for me to have my own identity crisis. And I bet she thinks everything's supposed to be fine between us now just because... What are a secret, Cherry Cheeks?
Might as well add another one to the pile. Yeah, that face, Luce, exactly.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I never have, and I don't think I ever will.
Wow, that's bleak. You guess you're sorry?
Yeah, it's not your fault. You haven't told me anything I didn't already know. Her lips are trembling. She reaches up and pulls out a box of chalk. Then removes a red piece. You think it's a weird time for artistic expression, but oh, she's eating it. Presley offers you a piece. You don't want to be rude, but you also really don't want to eat chalk. She shrugs and crunches on it like an unshelled lobster. Ow. That makes Sorry, I'm conceptualizing what the texture of chalk would feel like on my teeth, and it's setting all of the nerves in my teeth on fire with discomfort. Nope. Okay, done. Also, we are 2 hours in. My thought process is we're going to get through the rest of the troll, and then we'll do the shit. Luce, John, Dave, Rose, and Jade. Those are the alpha kids, right? So the other group's the beta kids. That part never has... I forget. Fuck. Okay, so we're gonna finish the trolls. Next week we'll do the alpha kids. Homestuck is confusing. I love it, but it's confusing. But that breeze feels nice. You just have to take that in stride. To the more important things, the Terezi's inconsolably sad, which sucks because you're the only person in a position to console her. Save. Oh, quick saves. Give her a distraction. I don't think Alternians are very touchy.
Yeah, why bother, right? She's probably just doing just fine without me anyway.
When you look over at her, you see she's doing her very best to hide her tears. That's no good. You may be lost in a cynical ennui of political burnout, but that doesn't mean you can just sit by and watch your new pal descend into an abject disarray. What you two need is a distraction. What you need is a clown. No! Oh no, please, fuck, no, please, no. Oh god, fuck me. Grab her hand, think just the happiest, honkiest thoughts you can muster, and just like that. Zap! I thought I was done with you. Go away. I don't like you. You're at the living room of your dear friend Gamzee Makara. What else for Sora's jovial cut up of a drug-addled juggalo? What the motherfuck? With a comical slowness, he dive bombs away from you over his couch and into a pile of horns. Okay, had a cacophony since Gamzee used a chorus of screams. You elbow Terezi. You smell that? How could you possibly think about crushing the impossibility of making the world a better place when this fellow's over here acting a fool? Her frown is unwavering as Gamzee clambers back up to his feet. That was a righteous motherfucking miracle, what you just gone all up and done in front of me. Got me scared honk-wise right into the horn pile, my brother. It's a real good thing I'm tripping the pie clowntastic right now, otherwise my pump biscuit might have flipped turnways and hard enough to make me be all violent on a motherfucker. His smile is nothing if not cordially unhinged. Hey, Gams. Terezi. Well, fuck me all situationally up. What it do, my sister?
It do too much.
Shit, man, that's some bad news to hear. Now that I'm looking all up at you motherfuckers, you seem pretty hellaciously burdened, like in the soul what we have. You agree that you do all have souls, possibly. That's the answer he was looking for, right?
If I have a soul... If I have a soul, it's a tar-tasting slime stuck on the bottom of a ground pusher covering.
You mean a shoe?
Whatever.
Well, I don't know what you two hoes have scribbled down in your planners for tonight, but if it's the world that has you weary-eyed, methinks maybe you'd be getting to have your think pans all up in some pie pans, my mans. It's not a bad idea. What better distraction from the dystopic nightmare of alternative than the warm, comforting embrace of hallucinogenic drugs? Rez seems momentarily unsure, like some sensible part of her is desperately begging for her to do literally anything else.
Fuck it.
She flops down on the couch with determination, sinking into her like a sack of disillusioned potatoes. That is directly the noise what I like to hear. Gamzee slithers down next to her and puts an arm over Terezi's shoulders. She tenses up but doesn't push him away. What about you, Miracle Themster? Do you want to be getting all in with this? You pat to see next to him with a delightful grin. You think you feel the same tug of reason Terezi felt, and you'll be damned if you pretend to have more sense than a lawyer.
Besides, you're having a rather hard time imagining anywhere you'd rather be than in the arms of a fragrant clown. Really? Because I would rather be anywhere else than in the arms of a fragrant clown.
Ideally, honestly, I'd rather be sung Melody. She's so cute.
Yeah, you missed the Gamzee chapter. I already did the Gamzee chapter, and I happened to choose the path that triggered murder hobo mode. And wow, that sure was a thing that experienced. You put his arm around your shoulders as you sit there and try to make yourself comfortable. Now, ain't this just the coziest motherfucking snuggle sesh there ever was? See Terezi sniffed at an open, half-empty Faygo bottle before taking a big swig. Pass me some of that wicked elixir, my sister. Gamzee takes his own demure sip, gargling as he sucks from the bottle. By the time he passes it to you, you're pretty sure it's more backwash than Faygo. Disgusting! Disgusting! Which is still more Faygo than none, you guess. It is without a doubt the most vile combination of taste and viscosity you've ever put in your body, but hey, at least now you're not thinking about politics. As you toss the empty bottles to the ground, you already lost in stupefied haze. You glance over at your new pal, Terezi. She doesn't look happy, but at least she doesn't look sad. Goal accomplished, you guess? Oh, babies.
I feel like that was the bad end of that particular route. I mean, not the worst end. I mean, no one died this time. Let's try giving her a hug.
You don't know how to fix this. You don't know anything you can make Terezi feel better. The best you can think about is to put your arms around her. But the fact that you're a complete stranger basically kidnapped her, she welcomes the embrace.
I hated her for what she did. Not to me, but to our friends. All but went to war over it. After our truce, we cut ties. My hope was that she would avoid hurting anyone else. But deep down, I knew I would have to kill her eventually. In the name of justice. She did terrible things, but so did I. We did some of them together. Why wasn't I culpable? Why did I blame her for something we did to each other?
Yeah, I mean, especially given, like, the actual canonical shit that happens between Terezi and Gamzee, yeah. You think it's regrettably natural to blame the person in front of you when you get hurt, especially when the real problem is too big enough to tear yourself through the chest with a sword cane. God, do I feel that. Brain, take notes.
Vraska did what she did because she had to. So did I. We both deserved the revenge we wrought on each other, but we were all victims of the big picture. It made us what we are and ensured we would do what we did. Every little injustice started there. And when we fight, whoever painted that picture smells and laughs. Because they know that they already won.
She sits up a little straighter and you feel your spine follow suit almost on its own.
Fuck that!
Terezi slips out of your arms and stands up, pulling you to her feet with her. Her entire demeanor has changed. She's practically vibrating with determination.
Take me to Vraska's hive. I'm assuming that's a thing you can do.
Oh yeah, that's the thing you can do. Your mind's still buzzing, but talking to Terezi's calm that storm just enough to focus. Yeah, you're not wrong, Luce. As you take her hand, you spare a last look around this bizarre impossible place. You feel watched, but assist now, maybe even approving. There's so many questions, but those will have to wait. Right now, you've got work to do. Ah! It's my girl! It's my girl! It's my scorpion girl! I love her! I mean, also spider bitch, but also scorpion girl, because she's the Scorpio troll. The Scorpio is intrinsically tied to scorpions. Vriska is what happens if... Vriska's what would happen if Lolth and I refused. This is a comedy. Liliana, I must request that you never theorize about Lilith and I fusing again for the sake of my own mental health. You know, that's fair. Anyway, zap! Before you even see where you've landed, Terezi marches up to a very surprised Vriska and backs her up against the wall. She stops a few feet away, looking at this really inspired girl with anger on her face. Despite their difference in stature, Vriska is intimidated? You caught her off guard and Terezi's unflinching. The room is completely silent. You see Terezi clenching her fist. She looks one wrong move away from unleashing hell. This isn't quite what you had in mind when you brought her here, and you really hope her new friends aren't about to fight each other. Something in the air changes. You aren't entirely sure what's happening, but something's definitely happening. You think it's best to just cross your arms and pretend you don't exist. Terezi's posture softens. Her hands relax as she breathes a soft sigh. Vriska straightens up, letting her own tension dissipate. You guys are feeling a little less tense yourself? When Vriska cracks a hesitant smile, Terezi leans back. She's sniffing the air intensely, which feels like a good sign. Everyone's getting a little looser, a little more casual. Definitely an improvement.
Then they both start cackling, slapping their knees like they just heard the most hilarious knock-knock joke in history. You'd sure like to get in on the joke too, but you figured it'd probably be rude to ask. And then they hug? You're not exactly sure what just happened, but you figured hugging is a powerful platonic friend activity even in the worst times. It's gotten you this far, after all. Yeah, that's all this is. Just two gal pals hugging it out. It's so sweet you could cry. When they separate, Terezi meanders over to a window overlooking the pit where Vriska's Lucis used to live.
So she's dead.
Oh yeah, I'm real broken up about it too. Vriska winks at you.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. Terezi turns up and leans against the windowsill.
You have a lot to make up for.
So I've been messaging you. I want to apologize, okay?
I don't want your apology, Vriska. I have a lot to make up for, too.
There's definitely some kind of something going on in this room that you're completely oblivious to. You wonder what down between these two girls. They can't even talk about what they're talking about. What do you mean?
There's so much injustice in the world. Every drop of deliciously instant, painfully extracted blood on this planet is just pain for the fishy fucks up top to play with. And the worst part is that we're complicit. We revel in it even. I reveled in it.
Terezi, are you...
They could never make this violence good, so they had to make it fun. And I had so much fun hurting people. Who knows how long I would have gone without like that if it hadn't been for our weird invasive species of a friend here.
Terezi wipes a tear from her cheek and smiles at you, and you feel a huge wave of relief. Friends with a former murder lawyer in training. You sure know how to pick them.
For once, Vriska, I want to revel in something good. I want them to feel the razor's edge of their own justice. I want to feel their blood stain the dirt beneath my feet like the pathetic wiggling insects they are. But I can't do it alone. I don't want to do it alone.
You watch as Terezi takes in a measured breath. For just a moment, you can imagine her standing in a room full of determined people, just behind the person everyone else would call a leader, smiling a wicked smile. She's not the one who commands the stage, you think. She's the one who controls the spotlight. She's the one who knows what happens next.
I'm not sure what we are together anymore, Vriska. I've hated you. I've felt a lot of things. What I know is that we're dangerous, and what I know is that we're dangerous, and fate seems determined to make us rivals. That almost sounds fun, doesn't it? We can fight for the rest of our lives if we wanted to. Each the scourge of the other until one or both of us winds up dead. They'd all tell sorry about us for a long time, but I don't want that to happen anymore. Do you?
No. You haven't known Vriska very long, but this is a side of her you haven't seen. You don't many people have. It's actually really awkward. You should probably go, but your prime curiosity and desire for interpersonal closure keeps you glued to the spot.
We've had the idea right in the wrong circumstances. But this time, I think we can really do something together. So let's try this again. Vriska! Will you be my scourge sister?
Yeah, obviously.
Good! But let's get to fucking work!
The shared look that you can't quite read, but you get the feeling this was a resounding success.
Aww.
Scourge Sisters Unite! Yay! I'm screenshotting this one. This makes me happy. And it thinks about the actual Homestuck comic. Cries quietly. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Streaming for 2 hours, we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we have 6 more to go. Okay. I might maybe not actually be able to get through all these today. Who knows? You're enjoying a brisk, head-clearing walk in the Alternian moonlight when the plot comes screaming towards you. Literally, you don't even have time for introspection. You turn your head to see a guy in a wheelchair whizzing down a nearby hill. He's got a phone in one hand, making it difficult for him to control his descent with the other. You quickly rush over in time to see him hit a rock and go flying through the air with an impressive arc. Urgh! You bring the fallen wheelchair over to him. He stares at you for a second, then pulls himself back into it with a grunt. Thank you, weird and ugly alien stranger. Once he's settled into the chair, you look over at the boy you just helped. He's lanky and scrawny except for his oversized haunch, giving the impression of a boy going through a very awkward puberty. His wheelchair is simple and flimsy. It looks like it's gone through a lot of wear and tear. Oh, introductorily speaking, I should say that my name is Tavros. Tavros. As is now unusual for you, the name sounds familiar even though you're not. As is now usual for you, the name sounds familiar even though you're not sure any of your other friends mentioned it by name. You give him a proper greeting, then ask what happened, and he nods towards an old watchtower at the top of the hill. I was attempting to scale the tower. Did you acquire a rare fight to spawn go monster that what is named Wovelpine? It's ranked 8th or mythic triple rare class, which is one of the rarest of all, at least concerning monsters that can be found in lower blooded neighborhoods.
but it appears to be drastically out of my reach no matter how hard I believe in my ability to pursue it. You don't know what a feeder spawn is, but maybe you could help. You've wrangled a few monsters in your time. What? You know you could help him push him up the hill, maybe fight some giant, horrifying beast, the usual. Wow, I normally expect to do everything myself, always. The only trolls who offer to help me are those who live too far away to actually do anything of consequence. Which is fine, I get it, but it's pretty useless to me. Anyway, no. What? I don't want your help. On account of if I take it, it will be weakening myself and falling to grow as a troll. I'll just try again, and again, and get grievous during the process, probably. Don't worry. Pesterquest wheel back up the hill. You know how the story goes. You'll have to spend your entire evening convincing this poor troll boy that it's okay to accept help from others. He'll let you a gentle pitch about how the help from a friend can. Well, if you say so, I'll accept your help. Oh, that was easy. Follow Tavros up the hill. When you reach the steepest part and his wheel begins to lose traction, you step in behind him and give him the gentle push he needs. Two of you are successful in scaling the hill, and Tavros screams up at you and taps at his phone. Oh, it's a phone game. No real monsters involved? Holy shit, this is new to you. Yeah, well... Wolfville Plains now acquired. Thank you greatly. Many of the cartoons for regulars are right all along, and friendship is truly the greatest source of power to exist. Finally, someone who gets you. You ask if he wants a quick ride home until his head in confusion. I already have a ride. Always. I'm sitting in it. Not like that. You tell him it's hard to explain, just that you trust you on this one. Alright, let's go. With that, you grab his chair and focus your energy and zap on over to his hive. Well, you held onto his chair, not him, so there's like an 85% chance that this is Homestuck, and you just teleport with his chair and just left him on his ass. On the ground. Just being, just thinking reasonably for Homestuck. Hey! That didn't happen. That looks like Vriska on the wall. Well, Vriska's one thing.
Whoa, are you magic?
Yes.
Awesome. Do you know any fairies?
No.
Shucks.
Tavros glances around the room and you follow suit. Your eyes settle on an advertisement for the theatrical run of Pupa Pan. A pitch of special stardust is all it takes to fly. Brought to you by Her Imperious Condescension's 19th favorite theater company reserved for seeing high-bloods will be cold. The rest of the room is rather plain and sparsely decorated. The floor is scattered with messy gaming supplies.
This is my hive. What do you think? Would you characterize this pad as sufficiently cool?
You glance at a framed picture of a fake trickster in booty shorts. Sure, yeah, this pad is cool as hell.
Excellent. I hoped you would. Your approval is most good to have. I thought you might be uninterested on account of me being boring, kind of sad.
Boring and sad kids are your favorite, you tell Tavros. Wait, that sounds terrible. Ignore that. You mean you relish the opportunity to make people less sad?
Oh, don't worry then, because I'm definitely sorrowful enough to satisfy. Also, I'm not great at talking either, so we have at least one point of failure in common.
Thanks? Tavros flashes you a thumbs up and a wink. He wheels closer to you, and one of his scattered cards crunches under the tread and gets stuck, necessitating a bit of finagling. You must admit, you're a little surprised by the wheelchair. Your experiences on Eternia would suggest their culture is not very kind to the disabled.
Oh, it very is. Oh, it very isn't. There's a long story of me being like this. Kanai says not to talk about it because it hurts my self-esteem.
Oh, okay, that's fine. You turn your attention to some of his cards. Perhaps he can teach you.
Well, if you insist, I'll review to you my tragic backstory. I used to be one of the more hardcore gamers who would do the extreme role plays, and I had a friend, or so I thought she was my friend, who I did flirt with.
Oh, you're familiar with flirt. You're a hottie with a body. Come to think of it, you've got a great flirt friend who you might love to meet.
Well, I don't play anymore, because this old friend of mine did a bad thing to me, resulting in a chain of revenge that was very tragical. Essentially, the story is that I was thrown off a cliff physically, and became heavily injured, which resulted in my legs not working.
Oh god, that sounds terrible.
The culprit continues to hassle me sometimes away, which are supposedly remorseful, mostly continue to make me feel bad. For instance, trying to make me learn how to climb stairs or fight better, or telling me I'm useless and awful because I can't. Although she also gave me this four-wheel device to help me to not be cold, so that's nice, I guess. Although she wouldn't have maybe she wouldn't have done that if Kai didn't say so.
I don't know, she's hard to understand. Sometimes very nice, sometimes very not, and I can't figure out how she truly feels about me. Wow, this girl Tavros sounds like it's talk. Wow, this girl Tavros talking about seems like a real piece of work. You're sure glad none of your friends are anything like that?
Yeah, but yeah, maybe it's best not to think. Yeah, maybe it's best not to think about her. Actually, Kanaya was right.
Why don't I teach you how to play? Oh! It's on his computer. Tavros. Tavros freezes up instinctively. Oh no, that's her. The one who injured me. Oh no, your spine ice is over. You recognize the telltale exaggerated call, but how could this be? How could your dear, sweet, precious friend Vriska have done such a horrible thing Horrible thing to. Okay, no, yeah, no, this tracks. Maybe she did do one. Maybe she did. How could you, dear, sweet, precious friend Vriska, have done such a horrible thing to. Okay, yeah, no, this tracks. Maybe she did do one thing wrong. But why? This isn't like the other kid she killed. You know Vriska is violent and volatile. She had to be to survive. But to harass Tavros after the fact of just feeding for less, that doesn't make sense. You feel sick to your stomach. Hey Tavros, why haven't you been answering my messages? We need to talk. Her voice comes from outside the window and it moves around the perimeter of the house. You glance at Tavros' stricken face as you hear the sounds of key jingling in a lock. Fuck, she has the key to his hive? Okay, I realize that I just cooed at her after the exact after everything, but also it's my girl. Yes, she's a war. Look, I don't often say this. Look, I know she's kind of a war criminal, but I love her, Your Honor. I love her. Tavros groans and leans back in his chair. Vriska barges up into the respite block and freezes up. Oh, hey. Hey, you say with an awkward wave. Vriska seems uncomfortable. I didn't know you knew this dork. It's a friendship in progress. Tavros says, told you some things about their past together. Of course he has. Okay, listen. I know it sounds bad, because it is. And I get that. Way back then,
It was less than a sweep ago.
it was less than a sweep ago. I was part of a flapper campaign that went way off the rails, and Tavros ended up getting thrown off a cliff. It was basically my fault. But that's all in the past now. Things are better now. I've hooked up Tavros with a sweet wheelchair and everything. It's not that sweet. Shut up, Tavros. I'm talking about how terrible I feel about hurting you. Tavros cringes when you try to intercede on his behalf. Why is Vriska here? Oh, right. I'm going to extend an olive branch. Very magnanimously, if you ask me. Trez and I are getting the band back together. Not for Flarb, obviously that ship has sailed. But we're going to whip this planet into shape, but we need all the help we can get. We spend enough time moping around uselessly. It's time for action. You're in, right? No? What do you mean, no? I mean, I don't really want to do anything exciting or dangerous like that. Especially because you're going to be involved. I don't think that would be good for me to also be like, oh, come on. Things are totally square between us, Tavros. We all got hurt. Besides, I'm just trying to help you live up to your potential. You could be somebody. You'd finally start living up to your legacy. I don't want to be somebody. At least not your kind of somebody. Tough luck, Toreador. None of us get that choice. If nothing changes by the time your rights of maturation roll around, you're screwed. The drones will call you in an instant. Vriska turns to see her eyes wide and her fist trembling. Her frustrated glare barely conceals the desperation beneath. I mean, you agree with me, right? Tavros needs to shape up. He needs us. It's time we put the past behind us and moved on. I'm trying to help him. She leans closer. It's obvious she wants you to back her up. I am viscerally uncomfortable with this situation. Don't take a side. Fuck me. Who do you think you are, a centrist? This is a choice-driven narrative game, and that obviously means having to choose between being two equally unsatisfying, mutually incompatible options which will forever alienate you from the side you do not pick. Try again. Fuck you! Don't! God damn it! Look! Look! Vriska, I love you. I love you, sweetheart. I love you. You're my patron troll. I get you. You were kind of a massive raging bitch to Tavros. You did do him a big, good old permanent crime. You take a step towards Tavros and Vriska visibly deflates. Come on, Liliana Lightinu. You can't seriously be on his side. Yes, you can be, and you are. You think you understand now. You see how Vriska took her suffering and bitterness and passed it along. You see how under beastly tutelage she learned to sink her fangs into her prey and tell her she's doing it for their own good. And these two kids see a microcosm of Alternia, of hurt kids hurting kids until finally the buck stops at the kindest or the weakest among them. No matter how much empathy you have for her, you can't sit idly by and let Vriska continue the cycle of hurt. You tell Vriska to look at Tavros. Really look at him, and ask yourself if her help has done anything for him. Isn't this the kind of suffering that she and Terezi want to prevent? Right now, the best thing she can do for Tavros is to leave him alone. Leave him alone? You don't get it. None of you do. If I leave him alone, he's toast. Seriously, how have you not figured this out by now? You see what this planet is like? You think we can just flip a switch and fix everything? He's a worthless loser living in a world that hates losers. And if that doesn't change, he's going to die a sad, pathetic death. And you and Kanai and everyone else, you're just enabling him. When he croaks, it's going to be on your head, not mine. So if you'd rather hang out with Tavros in his make-believe fairyland, be my guest. But some of us are still have to be living out here in the real world. You and Risk spend a while staring at each other. All you can muster is a look of pity, which only seems to incense her further. Her face scrunches up and then goes steely and flat. Her voice is icily calm. You two have your fun out. Riska slams the door as she leaves. Tavros takes a long sigh. Well, that went pretty well for an encounter with Riska, all things considered. I only feel somewhat terrible about who I am. Slowly, gently, place a comforting hand on Tavros' shoulder and tell him that he deserves better than this. It's not his fault. Riska is difficult. Yeah, Kanaya says that too. I sometimes almost believe her when she does. The room is silent except for a faint wriggling noise coming from some of the balls on Tavros' feet. You don't know what else to say. When you, enjoy playing some Fighty Spawn with me, perhaps? As a matter of distraction? Oh, fuck yeah, you tell him. Let's spawn some, fetuses? Yes. Your FLARP experience inured you to Alternian game design, so you're only mildly nauseated when Tavros shows you how the physical version of Fighty Spawn works. Chinese purple critters explode from gooey orbs and infest plushies before bursting out in the forms of large monsters with more limbs than you're comfortable with. Also, you have a handful of cards with boost their attributes or allow you to interfere with your opponent's monsters. There's a lot to keep track of here. Before too long, the room is full of chittering purple monstrosities and queasy-looking host plushies on the verge of birthing even more abominations. You are so lost. But you think you're winning. Your creatures appear to be doing a better job of preying on his host plushies than and spawning more of themselves. You've got a meter in the corner that keeps going up while his goes down. That's good, right? You think it's good, at least where victory is concerned. But you're more concerned with the dejected look on Tavros' face. He doesn't seem to be giving the game his all. You ask him if he's okay. No. Oh, okay. He just came out and said it. My fun has been stymied, I think, by my thoughts about Vriska. He wheels himself over to the window and looks despondently out. I just like Vriska a lot, you know. I admire her for her many qualities that work out, such as being very confident or having skill at games. But now I just hate her. Or like, I feel like I should hate her, but instead do not feel those feelings. In their place, I feel very conflicted and bad about myself and wonder if there's something wrong that I can't feel as angry as I should. Or make myself become strong enough to talk to her properly about my feelings. And it's just a big mess. You glance again at the poster line Tavros as well. Sprightly fairy girls with confident smiles, long messy hair, and blue-colored schemes. The resemblance to Vriska is uncanny but superficial. She's never going to be like the girl from this poster. That's just not who Vriska is. Ha ha! Looks at that one costume that Vriska canonically wore. But for a sad hurt boy who likes to dream, she must be sitting so painfully close. This is a problem too big for you to untangle right now. You just need to redirect Tavros' thoughts. You close your eyes and ask your intuition. What should you do? Okay, if I need to, I will come back and choose help him fly. But I know how that has ended for him in the past. So I'm not going to do that. Stay grounded. From the darkness, you reach into your metal memories, catch a glint of cold iron. When you open your eyes, pupa pants stares back at you. You would have to believe that faith is all it takes to fly. But you think Tavros could use a little something more material. Put a gentle hand on his shoulder, ask why he can help him spread his wings. His metaphorical wings, that is. It's not like he could spread real ones. The very thought is absurd. Tavros sighs. I just wish I could live more independently, I guess. Take charge of my life and become less under Vriska's thumb. I think Tavros could use some better friends. Real friends. I do have some. Nepeta's very kind to me often. In games, I like to throw down some sick rhymes, and Kanai likes to help with Vriska. There's not a lot they can do when we live far away. As nice as my list is, he's unable to help me with all my issues due to his small size limiting him to only moving and carrying small objects to me when I require them. The simple fact is that I didn't build my hive with the expectation of one day using a four-wheeled device to navigate it. Can Tavros move to a better hive? Can you help him with that? No. As a bronze, the stipend I receive is not enough to cover such things. Even this four-wheeled device, which is highly basic compared to some high-blood models, would have cost me over a wipe's worth of savings. Few changes are available to me, economically speaking, especially if I want to not alert to drones to my unsuitedness for troll expectations. You see, if money is the issue, that's not something you can help him with, at least not directly. But you might know others who can. You tell Tavros you're going to step out for a moment to fetch a mutual friend.
Kanaya! Hi!
He seems briefly surprised when you turn with Kanaya. You guess you don't blame him. This strikes you as a pretty rare pairing, conversationally speaking. Oh, Kanaya. It's nice to see you in person, unexpectedly. Wow, my hive is terrible looking. Sorry, but hi. You look nice enough. Yes, I do. How are you faring? Has my advice regarding the construction of an imaginary friend helped aid for your self-esteem? Well, I haven't really got to try it yet, so no, it hasn't, I guess. Kanaya expresses a sigh.
Well, let's get directly to business. Oh, she looks so tired. My poor girl. I brought some materials with which to renovate your hive. Oh! Please advise us as how to best redesign this place to suit your needs. Travis's eyes water up and he sniffs, leaning towards the chair. You really would do that for me, despite taking a large portion of time and effort and presumably money as well? I didn't really spend my stipend on much besides fabric, and I tend to twist Vriska's arm until she offers a portion of her flapping treasure to fit the bill too. And of course I'd do it for you. Any less would be a rejection of my helpful sensibilities. Naya says it with a neutral tone and straight face as if there's nothing remarkable about it, but Tavros nevertheless breaks into a grin. Wow, thanks. Okay, give me some time to develop any ideas on how to properly jack this hive up and deliver the most utterly dope and pimped up changes. This is going to be so great! Oh, getting wood. You give Tavros the request time and then begin to work in earnest. You weren't sure what to expect, but the construction process proves smoother than anticipated. Kanai brings a set of alien devices which he claims to have borrowed from a sea-dwelling friend of hers. One converts raw material into a strange substance that reminds you of fruit gushers. Kanai fells trees with her chainsaw and feeds them into the machine, and before long you have trouble with the gusher things. The other device expands the gushers to modified buildings. It has a holographic click and drag interface much like the Sims played in real life. Advanced construction software to be incredibly handy but also eerily familiar, but honestly I find everything eerily familiar these days. I know what they're talking about, the alchemimeter and the other thing. Yes, it is very convenient. Home construction has been an important part of troll culture for as long as history remembers. Most do not know why, although to me the reason is obvious. Preparation for the game which we will now no longer be playing due to outside interference. Wait, she knows about that? Yes. I figured out what was going on day 2 after you visited me, but I thought it would prove not to be particularly dramatic about it all. That was very thoughtful of her. Yeah, I tried. Kanai finishes feeding logs into the first device and begins manipulating Tavros' hive with the other. Together you are a clockwork team. Tavros provides directions, Kanai implements them with her stylish sense of design, and you provide mental support or moral support by standing around looking cute. I am very good at doing that. Okay, yeah. Nudge that shelf over to the left, yeah, like that. Wait, actually, right? Further back. Okay, no, back. It's a bit more, that's almost good. Now make it a little tad higher. Yeah, no, lower. There, right there, and... yeah, it's perfect, I think. Back in the same spot, wasn't it? Actually, can you just go back to where I first was? And yeah, it takes till the end of the day to finish construction, which is actually a great time. You expect to have to zap forward once or twice for the sake of narrative brevity, but with the Alternian build tools, Tavros' hive is swiftly renovated. It's far more spacious than it once was, with ramps and rails aplenty. Under Tavros' guidance, you widened hallways, lowered counters, revamped bedrooms. It's like a brand new house. You don't have a ribbon to cut in celebration, so Tavros summons some bizarre fighty spawn creatures that shoot confetti all around the entrance to the hive. It's all gross and sticky, and you hate every second of it, but he's having fun. After that, Tavros spends a while just exploring the hive. He wheels himself through each block, awed by the ease with which he can navigate the space. By the time he returns to his respite block, his grin is radiant. You take it he likes the new place. Oh, yes. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. This bed is now genuinely frigid. It makes me feel more confident, like the world's my bivalve jewel container. Like, I could say to Vriska, fuck you, I don't want to do what you tell me, biatch. Okay, I wouldn't say that probably, but I could. Actually, I might say that, as well as plenty of other deliriously rude things, which long have I avoided saying. Okay, it's probably enough. You tell him Kanai is staring icily at him, but doesn't seem to notice. It's just that it's a good time to settle down. The sun's gonna be going down pretty soon, or be rising pretty soon. What? Oh, I didn't even hit the button. Alright. While we still have some moonlight, would you like to stay for a while, Kanai, and play some games with us? No, that's quite alright. I'm afraid I have duties to attend to at home. I left a dress in the oven. Kanai blinks and carefully maintains her poise. It's made out of clay, you see. I'm getting experimental. Oh, that makes sense. Well, goodbye. Okay. She smiles at Tavros and shoots you a pointed glance. You take it as your cue to place a hand on her shoulder, concentrate on her hive, and send her back in a flash of light. Once she's gone, Tavros wheels up to you and nudges you in the hip. So, regarding Kanai, I think this could perhaps be me misreading the situation, but every achievement site and tap into the marvelous power of her self-esteem sounds very right and smart. Do you see the way she was smiling at me, almost in, like, to suggest amorous inclinations? He wags his eyebrows furiously in your direction. Oh geez, you tell Tavros that's just, what friendship looks like? She's not his type. Trust me, you say. Brat. Well, oh well. I think there's a saying about this, that the sea has many fish in it. Now that I'm feeling better, I think perhaps I'll one day go fishing for a quadrant or two. But let's start. It's gonna take some time for this kid to figure out what genuine self-esteem is like. But just like the Prospidian clouds part to reveal a brilliant sky in blue, you think Tavros is on the verge of seeing the sun. The moon? The metaphor would work better on Earth. Tavros can be more than he is, and you don't need to change to do it. But he offers you a smile, there's a spark of compassion behind it, tells you he's already worth the world. All he ever needed was someone to believe in him. And money. He also needed money. Fuck do I feel that. Would you like to perhaps celebratorily play a round or two of Fighter Spawn with me? I'm feeling much more prepared to enjoy a game, perhaps think that this time I'll proceed to crush you with my incredible might as a Fighter Spawn breeder. Except, I mean that in a nice way, like that of a friendly challenge. If you'll accept, the word friend in that sentence was all you needed to hear.
Hell yeah. Jesus Christ.
Moving swiftly along. God, I can't imagine a game that forces me to sacrifice plushies. The thought genuinely brings me great distress, actually. Because I love plushies so much. They're so cute. What are you doing here? Why are you doing on this awful planet? You walk. You walk and you don't stop walking. You walk until the moons are high in the sky and the lights from the city all but fade. You walk until you can't think anymore, but you can't think about anything but walking anymore. Then you zap. Zap. Zap, 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 zap. Who cares? You just want out of here. What's happening to you? What thoughts? What are all these self-remembered truths? Why do all your new friends seem so fresh but so familiar? You're lost inside yourself for what simultaneously feels like both a moment and an eternity. You stop walking and lay down. The grass feels cool in the back of your head and your eyes. Stop walking and lay down. The grass feels cool in the back of your head and your eyes feel so heavy. Aradia, you are close enough to start pixelating. Troll Jesus Christ! Inches away from your face, someone is bent over you and staring unblinkingly into your eyes. In a single panicked motion, you do a youthful sideways roll and spring to your feet. Youth roll! This doesn't seem to startle her at all. She just moves away from her precariously balanced squat. She's just looking at you, observing you. Is she waiting for you to do something? After exactly 21 seconds of staring directly at you, she offers an entirely toothy smile. Part of you suspects you just remembered that that's what you do in these situations. She examines you with an obvious curiosity. Not the worst decision. To nap amongst the remains of the deceased. Haha, what? The sarcastic motion that suggests looking literally anywhere around you. She draws your attention to appears what sort of big sight? You appear to fall asleep on a pile of bones. On her... Game, please behave. I didn't even hit any buttons. Her shirt is emblazoned with a dark red Aries symbol. Oh cool, another Zodiac kid. You must have said Aries out loud because she immediately corrects you. It is pronounced... Wait. Oh. She's not actually trying to correct my pronunciation of Aries. It's just... Gotcha, okay. It is pronounced... Aradia. Oh, it's not Aradia? That's odd. Aradia. Aradia. Huh. That feels odd in my mouth. It is pronounced Aradia. That makes sense, although you've just met, you cannot fathom her name being pronounced any other way. Your new potential friend Aradia is looking a little, what is the polite and charming way for saying, rough around the edges. Her clothes are a bit shabby, maybe that's just normal wear and tear. You've been hanging out in the dirt all day. What is she doing out here in the dirt anyway? I've come out here to dig up bones. Oh, like archaeology? Oh, yes, that too. Bones are just an important part of life cycle. You often hear about the beauty of life, but I find death is just as important. Fascinating. Finality of death has a beauty to it. Or it used to. You won't ask what she means, but it must be written all over your face. She quickly moves on. Remains can tell us a lot about their owners. How they lived. How they met their end. Is that not a little? Fossils represent a finality. A moment locked in time. It is the physical that remains while the spirit moves on. Everything that makes them who they were is gone. When all is said and done, only the bones that survive to tell the tale. And in that way, death is a sort of perfection, don't you think? Their violent end, a sort of peace. Nothing left but bone. You never thought about it that way. The fact that you suspect me, I've never thought about anything as much as this little girl's love. Oh, bones are just one of my many interests. My turn. Wait, can't. Oh yeah, you too. Big Bones fan over here. I'm never really quite into Bones. I'm just not really into the whole like cop show thing. Ba-doomsh. I see you're also a person of exquisite taste. That just looks like it's supposed to be an ooh. It's not supposed to be, but it looks like it. Well, damn. Oh to you too. Your stomach growls a little bit. Just how long were you out here? I discovered your body several hours ago. I thought she might be dead, so I was watching you to confirm my suspicions. She was watching what she thought was a dead body for several hours? Yes. On the lookout for early signs of decomposition. Rot, rigor mortis, etc. Unfortunately, you are not completely dead. Thank goodness for that. I guess. Wait, does she mean completely? Wait, what does she mean completely? There's a moment somewhere in her unbreaking, if not somewhat unsettling green, leans more towards normal. Well, okay, someone might describe it as normal if maybe you've never seen anybody smile before. Like if you were passing someone in the hallway and they described what a smile was to, and you're like, no, I got this. Alas, you digress. Ooh, look at me. Dead speak to you. You well attention. Mantle of doomed souls leashed to you. I wonder how many times you've died. Died? Like, bereft of life? She sits down beside you. She picks up some of the ribs of femur or pelvis or whatever, but it's idly drawn in the dirt. It's a crude drawing of some sort of misshapen stick person, unrelated. Additionally, yes, that is what dying. But you are different. I can see the ghosts of your alternate iterations floating around you, trying to help you. Doomed timelines have been purposefully erased from your consciousness, but the culmination of the choices you've made fatal. You've been forced to leave so much behind you. Your memories. Despite the fact that she seems very focused on her dirt art, you suddenly feel so seen. Someone doesn't want you to remember, but he looks at you and leans in close. Do you want to know a secret? Wait, did she just say ghosts? You're really not following. Sounds kind of fake if you're being honest. Ghosts? Yeah, okay. You've seen some weird shit on this planet, but you draw the line to ghosts. The spooky bit was kind of charming and cool at first, but this is borderline ridiculous. Oh. He almost looks hurt. Her tone turns hollow. Oh. Disappointing. Aradia rises and turns her back towards you. The night air feels cold, which it hadn't before now. Perhaps on behalf of the especially cold shoulder treatment you are getting now, little bumps form on your skin. I have misjudged you. I thought I could trust you. Maybe you're just like the rest. I'm okay with that. It does not bother me. She's floating several feet off the ground. Typically, this is your sign. This is your sign not to say, sounds like it kind of does bother you. Given... give in to your need to feel like you know better than everyone else. Keep your mouth shut for once. You keep quiet. Now is not the time for your incredible insights. The restraint you have shown here will surely be rewarded. She turns to you slowly, dangling somewhat limply in the air. Act was for benefit, but to proceed any further is pointless. Her eyes are white, her face is unreadable. Motherfucker. Oh my god. Are Ghost real too? Ghost real too? Alternia's fucked up. Bill. Oh Jesus, no thanks. This secret sucks. Time to fucking go. Sorry you said ghost or fake or whatever bullshit. Yes, maybe that would be the best for both of us. I had some hope for you, but it looks like that was missed. There's a hollow disappointment in her voice. You've never been nagged by a ghost before. She raises a hand to you, her form silhouetted by twin moons. There's a blissful moment where you feel suspended and still. Better luck, Nick. Better luck. Whoa. I know she's the whatever of time, but that still caught me off guard. Inches away from your face is someone bent over staring unblinkingly into your eyes. Is this... Okay, so this is just the same thing, I just don't need to actually reload manually. I mean, that's nifty, however. Load. Give in to your need to feel like you know better than everyone. Sounds like it does kind of bother her. It sounds like she probably isn't okay with it. She's silent for what seems like several minutes. Have your words reached her?
Nothing.
bothers me anymore. Oh, Jesus. No thanks. Sorry, the secret sucks. Time to fucking go. Sorry, you said good. Ghost or fake or whatever bullshit. Yeah, maybe that would be the best for both of us. I had some hope for you. But it does look like that was misplaced. Wait. So you get rewound either way. Okay, so I'm guessing maybe you do need to progress through at least to a choice? Hold on. None of this is new. Oh. Interesting. That wasn't an option before. Fascinating. You have to admit you were a little fascinated by this land of inquiry. You don your signature cool person facade and tell her like there's nothing in this godforsaken universe that can keep you from hearing that secret. You throw in that you are going to die if you do not find out immediately. Smooth as butter, baby. Don't know how relieved I am to hear that. The way she speaks has shifted slightly. It sounds fuller, livelier. That's good? Oh yes, I have been alive for some time now, all according to plan. When she says the word time, her eyebrows lift a little as if she's cueing you in on a joke that seems to think you're completely familiar with. You give it a polite chuckle. What a character. She beams and there's a moment you forget that she was talking about ghosts and secrets. They can't find us here. We have made them very mad. They can't find us here. Them? We've made mad? You don't ask for clarification on very. You're feeling pretty confident about that one. This is not the first time we have met. You'll just have to say how long has passed since then. Time passes differently out here. Hey, propos are for nothing. Far be from me to comment on someone's appearance. Why does she look so much older? Why is she wearing the magic team pajamas like John and them? How did she manage to do her makeup so well and not just brush her hair at all? You know with curls the issue might not actually be overbrushing. You don't want to brag, but you happen to have encyclopedic knowledge on hair care products. How does she consider switching to a sulfate-free shampoo? God, you wish you had hair. Wow, you ask a lot of questions, but I guess that's natural. Right now we're outside the canonical relevant. You can have supper right there. You've had enough of canon relevancy and what it means or what it isn't. Do people ever tire of sniffing out your own farts about canonical impact? Wow, rude. Yeah, you're rude now. Fuck the narrative. Absolutely phenomenal, and I could not agree more. Like I was trying to explain out here, even the powers that be can't hear us. I must say I'm a big fan of your work. I've seen quite a few Doom timelines before, but nothing like this. There was something they had no contingency plan for, and Paradox Space is practically falling apart at the seams. This timeline has been peppered with inconsistencies and clues, things here and there that cannot exist yet, events that occur too early. I figured you were doing it on purpose, so I thought I'd get your attention, but you are a little broken, aren't you? She looks disappointed as she says this. You don't know why she wanted your attention, but she has it. It's not only your attention I want. The power is shifting, the ones pulling the strings are distracted with their own meaningless problems. You really can't remember anything, can you? You tell her you remember some of the things you can't explain. Names of things, hints of the past, whispers of ghosts, whispers. Oh, whispers of ghosts! Wait, how does she know this? Yes, they have been whispering to you quite loudly. They're the fractured remnants of your departed selves. They've been trying to help you get here at this exact moment. You ask where and when it here is exactly, and you look around, the scenery seems to shift. Sometimes you're inside, sometimes you're outside. Sometimes you're in all places at once. You swear... Wait, what about the song? Oh, it is Megalovania. Wait, no. Yeah, it's Megalovania, I think. Just slow down. Or at least part of it. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is absolutely Megalovania. I'm too familiar with this rhythm. Thank you for pointing that out, Luz, actually. I mean, like, it's mixed with something else, but no, this definitely has Megalovania DNA at the very least. I have listened to so many remixes of Vriska's song that I like... It's like, I started listening to the music, and I was like, I felt like it hijacked parts of my body. Like, the hand thing, for example. I'm used to doing that to, like, get out, like, the rhythms and stuff, because that song makes me feel things in my soul. You swear you see some shadow of your friends here and there in places but not really belong. Why would Rose be in Kanaya's hive? Do they know each other? You want to know what's going on and why it's so important for you to be here? Whatever here is. I asked an old friend's ghost to tell an ancient space squid to burp up a place for us to meet. As one does. Sure. Think of it as an liminal space made of the same thing memories are made of. I spent a lot of time in the furthest ring and in these bubbles trying to figure out how. So I have some ideas. But I don't think the ones who conceive them even really know. What matters is the perfect path you took to get here. It may have took you many tries, but you made it. You get the feeling the more this is spelled out, the less sense it will make. Kinda kills the magic. Yes. This is probably true of most things. Instead of explaining it to you, why it's easier just to rewind things and have you try again. No, please not again. I'm so embarrassed to ask how many times it took you to get it right. She puts her hand on your shoulder and shakes her head. Oh, the important thing is you made it. I tried so many things to get you here. One time I pretended to be a ghost. She affects a spooky tone, kind of waving her fingers around. Since accidentally entering the medium of your particular class and aspect combination have given you knowledge and foresight you shouldn't have. But here, where the connection to every version of yourself is the strongest, we can do a little housekeeping. She reaches her hand out to yours. Oh fuck, is this it? You're finally making a friend and all it took was an infinite number of tries. You take her hand and she smiles at you, then everything goes off the shits. Something flies into you. Oh fuck, it was a ghost. You can see them. Oh fuck, it has your face. There's so many of them. One by one they slam into you. The entirety of their lives and each of their deaths play out before you in real time. I should see if all of them... I've not seen some of these. Wait. Some of these are hive swap things. I have questions. Intense questions, actually. That's L-word! That's L-word! That was L-word in those. Wait. Hold on. I have... Wait. I have inquiries about what the implications of some of these things are. I'm not gonna think about this. Aradia clutches your hand and begins to laugh in a way that makes you start to think maybe this wasn't a great idea. But you remember all of them. I thought... Anyway, as the less doomed version of yourself is absorbed into your body, you collapse out of both physical and mental exhaustion. You're back in the dirt, back in the moan pile. You just sort of turn over and lay there for a second. Oh my god. Malik, Tizius, Boldir, Old Little Demon, Zedbert... okay, maybe not that guy. But still, there's a gap. Why are you here? You looked down the hoodie Malik gave you. Didn't Karkat's friend say nobody has used the symbol for a long time? I'm afraid I don't know exactly. My abilities have allowed me to tidy up your timelines. They have happened in sort of tentative canon. You roll your eyes and continue. She ignores you roll your eyes, she ignores you and continue. So whatever happened outside of the narrative is beyond my capacity as a guide to the deceased, but I know a way we can find out. That's why I brought you here to give you back your memories. God, you missed just fucking around about hot dogs. You wonder what your friends are up to now. You think maybe you should check in on them. She looks you in the eyes and you stop rolling them for 2 seconds. Aren't you tired of being nice? Don't you just want to go ape shit? I can't believe they actually said that. Don't you just want to go ape shit? Honestly, a bit. Oh, look at the time. You're supposed to pick up your punk rock alien daughter up at the mall like 100 years ago or whatever. Think about it for a little bit. You've been gone for so long, you can go back whenever you want, right? You gotta focus on the friends in the here and now. You know what? Yeah, let's trash this place. You stand up and kick over a small pile of bones. No, my bones! Oops, sorry. She kneels down next to the car and she just stares for a little bit. She looks completely devastated. It's actually kind of hard to watch. You turn away. Ah, biscuits. This is no way to canonize a friendship with a time god. What were you thinking? You were just too damn good at kicking over small piles of shit. Curse these powerful legs. Marvis wouldn't do something like this. That guy was cool as hell. Aradia begins to laugh in a way someone less eager for friendship might describe as a cackle. Look. She has arranged the bones into an outlandish, if not slightly vulgar configuration. For once, I'm really okay with this. I was just lying to you for comedic effect. It's okay, you can laugh. Try it with me. Ha! Ha! Now say it again. Ha! There you go. I meant apeshit in a more larger sense. I don't think any of them care about bones. They're lost. If you really want to see things fall apart, I can lead you to where you be. You don't really know who they are, and you don't really give a single solitary shit. Fuck this place. Fuck whoever took your memories. Let's go absolutely buck wild up in this piece. You kick up some dirt and you don't even care. A radio produces a series of abstractions from thin air. Some sort of giant Ouija board. The lenses spell out S-I-C-K-L-E, but in Alternia, which you still don't understand why you can read, but you know that. But you know what? Not the weirdest shit happening right now. Carcat's rambunctiously colored sickle appears midair. She hands it out to you and excitedly takes your other hand. Let's go. Over the next few hours, you teleport around both Earth and Alternia, dropping a bunch of seemingly random objects in nonsense places. Careful not to be seen. You change a gift itinerary in John's dad's PDA. You sign the kids up for cell phone plans. Are you just doing chores? This feels really more like running errands than breaking anything. Trust me, they're going to notice. I know, I bet they're going to be so steamed. You personally guarantee nobody in their right mind will care about any of this, but the moment the words leave your mouth, something in the distance cracks. You don't see it, you don't hear it, you feel it. You zap to the next location. You steal Vriska's lipstick, and there it is again. A crack. You almost can't believe it. Their stupid plan is working. You guess the devil really is in the details. Next to you, Arati looks absolutely thrilled. They'll change in the timeline can have big repercussions, but nothing like this. They usually just create a doomed offshoot, but this is a whole doomed reality. But you know what this means? You totally don't know what this means, but you do know what it means, but you should explain just in case. If you just keep up whatever it is you've been doing, this whole place is going to come down. Up. The radio lifts an air conditioning unit and throws it into the stratosphere with her mind. Wow, that's fucked up. She sits on the edge of the roof, overlooking the city. Thank you. This was fun. A faint crack forms in the sky. The curtains of space and time pull back to reveal a nothingness that does not really make you feel as whole as you had hoped. There's still a bit for you to do. You still have a few more friends to make. What? That's it? You put a crack in reality, then just go back to spending time with some teens? Yep. Aren't you also sort of a teen? You explained that was never very clear, actually. Well, the answers you wanted at the end of your path. The only way to find them is to get them to come to you. And they will. It will all make sense then. You wish that were true. You sit next to her, your legs dangling over the edge of the molding. Are those the miles? Before your eyes, the crack in the sky appears to be sewn shut almost as quickly as it appears. She was right, something is happening. The two of you sit in each other's company for what feels like both a moment and in eternity. Good end? You guess? Well, that was cute. I had fun with Aradia. Aradia. The lionliest girl in Alternia. My baby! Time to face facts. Something's going on here. Not that you didn't really know that. You've had the blurry outlines of all the strangers for a long time. It's only after you stand with Aradia that you manage to feel in all the shapes and colors. Your friends, your companions, even the hell and back with, and you forgot about them. Feels like, you can't even come up with a sufficiently dramatic mixed metaphor. It feels bad. Your desperate friendship, there's just compelled. You get that, and it was mostly one off by now. What the fuck else are you supposed to do? It's basically just your job now, so you'll keep doing that job. Whatever. Let's just do the name route. No, I like Nepeta. I'm excited to do this one. Who did we tell you about? His Moirail, right? Just try to go find her in the middle of the wood, which is a very normal thing to do. You'll be normal. It's a normal kind of day. You zap to the mouth of a cave and are immediately set upon by a wild beast. Yellow eyes flash and sharp teeth glitter. You brace yourself to be made into dinner. The wild lioness sits back on her haunches and contemplates the stranger. The wild lioness sits back on her haunches and contemplates the stranger. That's how you know she does that. She tells you. But taking a closer look, you realize she is in fact not a wild lioness, but a very unkempt troll in a green coat and a grubby t-shirt. She smells like a fire pit. I love her! I love her even more. She smells like fire.
AC licks her snout and tries to figure out who has happened upon her den. A friend? A foe? A dinner, perhaps?
Troll girl licks her lips, and you realize that even though she's not some bloodthirsty predator, she does have some very sharp canines and clawed gauntlets on her little hands. She smelled both trolls. You discovered that the hard way that size does not translate to 1-to-1 strength ratio. You tell her that you are a friend, definitely a friend, and not all the sort of friend that you playfully fight with and accidentally eviscerate, because you never know with trolls. The girl whose name you have a stinking suspicion might be Nepeta scratches at her chin. Her fingers curl up like a paw. You wonder what she's going to put her eye out with one of those claws. AC wrinkles her nose and wonders what anyone could be doing all the way out here in the wastes.
It's not very plausible.
That one was a bit of a stretch.
How did you even come upon my cave?
AC says with a growly glower. I love Nepeta Leon so fucking much. Play along. It just so happens you're an expert RPer, and by expert you mean you once played Soldier Purbeast with a stressed out Jade Blood kid, which you'd forgotten about till literally yesterday. Anyway, what you mean is, you've got some moves. You go limp and show Nepeta your throat, yielding to who is clearly the alpha female here. You're barely even role-playing here. Every olive blood you've met could rip out your intestines and wear them as a shawl. Nepeta beams down at you, remembering that she is a regal lioness. He nibbles a strange little cub and welcomes him to her cave. Appearing to realize that she doesn't need to describe her actions out loud because you're right in front of her, Nepeta nuzzles you gently at the top of her head. You get the feeling she doesn't get out much. I love her! I love her so much! You tell her that you didn't mean to startle or anything, you think you have a mutual friend. A big indigo blood named Equius? Nepeta digs her nails into your arms. Her eyes go wide.
You know Equius? Oh, where'd you meet him? Tell me everything.
Well, it's kind of a funny story. Before you get into it, Nepeta launches herself off of you and scampers into the cave. When she runs, her knuckles occasionally touch the ground. You're not sure if she moves like that naturally, or she's just very, very in character. She pauses at the mouth of the cave, gestures inside, the sleeves of her coat flapping down past her wrists. If you had parents, they probably would have taught you not to follow cat girls into caves, but you didn't, so you're totally down. Look. Wrong parenting message. You should absolutely follow mysterious cat girls into caves. Otherwise, what are you doing with your life? Follow cat girls into mysterious caves. Nothing bad will happen. The cave is small and chilly. Several animal pelts cover the cavern floor, from creatures too large to be wolves but too shaggy to be bears. Maybe some sort of wolf bear. All the furniture is hewn from stone. They recoup a raccoon formed from a natural hollow in the rock. Of all the hives you spent time in, this one is the most rustic. You wonder why Nepeta isn't a high blood. Nepeta isn't a high blood, but she certainly is not a low blood either. She could have made a hive at least as nice as Tavris's. AC welcomes a strange club to her den and invites them to sit down wherever they please. She realizes that her visitor is probably sleepy and hungry. Luckily, AC has a fresh kill. Oh great, that's really lucky. Nepeta skips back outside, leaving you alone feeling, well, like you followed a feral child into her cave. Torchlight burnishes shape strange and foreboding, an irregular flicker disorienting. Or the irregular flickering disorienting. People used to do everything but firelight. No wonder medieval art is so preposterous. Dogs with faces of old men and old men with faces of babies. And speaking of art, drawings pepper the cave walls, shaky and crude, although you doubt even Michael fucking Angelo could do much with a canvas like this. The picture seems to depict Nepeta and various other trolls, some of which whom you think you recognize. You see a car gets his little horns and Equius' broken one. A few pictures have been viciously scratched out. A couple of the self-portraits of Nepeta also feature a large, sleek white cat. You wonder if that's her hunter Sona. Lion Sona? Whatever. Then you hear a growl right behind you and realize, oh, right, Nepeta has a Lussus.
Look at the friend! Look at that friend!
Hot, damp breath touches the back of your neck, and you turn as slowly and carefully as you can. Oh. Hello, kitty. Two hissing mouths open and two snarls as a big cat backs you up against the cavern wall.
Oh, Pounce, stop that silly kitty. This is a friend.
Nepeta hurries back inside, throwing herself onto her Lussus and petting rambunctiously. Pounce's hisses immediately turn into purrs. Drills onto her back and bats big, terrifying paws in the air.
Aw, who's a good kitty? Who's the very best kitty? Pounce, we have a guest for dinner. You know Equius. You do, right?
Nepeta looks at you with sharp little eyes.
You do know my Meowrill? You weren't lioning?
Oh, definitely not. You would never lion. You'll never forget Equius no matter how hard you try. Although you did recently forget every single person you ever knew. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Which one's your patron troll again? I don't recall. That'll absolutely never happen again, though. You won't allow it. AC leaves behind her weird friend.
AC leaves her weird friend in the very capable pause for lessons while she goes to prepare a delicious meal.
Oh, right. Carcat. Yeah, he was the start. I'm very sorry about that. Oh, damn, Nepeta, please don't go away and leave your guest home with a ferocious beast. The Pound seems pretty well placated by Nepeta's insistence to be her friend and not food. She curls up on one of the animal pelts, tucking her head. Her hair twitches and her ears flick. You're pretty sure she's only pretending to be asleep like she's giving you a shot, and if you fuck up, it's lunchtime. You sit very still, trying your best to look non-threatening. Just a little while ago, that would have been easy. You've been totally defenseless to think about unthreatening thoughts. But now, I remember at least a little of who you were. And you know what you've done. Even if some of it was done in dead-end timelines that never actually came to pass. You're not sure you can still call yourself an innocent bystander. Nebula derails the dangerous train of thought by dragging in a huge haunch. That's just really the only word for it, a haunch. Something's leg. Wow. When she said she had a fresh kill, you figured that was part of the RP, like she was just gonna pull out a DiGiorno or something like that. But no, she really did tear apart some animal and bring you its leg. She has blood smears over one cheek, her hair in pieces across her sweaty forehead. You get why she and Equus get along. They have an equivalent ferocity. Aww. I mean, to be fair, I only did that like in one server today. Good thing you aren't a vegetarian. You were gratified discovering Nepeta appears to draw her roleplay line of devouring raw meat. You wonder if trolls could eat raw meat or if it would make them sick. That definitely seems to be more natural predators than humans are, but then again, most of them live in houses and eat cup noodles and play video games. You never really met anyone like Nepeta. You watch her build a fire and then take yourself on a little trip to the mouth of the cave while she cuts up the meat and spears on steaks to cook. You come back over to the fire when the meat looks like a little bit less like flesh and more like food. Honestly, it shouldn't bother you. You've seen and been through much worse. Guess the mind is a strange and many-layered beast. Look, the closer to flesh that meat food looks, the more satisfying it is to hold it and tear into it with your fangs and pull it apart and feel the nice warm life juices and wonderful warmth of it just in your mouth, and just the fibers that once made a living creature move and fire due to cellular reactions, now just to be consumed and to feed and nurture your body, is so deeply satisfying to me. I adore eating things like ribs and chicken wings and just anything that's like I once had a ham that just held by the bone and just tore off chunks just directly. I like eating meat things directly. It's so fun and satisfying for me. That might be the autism. But fun fact. You come back over to the fire when the meat looks like this. Alright.
Here you are. I thought you'd run out into the waste like a big, powerful idiot. It's dangerous out there.
Well, she went out there. Although it's possible she's dangerous too.
That makes Nepeta smile.
She can help quite meet your eyes, but she's fidgeting with her gauntlets less than she was before.
Oh, you really met Equius? Really, really?
She slides up to you, almost too close to talk comfortably. You wonder if this is the first conversation she's ever had that she wasn't through a computer screen. You tell her that yes, really, really, you met him. You spent a good time with him too.
I really like meat. That's incredible. I've never seen that silly guy hang out with anybody before. So maybe Whiskers. Whiskers?
Oh, do you mean Vriska? You know her too.
Really, really?
Yeah, you probably wouldn't be hanging out with her right now if she hadn't gone off to do some Antifa shit with Terezi.
You know Terezi too? GC?
Yeah, for sure. Does Nepeta? You're expecting her to exclaim and wag her magic at your tail, instead she was quiet. That pops and sizzles in the fire. Across the cave, pounces out a lazy squeak that sounds like it came from a much smaller cat. You ask Nepeta if everything's okay.
So, what you're saying is you know all my friends?
Well, it's not exactly what you said. It is kind of creepy if you dwell on it, but you keep meeting people through other people. That's just normal, right? Well, you did happen upon Vriska on a beach, and Aradia found you asleep in a field. You haven't asked Nepeta if she knows Aradia, but you're sure that she does, somehow.
Aw, baby. Aw.
Slowly, Nepeta lifts her gift from the flames and meets your eyes for the very first time. Maybe it's the firelight or the shadows gambling on the walls, but she looks haunted, hollowed out and filled with something you can't name.
What are you?
Nepeta may be goofy and playful and awkward. That doesn't make her an idiot. Then you get the idea that treating her like one is a very good way to have a very bad time. Explain. You tell Nepeta that you don't know what you are, or even who you are. You certainly know better than you did a few volumes ago, but you think you're an anomaly. You've crash landed into someone else's story. Nepeta still watching you carefully, muscles wound tight. She's ready to pounce, and the fire of the meat begins to blacken and burn, but neither of you say. Here goes dinner.
Me and my friends were supposed to play a game. Different from the games we usually play. Even Equius was going to parlay this time, and he usually hates games. But then the game didn't work.
Alright, you know about that. She blinks back at you.
I dream sometimes.
Dreams? Well, they're pretty normal.
Not normal dreams, dummy. At least I don't think that they are. I suppose even if they aren't, I wouldn't have anything to compare them to. They're the only sort of dreams I've ever seen. I'm not sure what they are. I see other Nepeta sometimes. Sometimes Pounce is there, sometimes she's dead, and it always makes me very sad. I see my friends too. And other people I don't know, but I think would be pretty good friends if I got a chance.
The bright, hopeful note in Nepeta's voice digs deep at the center of you, plucking at your nerves like a cello string. Makes you so impossibly sad, you don't know why.
I don't see you though. I don't think you fit in here.
Ouch.
I apologize. I don't mean to make you feel bad. My dreams are probably silly, and I don't mean anything.
She springs up from the fire and... and back down on Pounce, burying her hands and face in thick white fur. You get up and follow her, because what else do you do? You should probably give up on this particular round at this point. You've quite thoroughly killed the friendship mood with all this existential angst. Why does she live all the way out here anyway? Wouldn't it be better to live close to all our amazing friends? At least Equius. Even Terezi is definitely very weird, has a house. Admittedly, it's in a tree, but it still counts.
Oh, I'm used to when I was a regular. Or I think I did. A big lovely house with windows and lots of furniture for Pounce to scratch on.
Pounce closes her eyes at her.
But then, I don't know. Something happened. I remember fire, and noise, and lots of shouting. And then I was on Pounce's back. We were running for a very, very long time. I think it was pretty terrible.
Nepeta fingers tightens on Pounce's ruff.
I like it here.
You think back to the different olive blood girl in an oversized jacket who lived rough, and another who made her living with murder. In fact, you could see Nepeta growing up into someone much like Polypa. Sharper, meaner, all of her bright edges sanded off, her games transformed into a struggle for survival. Even now, sitting bathed in firelight, she looks tired. Every troll you've met carry the same exhaustion between their shoulders, even the high bloods to a certain extent. They are worn to the bone by the sheer weight of history and a future that promises more of the same. What does one do in the face of such insurmountable misery? How can you help to be a simple, silent protagonist ever begin to combat something so all-consuming, all-monstrous? Nepeta is waiting for you to trudge through your mandatory self-aggrandizing introspective interlude. All you can do, so you do all you've ever claimed to do, without a hand to wait for you.
Tap.
Nepeta yelps and jumps an impressive 4 feet into the air. Fairy, you were going to do a dramatic gesture but forgot to prepare her for it. Sorry about that.
Where? Huh?
This is... Despite Equius' incredible strength and barely containing excitement, when he wraps Nepeta up in glistening, obscenely muscled arms, he embraces the gentlest you've ever been witness to.
Aww.
It's an incredibly unorthodox manner for a pair of such ourselves to become acquainted. I apologize for this gaudy display of public affection. It is extremely unseemly of me. Well, he isn't really in public right now. Actually, the opposite. You're the asshole who popped into his private living space with zero warning. I suppose that's right. This is not the first time you have intruded on my space. Just let yourself in and out. How indecent. Okay, come on, dude. Come on. Calm down. You'll get sweaty. I am always sweaty. God, do I feel that. Haha, Equius is trans in some way or another. This is probably a comedy, but also, who knows?
Equius, you're squishing me. Oof.
Oh. Equius lets go, but he doesn't step away. He's looking at Nepeta like he can't quite believe she's real. Are you real?
I think so. I don't know how I got here.
Don't worry much about it. Just think of it as a reward for being a very good kitty. Wow, is that a weird thing to say? That was pretty weird. You'll take it back. But Nepeta doesn't appear to have noticed your fumbling. She's scampering around to Equius in increasingly excited circles. Maybe you can't fix these kids' lives, maybe you can't improve society, but when it really comes down to it, you have the power to bring friends together. And damn, you'll take it. That is the cutest fucking thing ever. Oh man, that was a very short route. At least that feels very short. And Nepeta is my favorite, so I'm a little sad that was so short. But okay, we have 3 more to go. I don't know why I said it like that, but here we are. So this is it. You think this Solix guy is going to be a piece of grub cake? From what both Karkat and Kanai have told you, the poor guy recently got ghosted by his girlfriend? Best friend? You're not quite sure what they were doing, and apparently neither do their friends. For trolls, friend seems to be as loaded of a word as girlfriend. Regardless, from what you managed together, they were quite close, and her ghosting him seems to have serious emotional consequences. I mean, Aradia didn't just ghost him. Aradia ghosted life. Because she became a ghost. So, like, I don't know what you want from her. It'll probably help if I sat my chair properly. Regardless, from what you managed together, they're quite close. Thing is, this guy sounds like a mess and looks like he's a loser, and boy, is he ready for you. He's been flying low for a while and you're ready to scoop him up and baby feed him the tenderest of worms directly into his mouth. Protag, you keep saying the weirdest fucking thing. Figuratively speaking, unless he's into that. Then so are you, and you're so fucking ready to do it, literally. I'm leaving that to you. Out of all your mutual friends, Carcat has shown the most concern in the most backhanded of ways. Trapped in throes of an extremely online 6 sweepdom, he's been unable to tell. I'm sorry, I don't know why. These words just made my brain short out. Trapped in the throes of an extremely online 6 sweepdom, he's been unable to tell Solix he's worried. Sure. So instead of having an honest conversation with a longtime friend, Carcat has arranged for an alternate meet brute between the two of you. First, it's foolproof, which means it's you-proof. Carcat gave you an honestly frightening amount of detail on Solix's everyday routine. The main difficulty is he seldom leaves his hive. He's kind of an indoor boy. Mood! Today, though, you've been lucky. Solix has made plans to see a friend. You're going to casually bump into the guy and play out all of Carcat's carefully curated plans step by step and befriend him. But first, he actually has to show. For someone with such a rigid schedule, he's sure not great at sticking to it. So you're just left there at an alien train station, sitting on an alien bench, trying not to make eye contact with any of the aliens around you. Sure, they might be potential friends, but no. You're pretty sure that Solix is the guy for you this time around. You know the way it seems you've been known everything else is particularly like your meandering journey has begun. I need another drink, motherfucker. Wait, what? Hold on. Sure, they might be potential friends, but no, you're pretty sure that Solix is the guy for you this time around. You know it the same way you've known everything else since this particular leg of your meandering journey has begun. Huh. Okay. It's gotta be Doc Scratch, right? That cue-ball-looking motherfucker stole the memories of all your previous buddies. It stands to reason that he stole some other ones, too. In fact, Aradia helping you remember has just made you realize that there could be so many other things you forgot. You can't shake the feeling that you're still being used, that everything you do, every move you make, feeds it back into some shitty mastermind's plan. You've tried zapping back to Doc Scratch's mansion, but you can't get there either. He's out of bounds, so you've just defaulted to your usual thing, friend acquisition. You are playing into someone's hands, you just know it, but the alternative is just to do nothing. Sit quietly in a room alone and not have any contact with anyone, and who knows if that is exactly what Doc Scratch wants you to do in the first place. It's really hard to do anything at all the time. Anyway, Solix. You've heard a lot about this dude, and you're certain he's heard all about you. How could he not? You're basically best friends with everybody he knows. You're an unstoppable friending force. Oh fuck, there he is. God, look at that nerd. Fuck, I love Solix. I used to have Solix horns. But they were way too heavy to mount on anything because of what they were made out of. That's pretty much exactly how you imagined. How did Carcat put it? A skinny fuck and a total loser who'd be utterly lost without Carcat's devotion and guidance. Yep, just like that. What should you do? Tell him you're Carcat's friend. You greet Solix cheerily and tell him that you're Carcat's friend, and that you know all about him. Solix just looks you up and down. His nose wrinkles like he's just stepped into on a piece of particularly fragrant dog shit. You stealthily check the sole of your shoes to see if the unpleasant aroma is coming from you. No, then what's wrong? Did you come on too strong? Oh no, you fool, you absolute fucking buffoon. This guy's part of the most oppressed class of people on Alternia, a gamer. Of course he's wary of you. You probably can't even tell if you're a PC or console gamer how objectively right your opinions about RPGs are. Timing was absolutely crucial here. You should have approached him as if you were a delicate baby gazelle inching up to the watering hole for a fresh sip of Mountain Dew. Before he knew it, pouncing recounted to him how much you've managed to break Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 with all the stick moves you've learned. Dazzled him with your objectively right gaming opinions. This is so fucking typical. He didn't even fucking ask, just fuck, he can't mind his own fucking business. You are so utterly confused as to what part of Carcat's script. This is just like the GZ thing all over again. Never fucking asks and never fucking warns me. Not all of your other friends have to be friends with each other. Why is that so fucking hard for him to understand? Fuck! I have nothing to do with a juggler piece of shit, whatever the hell you are. A juggler? He lifts an eyebrow. Oh, sorry, I hadn't pegged you as a honky ass licker, but I should have known better. You do look the part. Solix is absolutely unimpressed. Wow, you weren't expecting this. Are you experiencing a heated gamer moment right now? I think these might be Alternian slurs, but you really can't confirm that without whipping out your phone in front of him and making a fool of yourself by opening up Urban Dictionary mid-conversation. train pulls away from the platform, but the troll in front of you seems to have completely forgotten about that.
What the fuck do you want?
You very bluntly tell him that you've heard he's having a rough time and you just want to be his friend. Some of his friends told him they're worried, and Solix looks absolutely livid now.
Did KK tell you I needed help?
Well, no, it wasn't. He let out an identical yelp and returned to see a very ridiculously looking minuscule clown car, just really fucking small. There are 2 big horns on the front and 2 bigger horns on the back. Mother fucking miracles. Small door of the car opens, and out comes a shoe that really had no business in that car in the first place. There's absolutely no way that Gamesy fit in there, and somehow he's holding himself out. You turn to Solix to share a consternated look, but he just seems annoyed. The leg follows the shoe, accompanied by a series of cracks as he unfolds himself from inside the car. Recently, you've become a bit of a bone expert, and you're quite certain that is not a noise they should be making. You can't look away. You are absolutely hypnotized by the display of clownliness. Fear! Fear! Scared. Fear. Hey, mother. Anytime Gamesy shows up, I'm just going to assume I made the wrong decision. Hey, motherfuckers. I was just all out and about when I happened upon the 2 of y'all. Can't hardly believe my oculars. Solix, my good bitch, I haven't seen you since. So fucking... When was the first time we met?
Oh, so you're double teaming me now. This is just some sick shit. Trying to clown on me from both sides.
Now, hold on, Gamesy wasn't part of the plan.
Plan?
Oh shit. This always goes so much smoother in the rom-coms. It's okay, my most lustful friend. There is no need for plans. We are all part of a greater plan that brought us together. Solix takes a step back, takes a critical look at both of you, and flies away so fast the shockwave almost topples you over. Gamsey waves him a very unaffected goodbye, eyes glazed over. Well, you beefed it. A very real word describing a very real action that people take. You beefed it big time. You say beans out loud because you beefed it so hard you basically made yourself into an entire meal. That's okay, man. We're just universal of friends. That's just how motherfuckers say hi sometimes, by flying away from you as fast as possible. I know what'll cheer you up. It's drugs, isn't it? It's almost definitely drugs. Clown end. What the that is a fucked up looking car. Wait, did I load? Or did I save? I did. The time isn't right. You decide to hang back and wait a little longer. You stand on the platform a few polite feet away from him. Before long, the train pulls up and you see Solix take a furtive peek inside before walking back to the platform. That's interesting. The second train comes in, he seems to deem this one worthy and hops in. You count to 10 before rushing in. This car is almost empty. It's just you, Solix, and a pile of blankets in the corner. The inside of the car is bee-themed. Man, trolls really love bugs. It looks like a bench seat and put his bag next to him so there's no chance anyone will sit there. Luckily for you, the one in front of him is still empty. They're all empty, actually, so you take it. There's something a little nostalgic about the setup. If you look any minute now, Solix is going to ask you arbitrary questions that may affect some cosmetic choices in your life moving forward. But he doesn't. In fact, Solix's eyes remain totally neutral. All he does to acknowledge your presence is lift one single brow. This time we spent near him may have been short so far, but the idea of him being built in your head is quite strong. Written up from his friends, so he's not bothered. Well, however, if you don't know anything better, you can say Solix is emitting the energy of someone who walks to an empty bathroom. Chose the most secluded cell only for someone to walk in and choose the one next to his. Which is nonsense because you know better. All the secondhand knowledge you've got this guy can't be wrong. He's doing what you mentally dubbed his tsundere act. You keep staring.
Can I help you, dude?
This isn't how you expected to introduce yourself, but you do it anyway.
Okay. Motherfucker.
He pointedly pulls out his phone and doesn't look at you anymore. Okay, so you're sending that he needs some space. You pull out your own phone. What? There was some doubt that you had one because it hasn't been mentioned in a good 2/3 of this game? Ha! Silly. Little did you know, the phone survived it all in your hoodie pocket. They truly don't make phones like this anymore. Solix is holding his horizontal, which gives the feeling he's playing a video game. Well, he's got you beat already. You don't have any games on your phone. You decided to instead go through your messages and, wow, you had so many plans with so many of your friends and went and disappeared on them. Fuck, they were all counting on you. Okay, you got this. Carcat is basically showing you this guy's entire games library, and you're super casually bringing up games he likes, no problem. There's a name on it, and it had really surprised you, but in hindsight it makes sense. Back at home, the game's still wildly popular. Nobody knows exactly where Minecraft comes from, but fuck, everyone loves it. You're loudly and it's absolutely fuck you nobody because you're being so casual and friendly that you love Minecraft. Every gamer knows that one, but you get no reaction. Fuck. Yeah, I can probably tell you don't even know how to use a texture pack. That's fine, no harm done. He was also a huge fan of Attack Drone in solid state. You didn't have time to find anything out about it on Gorgle, but besides the fact that it's apparently staunchly anti-war. The guy making the games got away with it for a while before the Empire caught up with him, mostly because nobody actually understood what the fuck it was about. Him dropping alone would surely be enough to show him what a badass gamer you are. Nothing. God. Group Stronghold 2? No. Fortnite? Damn. You're completely certain all these sick games can prove irresistible to conversational topics.
You look sick.
I don't actually give a fuck, but please don't puke on my shoes. That startles you immediately. You reassure him you're fine.
That sounds like bullshit, but I'll believe it, since I don't want to have to make this any more awkward. I'm Sullix.
Oh, ear sprays has changed his tune so fast.
You're that alien everyone's talking about, aren't you?
How did you know? You've been messaging me for days, dude. You've been totally weirdly invasive to me. Huh?
Whatever, I'm in a good mood today, so...
Okay, that wasn't that bad. You can do this. You choose yourself over and try to play off the fact that you have a creepy amount of insider knowledge about this guy.
I don't see him with the big...
Hey, why are you being so loud? Can't you see I'm trying to sleep here? A small olive troll pops out from the blankets in the corner. Somehow this really shakes Sullix.
We need to leave immediately.
Why?
You don't understand. This guy here is going to die, and we're going to go with him if we don't get out right fucking now.
Well, you do. Teleport away from the danger. Well, save just in case I fuck this up. But as the train continues to shake, you grab Sullix's arm and teleport. And somehow... Oh no! You end up in front of John's house. Huh, well, of all the places you visited, his neighborhood's probably the friendliest, and there's something about the knowledge that Dad is around the area that makes you feel safe. Like if you need it, you could absolutely get a dose of parental guidance, or at least a fresh croissant. You turn checking on your friend. Sullix is a bit scrunched up into the house's shadow, trying to play it cool, but obviously shaken by how sunny it is. Once you realize that you are indeed not being burned alive by the sun, he visibly relaxes.
What the actual fuck did you do? This is obviously not Alternia.
It's a little hard to explain things at first, flexing at this point, so you allow yourself to brag a little in hopes of impressing Sullix. Explain that not only is this place safe, but also John programs a little. He's probably worse at it than Carcat, and that'll probably cheer Sullix up. Your friendly Dave is also around. He reminds you a little of...
Can you stop? Fuck.
Stop what?
I don't think you know how weird you're being. I haven't told you anything about me, but somehow you managed to know a lot of personal information about me. Honestly, it's creepy as fuck. I know you're friends with basically all of my friends, and I'm sure they told you I'm kind of an aloof piece of shit and grumpy and hard to get along with. And half the time I feel like I don't even deserve them. And then you walked in and then you walked in. No, they all adore you instantly. Fuck, even Equius likes you.
You don't understand. Shouldn't this make your friendship easier?
You don't get it. I'm way more complex than whatever the fuck I say online and what my friends have told you. Real life isn't like a dating sim in which you fumble your way into the right choice. Why do you want to be friends with me?
Well, both of you share so many friends, it's only natural, isn't it? Sullix looks at you. His expression remains neutral. It's somehow you feel harshly judged.
I don't think you understand how things work for people like me.
I had a wake-up call in which I realized that nothing I did really matters. Whether I want it to or not, I am destined to be a war machine. I already got a taste of it once. It can't be harder than first blood, right? He smiles a little. It makes you feel worse. Sullix is letting you in on something that you couldn't have the full picture for. Anything you'd say at this point wouldn't help. I'm too stupid for all that. I'm stupid enough that I'll resist. Though it'll definitely suck big time for me. But I already made the mistake of trusting someone who let me believe I can make a change. But this got fucked. And that's that. That is most certainly not that. It's not too late. Things are better, and you've made sure of it. You can make a change. Both of you. You're not entirely sure what he's talking about, but just have to become anything he doesn't want to.
I can see why the others might like you.
And for what it's worth, I do wish I could believe you two. Before you can react, he's flying away. Fuck, shit! Now he's lost on Earth, and oh god, you could have at least waited for you to come back to give him some back home. Both the wrong people and find me fucked up experiments on him. Oh, but he definitely doesn't want to have anything to do with you.
See you... See you, space gamer.
Well, okay, so I apparently made a wrong choice somewhere. Maybe I don't teleport him? You put your shoulder on Sullix's shoulder. There's nothing wrong. The train continues to shake.
Are you out of your mind?
We have to... The shaking stops suddenly as it started. Both Sullix and the Sleepy Troll look around confused. Everything looks fine. Sleepy Troll just yawns and goes back under the blankets.
I don't understand. This isn't how things work. What did you do?
Who knows? You're not entirely sure what Sullix thought was going to happen. Is he okay? No, I hear voices? You hope he's going to get the right help for that.
No, you recycled asswipe. The voices of the dead, or more importantly, the imminently deceased. And I very clearly heard the voice of a blanket troll right there. Now I don't? That doesn't happen. That's never happened before. Well, isn't this a good thing? It's not bad. That makes you happy to hear. You feel like you're finally making progress in getting through to him. Sorry, I got really stressed for a moment. Fuck, this is awkward. You're sure it's fine. You enjoy the rest of the ride in mostly companionable silence. Grant pulls up on what seems to be the right stop, and Sylvia stands up. You're friends with Tan, right? Naya? Oh yeah, you very eagerly nod. Well, I'm headed her way if you're interested. You're nowhere near as annoying as TV and KK Mindy sound. Sulk smiles, and it's the first time you've seen him genuinely smile in your time together. You tell him that you'd love to see Kanaya again. Wait, hold on. Prezi and Karkat think you're annoying? He snorts. No. They described you honestly, and being how you are, it's part of your charm, I guess. As long as he finds it charming too, you're okay with a backhanded compliment. Dude, you've got to stop being so eager. It's a little embarrassing. But anyway, I hope you didn't have a heavy breakfast. Huh? Does he expect you to run here? You can teleport easily. You can get there fast. That's nice, but we're going to arrive with some more style. God, I forgot he's so fucking cool. He's such an insufferable prick. But he's so cool. Before he's done talking, you're already in midair. You've been lifted by silence before, but it's like the first time you feel completely weightless. It's like gravity's completely forgotten you have to answer to it. Brace yourself. I refuse to slow down. So you do. Everything around you becomes a blur. You don't know you know you're somewhere, but everything looks like colors. Well, the world sharpens back into view. You're in Kanaya's hive. Solix looks smug. Kanaya looks from you to him and back again. Well, I'm happy you made a friend. I wish you would have given me a warning. No offense. None taken, but you are a little curious as to why you had to take the train over. Solix seems like you could have easily flown here, so why? Can't the dude just be super fucking jazzed about public transportation? Fuck, the entire planet has a stupid fucking human spectrum system. But at least the train can take you to where you go to for the most part. Well, you can't say that the same is true for where you come from. No. He knows it will not open the door otherwise. Oh? Man, you're really killing my vibe here. Completely harshing it. Well, I would think our friend here would appreciate knowing that while powerful, you are still a developing young troll. I would rather not have to mop your brains up off my front door. Are we really doing this again, Miriam? On last name basis again, Solixander? Yes, we are doing this again. Being the naturally curious person you are, you've amassed a good amount of troll anatomy knowledge by now. Thus far, weird alien brain anatomy has eluded you. What happens is that I have a big brain that almost as big as my... What happens is that when we were younger, Solix would get really sleepy if he used his powers too much. Then Jan found Gorgle, and found terms like dopamine, noradrenaline, and cyanoamine, and now she thinks she knows better than me. Solix, please. I sent you the links. We both know the same amount. Yeah, whatever. I came to do a favor, so I decided I needed assistance for a change. Solix, if you're going to make excuses, make good ones. Instead of being annoyed or embarrassed, Solix seems elated that your Kanaya's worth. He already looks way more relaxed and in his element than he was on the train. So what's the problem this time? Where is it? Well, you see, the keyboard will not work. I just have no idea what happened. Kanaya points to your computer. It's very clearly been cut. Kanaya points to your computer. It's very clearly been cut in half. Most likely sawed in half. Very cleanly, if you must add. Solix looks at it like he's seriously considering what could have happened to this computer. Did you try turning it on and turning it off? Naturally. I figured something like this had happened, so I came prepared. He pulls out some things from his bag, including what looks like an identical version of Kanaya's computer. You think this may happen a lot. While he gets to work setting things up, Kanaya takes you aside. I have to say, I am really impressed. Yes, you are quite impressive. Solix has not been at his best recently. You see, we had what you may call a falling out in our family group, which resulted in 3 serious injuries and 1 death, the details of which are not mine to share. But Solix was used in a rather heinous way. And I did not distance myself in any way from the troll who caused all of this. And Solix, in a very Solix fashion, blamed himself and withdrew from all his friends. And we started talking again, he still refused to engage in conversation, until I finally acknowledged my medical condition. Oh boy, Kanaya hadn't mentioned a medical condition up until this point. You hope you hadn't accidentally made her overexert herself or been rude in any way. You wonder if it's okay to ask. I can see you're interested in what my condition is. It's quite serious and frustrating at times, but I've stopped blaming myself for it, and just accepted it's part of my life. You nod. You're overall a rather healthy individual. You tend to get injured on a bi-weekly basis, but always somehow miraculously come out of it just fine. You truly are one lucky son of a bitch.
It's a little embarrassing to admit. You tell her that she's your friend. You will not judge her at all. In fact, you want to take a moment to appreciate her for not judging you. She definitely has it more together than you do. She smiles one of the warmest smiles she's ever given you. Very well. I'm not proud of this, but I am... My medical condition is that I am bulge cursed. What does that mean? Please translate. Bulge cursed by Vriska. Vriska cursed by bulge. What does that mean, Kanaya? Thank you. I have learned to live with it. Cause I'm going to just assume they don't mean what I think they mean. Kanaya, God, you were just so sorry about this. I'm joking. Thank fuck! I'm making a joke about my crush on Vriska being a medical condition. I thought it would bring a bit of levity to the situation, but you just looked so concerned. You tell Kanaya that her sarcasm face looks a lot like her normal face. Yes, people have told me this before. So Lux chooses that moment to slide back in. It's all fit! I love Kanaya so much. Honestly, I love all the Homestuck characters except for Gamzee. Fuck that guy. With a power sander. Whilst he's being fed through a wood chipper. Thank you. I had something that you've been bothering me about for a while. They move towards the computer and you can't see what the screen from where you are, but you can see Kanaya's face light up whenever they see what they're looking at. Oh, Solix, I knew you did not want to share these pictures. I hope you did not push too far. No, you didn't. I was just being a stupid fuck. I don't know why I was so hung up on it. I'm 6 now. I'm technically an adult. No, really, but thank you. It means a lot to me. Yeah, whatever. We just both look like stupid grubs in these pictures. That immediately grabs your attention. Well, we were quite young. Try moving closer to take a peek, but Kanaya throws you an absolutely murderous look. Whatever embarrassing childhood memory lane they're going down, it seems it is deeply personal to Solix. I can't think of a single thing Gamzee has done that I enjoy offhand. For once in your life, you mind your own damn business. It's kind of fucked up. It's kind of awkward to see myself like that. What the fuck am I wearing? It was very fashionable for the time. I would know. I had it made for you. I thought you were the fashionist thrust. Picking up on his discomfort, Kanaya saves the day before you can butt in. Focus more on what you had done to your own hair. So, Alexander, what had you been thinking when you did that?
Hey!
After a few more minutes of reminiscing, they move away from the computer back to where you're standing. You hope they would appreciate you staying in your own lane. Anyway, I have to say, I'm rather surprised to see you with company. Yeah, I got my whole lone barkbeat reputation to keep, but what can I say? Is that why Miss Pisces keeps bringing up the delightful conversations you two are having?
Well, I got some big fucking news. Turns out Thee's not as boring as I thought she'd be. It's going.
Going where? Solid shrugs.
That's going.
Kanaya hums in agreement, but decides to drop it. It's funny. I think he thought this guy was a complete loser. He seems to have more game than the average gamer. A stealth Chad, in a way. A stealth Chad. That's a sentence. Wait, hold on. Why does Kanaya get to introduce Solix to someone? Karka has to come up with an incredibly convoluted plan for you two. No offense to you or KK, but KK has no filter on who he lets into his life. Yeah, no offense. You feel like you may start taking actual offense.
I hate meeting new people. Like, do I look like I know what the fuck a Dave is? Vince, I'll kill you.
No, you'll not.
No, I won't.
It's a meme. Fucking can. She smiles pleasantly. You feel a bit like an outsider, like you're missing some history between them, but you can't help but feel a little warm on the inside of friendship.
Anyway, we should leave soon.
God, his voice is hard for me to do. Why? I thought you were going to stay the day. It is a rather long journey.
It's whatever.
Now there's something running that I need to check on. Oh, hacker shit? Of course not. Very well, at least let me get a couple of shirts I fixed for you. And if you'd be kind enough to drop a couple of things off at the drone office. I fixed a sweater for Cockhat.
Yeah, no problem.
The moment Kanaya steps away, Solix is in your face.
Though we're not staying over here because you're obviously not fixed, and having you over for a sleepover would be fucking weird.
You can't argue with that.
But also, you seem okay. I wouldn't mind spending more time with you. It's something I don't tell everybody. There's a frozen muscle beef nectar place near the drone office. We can go there.
Oh, fuck yes. Oh yes, it's a friend date. Haha.
Ah! That's cute! Look at that! Look at that! That's so fucking cute! Oh my god, that's so cute!
Start. Okay. Volume 10, Route 1. Fight me, fuckboy! I so don't want to do this route. I hate Eridan. I hate Eridan so much. Like, don't get me wrong. Solix has kind of has a few rancid vibes. Eridan just radiates incel energy. Like, he's an incel elemental. He's just a vile nexus of the most putrid, vile, atrocious, horrendous, and off-putting energy you can compress into one small character. Ugh. Same. Looks like you're back on the beach, prowling around like you're looking for lost coins and trash with the metal detector. Except you're looking for friends with people whose lives you can help make a little bit better with your reality warping powers. Come to think of it, maybe you should be looking for lost coins. You're not exactly made of money right now, to say the least. I hope you die in a fire. You look up and see a fishy dude sitting sadly on the shore. Not fishy in the sense that he's suspicious, not in the sense that no, but in the sense that he's literally has fins on his face. Although he's definitely a little fishy in the other sense too. Ugh. Don't look at me. Your eyes do not deserve the privilege of looking upon my visage. After a few seconds, he heaves an exaggerated sigh and turns his head in your direction. It seems his brooding has been paused momentarily.
Hey, you over there. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The one looking around as if there's as if there's anyone else here I'm talking to when you're literally the only person around for miles. Yes, thank you for pointing to yourself. Are you the alien friend slut everyone keeps talking about?
Friend slut? Wow. You tell the guy that yes, you are the friend slut, it's you. This is basically exactly what you are. It's what you are, slut for friends. You ask him who called you that in the first place. You're going to need to thank them for giving you such an apt terminology in which to describe yourself. Well, Solix, you bet a lot of money with Solix.
No, it wasn't fucking Solix, God! Jeez, you really are a hyperactive little bulge muncher, aren't you? No, that was something I came up with myself. After hearing everyone talk about you and shower you with praise on Trollian. I'm Eridan, by the way. I'm very rich and very important around here. And by that I mean on this planet.
Wow, you sincerely thank Eridan for his nicknaming services. Something else tells you this guy might actually kind of suck, though. Yeah, he sucks massively. I have seen Dysons who suck less than this jackass.
God, I suck.
Yeah, you really do.
I'm Moira and Kiss Messies both spontaneously realized how much of an ungrateful piece of troll garbage I am recently, and they dumped the hell out of me.
Good for them! Die alone!
Rip my damn heart out like it was part of a grisly offering to the gods.
Eridan turns in a dramatic guide to the ocean. Oh, it's time for a feeling jam. Fuck yeah, you can't believe you're looking and running into the one motherfucker on this planet desperate enough to just tell a complete stranger all his troubles. It's giving me the perfect ammo. Ammo with which Pierce his heart with, like, you know, the power of friendship or something. No! Pierce his heart with the power of a fucking sword through his fucking chest.
No, I'm like going through a lot at the moment because, like, honestly, at this point I'm feeling pretty worthless. Nobody wants to deal with me or date me or hate me. Nobody's gonna put up with my unending tidal wave of bullshit, so what's even the point anymore? Nobody wants to be my friend and I don't blame them.
Yeah, I don't blame them either. I want to murder you. You're a fictional character and I have real-life murderous feelings about you. That's true. You want to say it. No, you want to scream out loud, so loud that the entire length of the beach reverberates with your declaration. Against all better judgment, you want to be his friend. You want to comfort this broken-hearted fish boy. No, we don't. We want to put him through a wood chipper 3 times. Me or Eridan? I know who you mean. There's definitely... Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with you. Yeah.
Are you just going to stare at me like that? Listen, I don't do this shit for free. Open up in front of other people I've never met before. I mean, he'll pay good money for this shit. A good melodramatic Empora wallowing from yours truly usually costs a fucking premium.
You can't... Nope. Actually, I'm not going to say those cursed words. Oh, what?
Yeah, what was me, etc, etc. Listen, are you going to give me the cash or what?
This guy can't be fucking serious. Why is someone this rich asking you for money?
Look, a guy can have hobbies, okay? Sometimes I mean taking money from poor people because they saw me when I was having one of my bigger moods. You understand, right? Awesome, please pay me for listening to my problems. I'm trying to get an idea of why people might have gotten sick enough for this guy to dump him without remorse. Calmly, you let Aaron know that you are, simply put, broke as hell.
Well, that ain't my problem.
Tell you what, if you can't compensate me with cash, maybe we can find an alternative method of payment.
Oh god, no.
No, shut the fuck up. I'm not talking about anything dirty or heinous or anything. Give me a little bit of fucking credit.
I will give you nothing, motherfucker!
Listen, I'm so messed up over Pfeff and wrist breaking my heart as carelessly as a pervuse knocks over a wine glass, shattering it into a million pieces. If you couldn't tell by my beach gazing, I'm very lonely. What I want is for you to accompany me on a little friendly outing.
Oh. Is that all? Because honestly, you would have tried to get him to do something without any sort of silly prompting on his part. It's much less actual emotional extortion. This guy might be even more desperate for friendship than you are at your worst. But you say, sure, you're absolutely down to do anything with him.
Really? That's awesome.
Aridin tries to crack a light smile and fails.
Well, I think I'll let you decide on what we should do together for our little friend date. After all, you're the expert on this, so I'll go anywhere you think of. You have an infinity of choices to choose from there.
Hot damn, really? You haven't been this overwhelmed with choices ever. You can choose to go anywhere with this rich fish bastard. That's... Okay, maybe having infinite choices is way too much. You have to narrow it down. You certainly have more options than usual. Okay, maybe you should just ask him where he wants to go. You decide? Oh, fuck. I fucked something up.
So that's where you want to go. That's fine, I guess.
Aaron's frown morphs into a bigger frown. It's clearly not fine for him.
Listen, forget this whole thing. Actually, I think that maybe we just aren't meant to be friends. Given that you couldn't anticipate my needs when you made your decision so carelessly.
What the fuck? You thought he was insisting on doing what you wanted. You were completely fine letting him. Oh goddamn it, he's leaving already. Before you even said anything, you stopped paying attention for one freaking text box, and this is what happens. He's moping his way across the beach away from you like a humongous tool. Maybe he was from the best. He was giving you some soft zebra vibes. If you're being honest, for once you don't feel much regret for leaving the guy off your friends list. You know what? That's fine. I don't give a shit about Aridin. I'm not doing that again. Fuck him. Pfeffrey, come on, let's go. As you've had occasion to remark before, Alternia is a dark world. Both because it's night all day long and because of its hideously brutal society, where the strong prey on the weak and the weak prey on the weaker, and all this prey ends only when the survivors are shipped out to prey on everyone else in the galaxy. Alternia's cruelty has been on your mind for a long time, but recently began to feel intolerable. You decide to take a walk in the woods, calm yourself, but it seems every step your mood only grows darker, your agitation greater. As you walk, you remember the name of the Alternia friends you've fallen to the planet's injustices, and your mood goes from bad to worse. You've been waiting around like a spoiled, self-centered narrative device for a lightning bolt of illumination to reveal your reason for living. To explain your peculiar and insatiable hunger for friendship and to show you the destiny attached to it. You think you know who caused this, but why? You've been sitting here acting like a child waiting for a teacher to explain the answer to a difficult math question. You're going to raise your army up to change the world, but what are you doing? Your usual bullshit. You're thinking. You're navel-gazing. And then with sudden blinding clarity, you understand it. Vriska's right. Terezi's right. The answer is revolution. Who gives a shit? Who cares what some big dumb universe thinks your destiny should be? You'll take the dream bold year's advice and choose your own fate. Take the answer to the meaning of your own life into your own hands. Set your own course. The gods, the fates, the universe, or whoever will have to jump back pretty sharply because your direction is clear to you at last. Your agitation turns to indignation, your indignation to outrage, outrage to anger, anger to fury, fury to ferocity, ferocity to white hot resolve. The horrors of the planet have got to stop, and you are feeling particularly dramatic today. Doubtless due to the part in the shift narrative tone and general prose and quality of this episode. Now is the time. Alternia's cruelty and violence have upset and shocked you since you arrived, but more the population suffering under these wrongs have become your personal friends has become unbearable. You've begun wondering all along who will make it stop. Now you know the answer. If you are the main character, then you have got to be the one to get the ball rolling. And you begin to suspect you can't die for the reason seemingly tied to the function as a narrative device, so it's a bit of characterization you can bring to bear. No longer will you linger in the wings waiting for the narrative to summon you to heroics. With this momentous decision girding you for an unstinted effort, you set your mind to the question of how to accomplish it. You start making an inventory of the strength and weaknesses you possess and can bring to bear on the task. Strength 1! Experience storming up friendship in the most unlikely situations. Strength 2! Ability to travel instantaneously to anywhere you want to go. Weaknesses. Everything else! This helpful mental exercise clarifies matters significantly. You clearly said the only way for a single humble being such as yourself to change Alternia is go directly to the point of maximum leverage. In other words, straight to the top. You'll need both of your resources in this quest. You'll need to travel superhumanly and superluminally into the immediate company of Alternia's ruler and throw your full friendship game on them, with the objective of persuading them to initiate reforms, change rules, and set the planet on a course to civilization. But your guardian intel realizes something else. It won't be easy. The ruler of the world, such as Alternia, must be fearsome, fell creature, a monster of no ordinary loathsome and cruelty. On Alternia's own, you've seen gigantic, ravening, lucide, genocidal clowns, murderers, high bloods, and every single kind of grisly crime, to a point To a point making belief in Santa Claus almost possible. Oh, to a point. To a point, making belief in Santa Claus almost impossible. I understand. Punctuation fucked me up again. It stands to reason that the leader of such a world must also be the cruelest, gruesomest, most terrifying being of them all. A being of nearly impossible evil. But for the first time since this plane caught fire in your mind, a whisper of doubt creeps in. It occurs to you that the most likely outcome of your quest for the reformation of Alternia is a scenario where your internal organs are festooned over a wide area, your eyes popping out of your skull and your brain splattered into a fine mist. While experiences suggest you're unkillable, that sort of thing may offend. Not to mention be excruciatingly painful. Actually, no. Maybe it would be a better idea to have a light lunch and lie down until the reforming mood passes. Press on fearlessly with your quest! Scorning all difficulties, you decide to press on fearlessly with your quest. You gather yourself, consign your soul to heaven or whatever, and prepare for the worst! You close your eyes and think, take me to the highest being on Alternia. Then you grit your teeth and prepare for the ultimate horror. I mean, the highest being on Alternia is going to be Gamzee. You feel a familiar sensation of superhuman, superliminal travel, and the world changes around you, rendering you somewhere else. Somewhere that feels quite different from your previous forest location. Very different, actually. A lot wetter. Oh no, hey, actually, it's still here. It quickly becomes apparent that there's good news and bad news. The good news is that instead of an eldritch monster, you materialize next to a rather pleasant-looking troll girl with fins on her head and wearing goggles and a tiara. The bad news is that you're drowning as you seem to have materialized in the middle of an ocean. Well, kelp! Your own greeting may seem a bit less cheery, as it consists of thrashing wildly with your eyes bugging out as you fight not to inhale, trying to concentrate on zapping yourself out of it. The heck out of there. The troll girl watches in astonishment, but suddenly seems to understand. You see her take a big breath of water through some gills on her neck, and something starts to come out of her mouth. A bubble. The bubble expands and expands until you feel its boundary breaking over you, and suddenly you can breathe. You collapse, coughing and grasping onto its floor, which feels like the inside of a huge submerged balloon, yielding but effectively keeping the water at bay.
Ah, look at her!
Peffery is so cute. God, I love her. She is so precious. I adore her a lot. She's not my favorite, that's Nepeta. She's not my patron troll, that's Friska. But fuck, she is adorable. She is still kind of fucked up because she's a troll and has been raised to be very fucked up. But I do love her. The troll girl sits across from you in the bottom of the bubble, studying you curiously and anxiously. Glub, glub, glub. Are you okay? Recovering from your brush with drowning, you're able to notice with relief that despite your conversational quirks, she looks friendly, even glad to see you. You try to say something, but all that comes out of your mouth is water and a spluttering sound. I don't speak whatever language that is, and it's very, it's very pretty though. You burp and some water trickles out of your ears. Sorry, I still don't understand. Do you speak any Alternian? With a great effort, you gasp yes. Oh yay! My name is Peffery Pisces. What's your name? Oh. You... Bubble Weekly. Anytime I hear, like, laugh tracks in the background, I get nervous. It's nice to meet you, Blub. You nod politely and expel another half-gallon of water, then weakly say that it's very nice to meet her, too. Not at least because if she hadn't been there, things might have gotten very unpleasant for you. You're welcome, but what are you doing here? Almost nobody comes this way. You're not really, it's not really on the way to Anemone. It's not really on the way to Anemone. I don't know how to make that actually work. Anemone-ware. Anemone-ware. She looks sad when she says, and you wonder that some poor troll child should be living all by herself, way out here in these submerged parts, so far away from everyone else. Wow, how did you manage to appear from nowhere like that? You almost gave me a heart attack. You tell her you're trying to use some superhuman powers you have to try to visit the highest being on Alternia. The troll girl seems to perk up at this. You wanted to come visit me? You shake your head vigorously to try to get whatever water out of you. The troll girl looks so disappointed. Love, you didn't come to see me? You apologize that you're quite happy to be visiting her, but that you misheard her last remark. You thought that she had implied that she was the highest being on Alternia. Just goes to show how deep hearing submergence and waterlogging can clog your hearing. Oh no, you heard me right? Oh, void. I accidentally hit a button. No. Oh no, you heard me right. I am the highest being on Alternia. Most of the time, I'm the future empress, heiress to the throne of the Alternian Empire. which is a pretty big glubbing pile of whale poop as far as I'm concerned. What? You look around for the multiple razor-toothed, fire-breathing, acid-spitting heads, tearing claws, and bad attitude that you're sure Alternia's highest being must have. But then you start to remember that you're Alternian social science. You haven't had any formal Alternian education. You're not even sure narrative devices, however indispensable, are eligible to sign up for classes. But you pick this stuff up when you hang out around a place long enough. So you know that the Empress spends most of her time off planet leading merciless troll hordes on conquest of the galaxy. You also know that there's only ever one other member of the royal fuchsia bloodline, the heiress, in existence at any time. As long as the Condus doesn't kill her on her rare visits to the home planet, that is. The troll girl glubs sadly, and you realize that being the only fuchsia blood on the planet must be lonely. Not only would you have enough strength to act on the Terrian troll who visited you limb from limb without noticing, but you've heard some sinister things about the heiress's lusus. Something about it being the size of a continent, hungry as the void of space, and evil as all hell devils go to if they're bad devils. Something that might discourage casual visits by friends who don't want to be double as snacks. But at the same time, you wonder what such a meaningless, agreeable, and sensitive trolls in the scroll could preside over such a grindingly horrible planet as Alternia. How could she live with herself? How does she even know what goes on inside her insular little ocean? But you put all that aside for now. Here you are, right where you wanted to be when you made your master plan for Alternian reform. Pardon me, why am I having such issues with that today? You haven't been devoured, dismembered, or decapitated, and the person you want to persuade seems eminently persuadable, not to mention friendable, so you're ahead of the game so far. Time to take full advantage. Your Royal Highness, you begin. Blub? Call me Seth. It's much friendlier on a fish name basis, and I'm so happy and excited to have another friend. Perfect. Phase 1 of your plan seems to practically accomplish itself, but there's no time to waste. As the air in your bubble, your friend's complaining. Wow, I fucked those words up. As the air in the bubble your new friend created is starting to get stuffy, and you know you're going to have to zap out of there soon. You mentioned in a casual conversational tone that you've been visiting Alternia for some time now. Do you like it? It's certainly unusual. That's putting it lightly. I'm sure everyone has been incredibly mean to you. Well, yes, to start off with at least. The Sea Dwellers think they're so much better than everyone else, but they're just a bunch of shellfish, arrogant bassholes. The high bloods prey on the low bloods, and no one cares how other people feel, or even if they live or die. Drones fly around krilling everybody weak or useless. Oh well, she seems to know. Maybe she's got plans of her own. Phase 2 of your plan is half in the bag already. You feel dizzy suddenly at how your quest is working out without the least effort on your part, and also from lack of oxygen. You're gasping for breath, and the darkness is gathering at the edge of your vision. In about a minute, you're going to pass out from oxygen deprivation. What's to be done? I know which one I'm gonna choose. Stick around and test out the whole "you can't die" hypothesis. You're fading fast. A black tunnel is closing around you and the sounds are getting dim. You wiggle your fingers and try to gasp out an entreaty. Are you okay? For reply, you clutch your throat, fall heavily to the floor, and lose consciousness. Aha! It worked! You gradually regain consciousness, and as you do, you realize the air is going through your lungs. Fresh, oxygenated air, the most beautiful thing you've ever felt. You also realize that you're in a palatial, although messy, bedroom, and while you can see underwater realms outside the windows, the room itself is dewatered. The fresh air seems to be coming to you from a large conch shell sitting on the floor nearby and humming quietly like an air purifier. You're swooned on a chase lounge, and Pfeffery Pikes is fanning you with a large palm frond. I love her. Look at this soft stork. Are you alright? Why didn't you tell me you couldn't breathe? You scared the Piscine out of me. You struggle upright and try to smile bravely. You apologize for scaring her, but observe that one of the symptoms of not being able to breathe is not being able to talk. You thank her effusively for saving you. That's an Empress's duty. Instead of encouraging people to be mean and hurt each other, she should do whatever she can to help them. A tear comes to your eye and a lump to your throat when she says that. If she really means it, you have a couple of suggestions. Of course I mean it. I'm glummed at how abyssal things have been around here. When I'm Empress, things are going to be different. You respectfully wonder how long it will be before she becomes Empress. Only a couple thousand more sweeps. Oh, cool. What happens to everyone on Alternia in the meantime? Pfeffery looks momentarily thoughtful. I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I haven't thought that part out. I guess I'm not equal to my big ideas. And what if when she becomes Empress, she feels differently? How does she know her Imperious condescension didn't feel the same way as Pfeffery does now when she was at her age? What if there's something that makes adult Empresses evil? Something that they can't control? What if Pfeffery grows up to be socially liberal but fiscally conservative? What a horrible thought! You have to strike while the iron is hot. Never leave till tomorrow to do what you can do today. A stitch in time saves 9. Procrastination is the thief of time. The longest journey yet starts with a single step. It's been no use crying over spilled milk. You hope Pfeffrey has been convinced that because you're running out of cliches. Hello. The heiress looks uncertain. Everything you say is plumb and true, but rebelling against the Empress, that could be dangerous. I'm not sure that would be right. And it might cause Glubglib to make the vast glub. That would destroy everyone, you know. Oh, glub. You mean gulp? You didn't realize that. You're not sure what the vast glub is, but it sounds bad. Oh, it is. Before we do an Emma thing, we need more guidance and advice. As heiress, I have a special metaphysical periscope, you know? You didn't know that. It sounds made up, but a little metaphysical advice certainly might come in handy at a time like this. Without further delay, the heiress goes to an ornate, jewel-encrusted tube that rises from the floor of her palatial bedroom. It seems to extend to the underwater depths, so the air pressure seems to be keeping the water from flowing through it into the room. She yells into the tube, louder than you would have thought someone so agreeable-looking could yell. There's a swishy gurgling sound. Something extends through the tube into the room. Something pale and featureless as a lustus, but unmistakably a tentacle. The tentacle with a bulbous eye on the end of it. You dive behind a luxurious sofa. You'd rather that the heiress's lustus didn't see how plump and tasty you look. But almost immediately, the eye settles itself on top of the tube and hardens into something that looks like a very large crystal ball. Oh, that's so cute! Shapes move and change inside this crystal ball, then resolve themselves into a scene you recognize. You realize with a shock. You come out from behind the sofa and approach the crystal ball, staring into it. In its depths, a dark place appears, and in the dark place, a carnival carousel rotates. Wooden horses going up and down, and above them, naked plastic mannequins with plastic wings hang from wires. The Dark Carnival! Jumping Jehoshaphat, is that where Pfeffrey gets her metaphysical advice? The scene grows clearer and closer, zooming in on one of the horses and on the figure riding it. Your heart begins to beat wildly. It can't be, but... Karako! Honk! Suddenly you're dancing around the room with joy. You grab Pfeffrey and whirl her with you as you dance. At first she gasps in surprise, but then she gets into the spirit and grins and begins to whirl too. That's so cute! Ugh. I am out of tea, but I need more fluids. Oh wait, no, I'm not quite out entirely. Okay, now I'm out of tea. Her strength is such that she spins you like a fan blade, your blood going all to your legs, and when she lets you go, you hit the wall like a bullet and ooze down to the floor. But as you recover consciousness, your joy is barely containable. You never thought to see that sweet fellow again, but now here he is. And evidently he's come up in the world, because he's communicating exclusively with the royal fuchsia lips princess. You're so proud your heart feels like it's about to explode. My friend Glub here. They have a plan. Well, you wouldn't go that far. I'm just not sure what to do. Just hold on. Pfeffrey adjusts some controls on the big jeweled tomb. They must be translation controls, because in mid-sentence, Karako's remarks change from semantic conventional language forms. And when they do, you realize that this is the same Karako you knew way back when. What you ask is not so simple, little one. To truly know the answer, you must learn that there is much more to your story than meets the eye. You must expand your vision to see the big picture, and even the bigger picture, of which that big picture is only a pixel. Yes, I know that. That isn't the usual Glubs, is it? No silly quadrant Glubs it for wigglers. I need some real answers here. You study Karako. He's obviously the same troll, but the changes are very equally obvious. His eyes are deep as well as his face grave and kind. Either he's done a lot of reading and undergone a lot of life experience since you last saw him, or else he's become the honking mouthpiece of some mystical wisdom-type entity which offers metaphysical advice to princesses. Perhaps whatever person or process sustains the Dark Carnival. How did Karako get that job? You wave madly at Karako as he and the heiress talks, but either he doesn't see you or he no longer knows you, or he thinks imparting serious metaphysical advice to solemn occasion for waving like a maniac. Either way, he ignores you and keeps talking. Does the troll who paddles an ore vessel down a rushing river control her own fate, or does the river control her? The answer is, of course, both. The river has its force, but within that, the troll can move her boat where she will. You are the heiress, and thus the fate that sweeps you along is vast and swift and powerful, but also your arms are strong and your ore vessel stout. Do not despair of your own strength. Yet there is more. We see by mystic means that the rushing river you navigate is by itself being swept along an unimaginably vaster rushing cosmic river, and that the planet which that vast cosmic river traverses is itself being swept along an even infinitely greater supercosmic river. There are many such metaphysical cosmic meta-river levels in this particular instantiation of the story. Thus, even if you row with the utmost power to change your course on the river you are navigating, the river you can see, the other meta rivers continue to sweep you on as before without regard for any tiny adjustments you might make down at your level. This is pataphysics. Yet do not despair. You may yet, through long and deep meditation, transcend to the bounds of the small world, here, rising higher and higher so that you are able to see and comprehend and transcend those vast and meta-vast cosmic river levels one by one. I think I spoke so much I think I made myself lightheaded. That's fine. And what can you see? You can learn how to navigate using meta vessels and meta ores fashioned from meta cosmic star stuff. Yet also remain humble. All above the creator of the world is yet another creator, above him yet another creator, greater than him, and above her yet another creator. These vast powers move all things like pieces on a chessboard, yet the chess pieces grow wise enough they may move the movers. The powers that move these universes upon universes are unimaginably large, and yet you are as unimaginably small. Yet nonetheless, for that you are in your smallness and your small world are indispensable, like a key piece at the bottom of an infinitely tall Jenga tower. Knowing these things, do you wish to undertake the great works of awakening and enlightenment that will bear you into the full light of reality? It is a work of millions of mantras, thousands of sweeps, and hundreds of lives. Or knowing these things, do you instead choose to ply your vessel in the waters of your own world, remaining the person life has made of you? Remaining a key yet unknowing piece in the towering stack of universes, influencing your own destiny on your own corporeal river, swept to destinations beyond your understanding for fulfillment of the larger story. Either choice is noble, little one. Your only duty, only burden, is to choose the one that seems best to you. Ooh, that got deep. My head hurts. A little bit. A smidgen. It's fine. Pefri turns to you. It's clear that both courses described by the wise one speaking through Kariko hold attraction to her, and yet she's on the razor's edge between them. The merest word from you will be enough to lead her in one direction or the other. Which way do you choose to lead her? The one which will be narratively simpler so I can say fewer words. This is a joke. So, like, this one, I feel like isn't going to help people here. Because if she does this one, then she will ascend and move beyond Alternia. But if she does the other one, then she's going to remain stuck here and not be able to really affect things on a meta-narrative level and really actually help anything and affect full change. Huh. Funky! Let's try this one first. Boop! I said boop. Well chosen, little one. Step forward and tell your cheese-like companion to step forward too. A friend to share your transcendental journey is a blessing, and they seem a noble and loyal cheese, though perhaps a bit overexcitable. You and Pfeffry step forward, and Karuko's hand comes right out of the crystal ball, divides in two, and taps each of you on the forehead. At the tap, you feel powerful fire course through your spine and through your chakras, and the roaring flames obliterate all the world. When the flames subside, a resonant silence reigns. You and Pfeffry are seated in a full lotus position on either side of a fresh air couch, cozy in a bubble floating deep within the vast oceans of Alternia, where you can never be found by anyone until you emerge fully enlightened within the power of gods, many yugas hence. Eternal spiritual siblinghood victory. Okay. Huh. Well then, that feels oddly incomplete. Well chosen, little one. Step forward and tell your marshmallow-like companion to step forward too. A helpmate to share in your worldly efforts is a blessing, and they seem a noble and loyal marshmallow, though a bit manic in the hand-waving department. You and Pfeffry step forward, and Karuko's hand comes out right of the crystal ball, divides in two, and makes gestures of blessings over your heads. You immediately feel strength and courage coursing through you, and as the lusted tentacle turns back into an eye and withdraws from the tube, you turn into Pfeffry's Pfeffry's sparkling eyes, and you see that she is feeling the same intrepid energy. Yay! I think a good portion of what was Glub's it. Oh, I think a good portion of that was Glub shit, but still. He has an really good points somewhere in there. We can't just be canoes, we have to be fish. Even if at the end of the day we're so much little minnows, we will be whales to someone. You started to grab her for a dance, but recalling your previous experience, quickly turning the gesture into an offered high five, which she slaps, breaking several bones in your hand. What shall we do, you ask her? What's our plan? You feel the ability to accomplish any plan fairly overflowing from you. You'll have to introduce her to Terezi and Vriska to start off with, at least. Yes! Yes! Glub, before any time to think, I'm so excited. I'm sure the purpose of your visit was to reveal the whale of destiny that awaits us. But we need to consider our next move. Will you come back and visit me again after some tides have passed? Then we can prepare And then we can compare notes. This is going to be fun. Noble Worldly Partnership Victory. Cool. That's very cute. And with that, we have finished the troll routes of Pesterquest. And with that, I am going to call this the end of the stream. Because, oh wow, I've been streaming for 4 hours. Not the longest stream. I feel I was maybe not entirely prepared for this one. Who knows? Or maybe I just expended more energy than I realized. Either way, this has been very fun. I hope all of you have had enjoyed. This was a delight. This was a delight. Yeah, it's always done that, I think. I'm pretty sure. I will admit, it hasn't always been glitching so intensely. It was like more minor glitches. So, you know, it's very Eris-like. I may be a smidge confused, but that's fine, probably. But for now, I hope all of you have a wonderful day. This was very fun. I'm going to, once again, next week, I'll be doing another stream of this game. Same time, well, honestly, hopefully an hour earlier will be the intent, because that would be slightly easier for me. Take a little bit of extra organization, it's fine. But, I'm looking forward to doing this. Please, don't forget to be kind to yourselves and one another. Oh shoot. Okay, I need to make it a habit for me to open up my Patreon image so I can pull that up easily on my screen whenever I need to. I'm pretty sure I can remember them off. Okay, actually, hold on. Wait, we have the start image. This is the wrong BRB image, but I'm going to go pull up the right image that I need at this moment. I want to thank my patrons, or rather subscribers, because I don't use Patreon, I use Ko-fi, because Ko-fi is slightly better to me. Doo-doo. Supporter thinks space update. Yes. Heck yeah! Shout out to all my wonderful subscribers. We have Darius, Sarah Senpai, Savik Seraph, Kylie Coven, and Space! Thank you, all of you, so much for helping keep this channel going and helping everything be, you know, honestly, thanks to all my supporters for helping me afford my meds, because honestly, I make just enough to afford my meds every month. That's very, helpful, to say the least. So, until next time, I hope all of you have had fun. If you are just joining, unfortunately, this is the end of the stream, but the VOD should be up immediately if I understand how YouTube's things work. And I hope all of you have a wonderful rest of your days, or nights, depending on where you are. And I'll see all of you guys next stream. Boop. Boop.